now pray. O Almighty God, as we have come together to begin our meeting of the Assembly, we humbly beseech you to grant to all our members the light and guidance of your Holy Spirit, that we may wisely take counsel together and come to such decisions as shall promote your glory and the well-being of all our citizens in this our land, so that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be enjoyed by all people. Grant this for the sake of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. You may be seated.
Oath of allegiance of a new member. Announcements by the presiding officer. Assembly bills sent back from Cabinet. Assembly laws brought back from Parliament. Petitions. Papers. Presentation of reports from Dispute Resolution Commission or select committees. Chief Secretary's question. Questions to secretaries. Request for leave to move the adjournment of the Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance. Statements by secretaries or assistant secretaries. Personal explanations. Introduction of bills. Motions relating to the business or sittings of the Assembly and moved by a secretary or assistant secretary. Public business. Executive business. Motion.
Leader of Assembly Business.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. Be it resolved that this House approve the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure respecting all functions of the Tobago House of Assembly for the financial year October 1st, 2023 to September 30th, 2024, copies of which were laid on the table at an earlier stage of the proceedings. Thank you.
Members, the question proposed is, be it resolved that this House approve the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure respecting all functions of the Tobago House of Assembly for the financial year October 1st, 2023 to September 30th, 2024, copies of which were laid on the table at an earlier stage of the proceedings. Members, before we go on this morning, please be guided by the standing orders. When a member is on his feet presenting, please do not disturb unless you stand on a point of order. Minority Leader, you may join the debate.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Deputy Presiding Officer, Chief Secretary, Secretaries and Assistant Secretaries, my colleague, Minority Councillor, administrators of the Tobago House of Assembly, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the viewing and listening public, members of the media, good morning. Deputy Presiding Officer, I stand here, a son of a daily rated father and a housewife, mother. Like many hundreds of Tobagonians, like many of us here in this distinguished august chamber, I can proudly declare that my dreams have become a reality through the policies and the programs of the People's National Movement. Deputy Presiding Officer, there is an old Tobagonian saying, when green leaf fall in a water, it do rotten same time. The gist of that saying, Deputy Presiding Officer, is that you often do not see the effects of a decision until much later. And by that time, there is little you could do to stave off the effects of that decision. The glistening green leaf, admired as it floated on the water, bobbing and rising with each splash of the water, once exposed to the elements and away from its life source, begins to die, and soon sinks to the river bottom, rotten, useless, and soggy. Deputy Presiding Officer, I could not help but reflect on this piece of wisdom handed down from the elders as I sat in this chamber on Monday, utterly and bitterly disappointed at how this green leaf of a political party that had promised so much to the people of Tobago, that had proffered a new vision to the people of Tobago, had lost its shine and was plummeting to the bottom of the Tobago River, perhaps in Argyll or Castara, dragging with them the hopes and ambitions of every Tobagonian who voted to give them a chance a mere 18 months ago. Deputy Presiding Officer, like so many of the previous statements coming from the Chief Secretary, the budget presented was at best disingenuous and at worst another huge con job foisting upon the people of this island. And it drew my mind to another old adage, drummed into our heads as students of bishops, that to whom much is given, much is expected. Deputy Presiding Officer, the people of Tobago gave this administration a whole lot, and therefore they expected much. Instead, it was a budget that was conspicuous in its lack of creativity and detail, filled with the rhetoric that could only come from empty vessels. So lacking in substance was this budget, Deputy Presiding Officer, that even those who fed Tobagonians the saltfish of hope and newness in this PDP administration, the likes of Dr. Vanos James and Martin George, are now distancing themselves from its stench, just stopping short of offering their mea culpa to the population for the egregious sin they have committed. Deputy Presiding Officer, it would have been best if the Chief Secretary had adopted the same style of his recent pre-recorded broadcast and simply sent us the video of him speaking with the talking heads of secretaries simply bobbing behind in the darkened background, afraid to stand in the light of truth and righteousness. At least we would have then had the opportunity to turn down the volume and engage in something more profitable for 3 hours and 30 minutes that he spoke, like sweeping our yards or even washing our clothes. Deputy Presiding Officer, I stand here this morning, 4 days later, still flabbergasted at Farley's flight of fantasy. Last year, after hearing
the calling of names addressed by office tax.
At the Chief Secretary's flight of fantasy. Last year, after hearing the budget presentation, I opined that the budget was inter alia vacuous, superfluous, and vexatious. My initial reaction to this year's presentation was that the budget was disappointing and disingenuous. That was my initial reaction. But you know what, Deputy Presiding Officer? After carefully perusing the budget documents, I have adjusted my initial position. For the record, this budget is a mismatch of failed ideas, a hodgepodge of hit and hope thinking, and a demoralizing defense of a failed administration. According to Miss Flora from Darrell Spring, one of my residents, a thing like this does make Christian cuss. Rest assured, Deputy Presiding Officer, I have no intention of taking that route. Instead, Deputy Presiding Officer, on behalf of the people of Tobago, in their allotted time to me, I'll present a response to the Chief Secretary's budget that will be reflective in parts and forward thinking in others. My response will be one rooted in facts, stubborn as they may be, and will demonstrate beyond the shadow of a doubt, Deputy Presiding Officer, not only the veracity of the words of the country's first Prime Minister, Dr. Eric Williams, that the alternative to the PNM is chaos, but that a PNM administration remains the only hope for a resilient Tobago, a resurgent Tobago, a rejuvenated Tobago, and above all, a ready Tobago. Before going further though, Deputy Presiding Officer, I wish to place on the public record my sincerest appreciation for the hard-working and dedicated staff and dedication of the staff of the Office of the Minority Leader. And I pause because up till last night we worked until 3 a.m. and these are staff that has not been paid by this wicked administration for 2 months, but they continue to come to work earnestly, diligently, and providing productive service, even in the face of the financial tribulations they are being put upon them by this heinous administration. But not only am I thankful to my staff, I'm also appreciative for the subject matter experts who contributed to this presentation. The constituents of Darrell Spring Wim, of which one is in the gallery this morning, for their continued faith in me and the PNM, and the thousands of Tobagonians whose ideas and ambitions, whose voices will be heard through me today. Madam Presiding Officer, Deputy Presiding Officer, while the Trinidad and Tobago has become known in the international circles for punching way above its weight, the national economy was not left unscathed by several overlapping global economic challenges over the past 2 decades. Indeed, Trinidad and Tobago's economy was hit by multiple adverse shocks over the past decade, including the 2014 collapse in global energy prices, disruptions to domestic energy production, example maintenance and logistic issues, and of course the dreaded 2020 COVID-19 pandemic. Within recent times, however, Deputy Presiding Officer, the country has seen some silver lining behind the dark clouds of the economic shocks, and the green shoots of recovery have begun to appear. As reported on the IMF website, 5th May of 2023, from the IMF Article 4 consultation with Trinidad and Tobago, Trinidad and Tobago's economic activity is recovering, supported by high global energy prices. The IMF cautions, however, that in the medium term, the outlook for global energy prices remains volatile and highly uncertain, particularly as climate change accelerates the global energy transition away from fossil fuel. End quote. The IMF also recently pointed to the turnaround of the economy and lauded the prudent management by the PNM administration in overcoming the economic mismanagement of their UNC friends during the 2010 to 2015 period, as well as overcoming the decline in government revenues from early 2015 consequent on the declining oil and gas revenues. You may recall, Deputy Presiding Officer, oil prices declined to as low as $50 per barrel and natural gas to $2.45 per MMBTU, respectively. Several organizations, including the IMF and the World Health Organization, have also lauded this country's management of the COVID-19 crisis, which placed the country on a sound economic footing. This level of astute management also occurred in Tobago under the PNM administration that crucial period of 2019 to 2021. Conservative estimates suggested an economic decline of approximately 15% in 2020, with the economy rebounding in 2021. The records show, Deputy Presiding Officer, that owing to the COVID recovery socio-economic measures implemented by the PNM administration during that period, the negative effects of the pandemic were ameliorated. The economic decline was only 7%, and the economy rebounded in 2021 and grew by 4%. Let me repeat that. The economy rebounded in 2021 and grew by 4%. Deputy Presiding Officer, what needs to be said positively and forcefully, or rather, more positively and more forcefully, is the fact that the People's National Movement administration successfully navigated the Tobago economy through the COVID-19 pandemic to a state of recovery beginning in 2021, when the GDP of Tobago grew by 4.2%. Madam Presiding Officer, it is no secret that the global economic challenges had a significant trickle-down impact on Tobago's economy. That's no secret. As any good student of economics knows, any shocks that impact the central government's revenue stream will invariably affect Tobago's economic circumstances, and by extension, the lives of the people of Tobago. One can accept we have little control over unforeseen circumstances and global political scenarios. But the truth of the matter is that what has been ailing Tobago and its citizens at this time is the mismanagement of the island's resources by an ill-prepared and poorly governed administration. Deputy Presiding Officer, this is what one of our renowned economists, Dr. Vanos James, and an admitted protagonist of this administration in the lead up to the 2021 election, had to say, and I quote, "You will notice several key things about the 2023 THA budget. One of them is that it reads like a fairy tale, if not a tall tale, with no links to data that represents the true state of the Tobago economy. Last year, I pointed out the deficiencies in the 2022 budget process. This year, things seem to have gone further downhill, with the key facts ignored altogether." Words of Dr. Vanos James, a man who all the members on the opposite side, they are quite familiar. Lies, half-truths, innuendos, and propaganda planning recordings are inconsistent with good governance. But alas, these seem to be the watchwords of the current administration. Deputy Presiding Officer, I will return to this matter later in my presentation. Deputy Presiding Officer, I would like to place on record that year on year, Tobago's economy declined by 2%. Construction and quarrying declined by a mammoth 34.7%. Finance and real estate declined by 5.1%. And the agricultural sector declined by 9.5%, whilst the manufacturing sector declined by an alarming 16.2%. Deputy Presiding Officer, the Chief Secretary in his delivery of the budget presentation on Monday refused and or neglected to present the data I just mentioned above, and the question we have to ask is why? What is clear is that the economy of Tobago declined by an alarming 2% in 2022 when compared to 2021. Who was there in most of 2021, even under 6-6, the PNM? And who came in after the PNM? The PDP, TPP, somebody, independence. And during that year, on their watch on that side, the economy of Tobago declined by 2%. So you moved from a 4% increase to a 2% increase. So in essence, you really had a 6% decline in the Tobago economy under these incompetent jokers. Deputy Presiding Officer, the Chief Secretary in his delivery forgot to mention that 2% decline. But let me repeat, Deputy Presiding Officer, Tobago's economy, and I want that to sink in to all right-thinking Tobagonians, that while they might bray and ray, your economy declined by 2% on the watch of the Chief Secretary and Secretary of Finance, Trade and the Economy. What is even more alarming is that this administration had an increase in allocation of over $300 million in fiscal 2021. This, as far as I can recall, has been the highest allocation of any Tobago House of Assembly administration. Yet, on the watch of this Chief Secretary and Secretary of Finance, we had a decline in quarrying and construction, decline in agriculture, decline in finance and real estate, manufacturing, and an overall decline of 2%. Deputy Presiding Officer, we ought not to take a candle to see in the light what is invisible and plain sight during the day. The harsh and unpalatable truth is that the recent performance of the Tobago economy, as reflected by the readily available data on the economic decline year on year, is of grave concern for all sober-minded Tobagonians. Deputy Presiding Officer, our concerns are legitimate, as we have seen a pattern of fiscal mismanagement, troubling profligacy, the absence of an overarching economic development framework which guides the expenditure of Tobago's scarce financial resources and ensures adherence to the basic rules of procurement for major capital expenditure. This is contrary to good governance principles and further erodes confidence both in the Tobago economy and the Tobago House of Assembly as a whole. Deputy Presiding Officer, the evidence of this fiscal imprudence has resulted in tremendous embarrassment to suppliers of goods and services to the Tobago House of Assembly, who have had their THA issued checks rejected by the island's financial institutions. What is even more disconcerting is that in multiple cases, not even purchase orders are being honored, as they are not even worth the paper on which they are printed. What a state. In other words, Deputy Presiding Officer, the checks have rubber in them. They are bouncing up and down the place like sponge balls, while the purchase orders are of no value. In all of this, the nonsensical excuses coming from the Chief Secretary and the Secretary of Finance, Trade and the Economy, as well as his advisors, just will not do. Deputy Presiding Officer, I wish to remind the Chief Secretary and his band of secretaries that it is an offense in law to issue a check knowing it to be unencashable. Let me repeat that. It is an offense in law to issue a check knowing it to be unencashable. Deputy Presiding Officer, I go a step further, albeit cautiously, to say to my former schoolmate that a supply of goods and services asking repeatedly and forcefully for monies legitimately owed to him or her is not a threat, but a legitimate request. And if he's unafraid of the consequences, as he says he is, I challenge him to make the audit report public. Make the audit report public. That is Tobagonians' money, spending on Tobagonians' business. And the Chief Secretary ought to level with the people of Tobago. Tobagonians want to know. That is their money, not yours. The audit does not belong to you. It belongs to the people of Tobago. It's them who pay for it. When you could afford audit on your own, you could hold your audit. But this is Tobago's people audit and they deserve to see it. Deputy Presiding Officer, not unexpectedly, the plan of this administration to stimulate economic activity fell woefully short of reducing the economic decline currently facing Tobago. Deputy Presiding Officer, the question is, what in the current circumstances is required to stimulate economic activity? Chief Secretary, I hope you answer in your wind-up. Members of this PDP, independent to TPP administration, were instrumental in thwarting and scuttling the Sanders project, which, according to conservative estimates, had the potential to transform the Tobago economy by creating over 2,000 jobs and providing much-needed revenue to the state and multiple millions of dollars in business to fledgling entrepreneurs in the various sectors such as agriculture, the orange economy, and our light industrial and manufacturing sectors. Deputy Presiding Officer, the presence of a Sandals on the island had the potential to increase visitor arrivals to over 150,000 in 3 years and attract airlift to Tobago as a consequence of these increased arrivals. The increased marketing of Destination Tobago, the potential for direct local expenditure of US $50 million per year, and an overall $500 million impact on the economy of Trinidad and Tobago, equivalent to approximately 25% of Tobago's GDP. Or you could do it at Sandals now. 25 minus 2, that is 23% growth you would get. And this would have contributed, as I said, significantly to Tobago's economy and, I dare say, sustainable recovery. What is even more damning was the disastrous knock-on effect their actions had on at least 4 local potential investors whose business model piggybacks on the establishment of Sandals in Tobago. Claiming that the Sandals project would likely reduce the people of Tobago to being bellboys and waiters, the TPP and their supporters undermined Tobago's tourism potential, and as a result, Tobago's future. Deputy Presiding Officer, as I said in my opening, when green leaf fall in a water, and I leave it right there. Deputy Presiding Officer, I now turn my attention to what is effectively a construction desert. During his presentation on Monday, the Honorable Chief Secretary made mention of some fleeting pipe dreams for developing the orange economy and the film sector. What the Honorable Member failed to mention was that this administration is preparing the entire island to feature in the new blockbuster movie, Mad Max. And you know who Mad Max is, right? The desert. The Deputy Presiding Officer, This administration is so devoted to this project. They have converted the entire island into a construction desert. Madam Presiding Officer, I have received so many complaints and phone calls from concerned Tobagonians of abandoned and incomplete projects all around the island. As a result, I decided to take an island trip. So I started from Crown Point to Charlottesville, and I paid a closer attention to these complaints I received. Lo and behold, Deputy Presiding Officer, aside from the thousands of potholes and trenches in the road, there exists a myriad of abandoned and incomplete projects, from sidewalks to retaining walls and box drains. Deputy Presiding Officer, even in Charlottesville, the Chief Secretary's own electoral district, residents are longing to see their absentee representative to discuss the abandoned community center project. However, Deputy Presiding Officer, the problem created by this administration goes further, wider, and deeper. This administration has derailed and destroyed the indigenous construction sector on the island. Scan the island. Tobago is basically at a standstill. There are no major construction projects, barely even any minor ones, all in the name of spite, vindictiveness, and maliciousness. Deputy Presiding Officer, the evidence is clear. Any economist worth their salt will tell you that one of the biggest and best indicators of economic growth is a vibrant construction sector. Conversely, Deputy Presiding Officer, in a recession, it is one of the first to grind to a halt. According to the latest data, Deputy Presiding Officer, the construction sector in Tobago declined by a mammoth 35%. Despite the dreams of the Chief Secretary and his administration, and despite what they are peddling, the precipitous decline in the construction sector is both symptomatic and reflective of the state of Tobago's economy. A desert, completely blank, empty, nothingness. In the meantime, Deputy Presiding Officer, while the stallions and stalwarts of the Tobago construction are being starved of both contracts and payments for completed works, their friends on that side, from Trinidad, and I sure all know some of the names: California Stucco Company Limited, the Roofing Company, Innovative Roofing and Construction Solutions Limited. This one hard to call. Corozal Trading Limited, Construction Services and Supplies. I don't know how they find them, where they find them. And others, they are laughing all the way to the bank with over 300 million of Tobago's development funds with no return. All that money spirited away. As a member of Scarborough Mount Grace and Secretary of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development stated previously, and I quote, by sending this money to Trinidad contractors, what this administration is in fact doing is enriching another economy. Might I add, Deputy Presiding Officer, this administration led by the member for Palutuvale Lands for Miss Speyside is enriching another economy at the peril and demise of our Tobago indigenous contractors. And you know what is hurtful? They promised the Tobago contractors, it doesn't matter how you get it, where you get it, who you did support, who you didn't support. They said Tobago is for Tobagonians. But under this administration, Tobago money is for the Trinidad financiers of this administration. What a nightmare. What a betrayal. Deputy Presiding Officer, The Chief Secretary shared with us the CSO statistics in relation to unemployment in Tobago at 1%. Whilst I agree with the Chief Secretary that the statistic requires greater analysis, it must be noted that this is an aggregate statistic. It may very well be that unemployment rate in Speyside is 1%, because as one gentleman said in the community, everywhere they go, a Speyside. You go to Roxborough, a Speyside. You go to Tongue, a Speyside people. That is what was said. So it perhaps might be very well that the only place in Tobago where the unemployment figure is 1%. And I love Speyside, the beautiful, scenic village of Speyside. However, what is the unemployment rate in Wim? The home of the minority leader, Miss Marilyn Day. What is the unemployment rate in Wim? Or in Mount Pleasant? He did not tell us. How then can he and his administration effectively devise policy prescriptions when his diagnosis is incomplete? How? So, Deputy Presiding Officer, at this time I take a pause to remember Hakeem Thomas, one of the 8 murder victims in Tobago this year. Deputy Presiding Officer, this young man was seen on social media, I think in some live that the former Deputy Chief Secretary had, before he met his untimely demise, lamenting about the lack of employment opportunities for young people in Tobago. May his soul and the souls of all who have departed due to violence rest in peace. Deputy Presiding Officer, I pause for a cause, and that cause is a moment of silence in honor of young Hakeem Thomas and all the other Tobagonians who have lost their lives in such tragic circumstances. Deputy Presiding Officer, if the Chief Secretary and his administration were truly serious about addressing unemployment in Tobago, they would go beyond the temporary solutions of 10 on, 10 off in the Division of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development and the Division of Health and Social Protection. Deputy Presiding Officer, it is no secret that young Tobagonians, and let me repeat, young Tobagonians, bought into the mandate and promises of this administration overwhelmingly. They were sold a dream that they would be provided with employment opportunities and job security. However, Deputy Presiding Officer, they are now left to languish in despair. Deputy Presiding Officer, the records will show that the consistent policy position of PNM administrations has been to provide a high degree of stability and certainty for those engaged in both private and public sectors. To illustrate this point, Deputy Presiding Officer, one of our most recent policy decisions before demitting office was to standardize 3-year employment contracts for workers across the Assembly. This decision was driven by the PNM's resolve to empower workers, especially young, ambitious Tobagonians, so that they can face the financial institutions with a greater degree of confidence in order to increase the likelihood of securing approval for financing to undertake progressive, life-changing feats like land and home ownership. For those in the private sector, the People's National Movement administrations fully supported our small, medium and large businesses to ensure that Tobago business owners had the capacity to keep their workers engaged, thereby facilitating the continued progression of the Tobago economy. Deputy Presiding Officer, earlier I described this administration's performance as dispiriting and demoralizing as I find great difficulty in defining their behavior differently towards the people of Tobago who supported them overwhelmingly. They disguised themselves as Spartans. Do you all remember that? Spartans. And let's show the representative for Roxbury, remember that? Spartans pledging to fight for Tobago and Tobagonians. Yet most of their actions and policy decisions to date demonstrate a fight against Tobagonians and the best interests of Tobago. They hold no qualm in placing Tobago political officer. According to the Taiwan Journal of Democracy, volume 3, number 1, pages 29 to 62, in a journal entitled by Shalandra D. Sharma, good governance has several characteristics. It is participatory, consensus-oriented, accountable, transparent, responsive, effective, efficient, equitable, and inclusive, and follows the rule of law. At a minimum, good governance requires fair legal frameworks that are enforced impartially by an independent judiciary, and its decisions and enforcement are transparent or carried out in a manner that follows established rules and regulations. Since accountability cannot be enforced without transparency and the rule of law, accountability is a key requirement of good governance. Deputy Presiding Officer, I will now demonstrate the justification for good governance in Tobago. And one may ask, why is good governance essential in the political and economic climate of Tobago as of 2023? It is a truism that political institutions are necessary for economic development. Arguably, this is more likely to exist and function effectively under democratic rule. It is no accident that many countries that have reached the highest level of economic performance across generations are all stable democracies. In fact, one of the most robust findings of some 2 decades of research on democratization is that durable democracy is strongly correlated with economic development. Deputy Presiding Officer, the current THA administration has honored the existing procurement legislation more in breach than in its acceptance. Glaring examples include the stage in the sea, which was undertaken with no regard to the requirements under the Environmental Management Act and in accordance with proper procurement procedures. In fact, Deputy Presiding Officer, a cursory examination of that phenomenon reveals that the sea has begun to undermine the foundation of the stage. In the absence of the necessary studies, it is difficult not to assume that this action has resulted in some negative impacts in the Lambo area, much to the dissatisfaction of the residents who live on the coastline. In addition, Deputy Presiding Officer, because they got away with the approach to the construction of the stage in the sea, they tried to do the same thing with the construction of the connector road down by Friendship. Only this time, however, Deputy Presiding Officer, the AMA would have none of it. As a consequence of their predisposition to break the laws of Trinidad and Tobago, this matter is now in the High Court of this country. What is worse, Deputy Presiding Officer, but for the complaint of a gentleman residing in that area, we would not even have known that the project had begun. We would not know. It was only because of his highlighting the issue that we got a press release after giving us some information about the project, sparse information. Tobagonians are none the wiser as to what this project really entails. Have you seen the designs? My good friend from Bagatelle, Bacalet, have you seen the designs? Or my friend from Goodwood, Mount St. George? Or the well-learned councillor from Plymouth? Have you seen the designs? Absolutely no transparency, as would be expected if one is governing to the best tenets of good governance. Because I suspect this project is being treated like the audit, because I recall the Chief Secretary saying not even his colleagues, he has shown the audit. What a thing. In a clear case of follow the leader, the Division of Education, Research and Technology also displayed gross disregard for proper procurement practices. And I pause to inform the public of Tobago that after almost 8 months of requesting through the Freedom of Information to both the Division of Infrastructure and the Division of Education, Research and Technology for information regarding the roads in respect to infrastructure and the summer school repair program in respect to education, up to now, we can't get a response. But as a responsible minority leader, I have initiated actions to take this current administration for judicial review to ensure that we get that information, because what you would recognize, Deputy Presiding Officer, with respect to this Division of Education School Repair Program, the division broke set criteria with impunity. Take, for example, one of the criterion was that contractors engaged should be registered with the Central Procurement Officer. Deputy Presiding Officer, I have a list here. Let me put it up. A list of contractors not registered, not even in the database. Chelex, not in database. EAC Extraordinaire, not in database. The list goes on. Not in the database, but getting THA work. Breaking your own criterion. Further, and they must have some previous service with the division. So if you don't, perhaps you may have done work with the division before. I could call out again. Darude Contracting Limited. I wonder if that is Karu. I wonder if Darude is just a replacement for Karu. And I wonder if the member, or if one of the members of that administration has not, don't have a close relationship with a Karu. I'm just wondering, not in data, Darude, no previous works done, but getting contract. As far as I know, the secretary has a child for a Karu. Is that the same Karu?
Member, please retract your statement and stay relevant to the topic. Thank you.
I'm just wondering, so I retract the information shared, but I'm still wondering whether this Darude is really a Karu. That's all I'm wondering. Right? No previous service in the division. EJ Engineering, no previous works done. No previous works done. Right? However, There's a list of contractors who engage in this school repair program who were neither registered with the CPO nor provided service to the division. Deputy Presiding Officer, while the current administration had declared they will treat each electoral district equitably, the unfortunate reality is that this commitment remains unfulfilled. Deputy Presiding Officer, during May of fiscal 2022, I submitted a list of infrastructural works comprising of a minimum of 40 necessary projects across communities in the electoral district of Darrow Spring Wim. Deputy Presiding Officer, as I stand here today, less than 5% of the grand total of 2 of the listed projects have been executed. I tell you, minimum of 40, and all the people of the electoral district of Darrow Spring Wim got was a measly 2. Madam Deputy Presiding Officer, as Minority Leader, I am on record demanding that this administration treat with the unemployment challenges faced by all young Tobagonians. When this administration finally acceded to that call, they failed to even consider one uno name submitted from the unemployment registry of my electoral district. Not even one. And after having numerous conversations with the Chief Secretary, sending a list, because when people go down to Division of Works, they are being told to go by an area rep. So the people coming to me. So of course, the information we have, we share it with the Honorable Chief Secretary, and they do 10 on, they do 10 off. They do daily paid, they do short term. And I can say here, without any fear of contradiction, not one name. This representative here again, not one. Deputy Presiding Officer, how does this administration expect to build Tobago, child by child, village by village, community by community, when they are deliberately depriving the residents of Darrow Spring Wim of basic resources and employment opportunities? I shudder to think that this administration believes that the communities of Wim, Spring Garden, Darrow Spring, Glen Road, Idlewild, Montpelier, Mount Grace Heights, Wim Estate, Wim Crescent, Wim Development, Pump Mill, Montmary, Smithfield number 1, Smithfield number 2, Sanchez Hill, Plymouth Road and environs, and Tobagonians and deserving of opportunities too. I shudder to think. Deputy Presiding Officer, I wish to remind my colleagues that after the election, each one of us swore an oath to serve all the people of Tobago. All the people of Tobago, irrespective of their political affiliation. This oath must be honored at all times. Deputy Presiding Officer, at this point I want to pause to publicly thank the residents of Darrow Spring Wim for their patience and their understanding. Psalm 37:9 says, "For those who are evil will be destroyed, but those who hope in the Lord will inherit the land." One is enough with God. We will get through this period of political spite and victimization together, because no Good Friday lasts forever. There will always be a Resurrection Sunday. Resurrection is nigh. Deputy Presiding Officer, in any modern, rapidly developing society, the infrastructural network will be tested and required upgrading to keep pace with the rate of development. Even in the first world countries, such as the United States of America, trillions of dollars have been allocated to upgrading the country's infrastructure. In essence, any progressive government that is serious about development understands that infrastructural improvements underpin a developing society. Deputy Presiding Officer, in his delivery, the Chief Secretary attempted to paint Tobago's infrastructural challenges as a unique and novel one. This could not be further from the truth. Deputy Presiding Officer, what is unique is the ad hoc manner in which this administration has set out to develop this island's infrastructure. Deputy Presiding Officer, this administration will probably go down in history as the only one to ever cite Carnival or traffic as an emergency or an excuse to circumvent transparent procurement procedures to construct a new road. Imagine, Deputy Presiding Officer, in September 2022, the Chief Secretary told Tobagonians that his administration was embarking on the construction of 4 emergency roads for the purpose of the execution of Tobago's first ever Carnival. The Chief Secretary also attempted to let us believe that this emergency necessitated the employment of a sole select procurement process. Deputy Presiding Officer, what Tobagonians witnessed was instead a thinly veiled plot to bring in their unregistered Trinidad financiers to pocket the entire development budget allocated to the people of Tobago. Deputy Presiding Officer, I repeat, when green leaf fall in a water, and I rest my case. To my dismay, Deputy Presiding Officer, a comparative analysis of the rate used by the previous administration when compared to this administration for the Pigeon Point to Bonaccord connector road revealed grossly inflated price. So imagine we are being told of an audit where the Chief Secretary is accusing contractors of inflating price. And here it is in this document sent in by construction by a company called Innovative Roofing Construction Solutions and accepted as a successful proposal. You know what I'm charging for to pave and put down bitumen? So the contractors, they're talking about concrete road versus bitumen road and costing for $1,400. You know what this wicked administration paying these contractors? $2,700 per ton. Twice times the amount that he's claiming your Tobago contractors and prices are inflated. So he's saying they're corrupt. So I want to know if we Tobago contractors corrupt for charging and agreeing with the division, because they agreed, the both parties agreed this is the rate, $1,400. What will you call the acceptance of $2,700 per ton? That has to be corruption squared. Corruption 2 times. So if you want to jail Tobago contractors, you have to jail Trinidadians too. Deputy Presiding Officer, further, the total cost of the project is estimated to be $54 million. $54,781,820, as opposed to, how much this would have cost if it was a Tobago contractor using the $1,400 rate. Here what it would have cost, $36,156,000. So what this reveals, Deputy Presiding Officer, is that the project is actually $18 million more. 18. You know how much thing $18 million could do for we here in Tobago? The same administration telling you they don't have money. I waiting in Montpelier for a road just to get some patch. People bawling, people crying. They don't have no money to patch road. But here it is. You're going and build a new road and you are paying this contractor $18 million more than what it would have cost if a Tobago contractor did that job. Ain't that wickedness? Ain't that corruption? Ain't that an abuse of Tobago people? Just by way of another example, while they boast about completing the so-called emergency connector road from Smithfield to Dutch Fort in 19 days, costing over $19 million. You hear them boasting $19 million and we finish it in 19 days. But what they didn't tell you is that road costs only a whooping $1 million per day. $1 million. Who does work for $1 million a day in here? I don't even think man reach $400 a day. But $1 million a day, they give it to them Trinidadian contractors. And you know what? I didn't just let it rest there. No? I went and got a reputable, so just so you could get auditors, I went and get a quantity surveyor to go and assess the road. You know what was the figure that the quantity surveyor assessed? I want to go slow. And this is VAT included, $7,477,476.75. There's a whole difference at $12 million. They could have built the road 3 times. 3 times they could have built the road. But this wicked administration trying to persecute and prosecute your Tobagonians, and they're giving away your money. Wicked. Deputy Presiding Officer, an aggregation of the total cost of the 4 roads at Argyle to Roxborough, and Argyle cost $25,872,000, Dutch Fort to Scarborough, $19 million, Pigeon Point to Milford Court, $54 million, and Shervan Road to Storby Local Road, $65 million, reveals a cost of $165 million. It therefore means that over $165 million of your funds have been spirited away to their favored contractor friends in Trinidad. So all of them cussing your Tobago contractors, and they have you hating your Tobago contractors. $165 million gone. Poof, goes the weasel. But Deputy Presiding Officer, when you extrapolate the 34% difference in total cost across these 4 projects, it means the Tobago contractors could have done the same work and delivered these 4 projects for $56 million less. Let me repeat, $56 million less. You know what we could do with $56 million? And here it is, the Chief Secretary going and negotiate for more money. But you're giving away, spiriting away $56 million of Tobagonian money. And you have to ask yourself, why? Why an administration that came in with so much hope? The people of Tobago trusted you all, gave you all a chance, believed in you all. And when you get that opportunity, it's about fixing yourself and your Trinidad contractors. Deputy Presiding Officer, I will go further to ask the Secretary to lay the results of the traffic survey which provided the justification for executing these emergency works in this Honorable House. Where is the traffic survey? Because they told us it was an emergency. And I think for transparency, it is only fair that you provide each member with this traffic survey that informed your policy decision. It's only fair. Deputy Presiding Officer, as I have just mentioned, the central government, it would be remiss of me if I did not point out the importance of building a productive and collaborative relationship with the central government. Deputy Presiding Officer, what Tobagonians may not be aware of is that in addition to building a state-of-the-art terminal of the A&R Robinson International Airport, the previous administration had also negotiated, a lot of you all, even the colleagues here may not have known, that prior there was an agreement and arrangement through NITCO to build a dual carriageway. So, not a single carriageway and not one lane up, one lane down. it was Tobagonians getting for the first time. 2-lane thing, we're getting nice thing. We get 2 roads going up and 2 roads coming down. And we'll have been driving to a new spanking brand new airport on a spanking new dual-way carriageway road. And it also included, because up to now the member for Collar Hall, Mount Grace, Scarborough, Mount Grace, have not told us what does this road really come with. We don't know. But I could tell you what the road we were building was coming with. You are getting utility corridor. You know what is a utility corridor? You're putting all, you see them, all street lights and all them thing, the lines that was going underground. And your pipeline was going in a corridor so that you don't have to dig up the road and that kind of thing. It was going in a, so you're creating a utility corridor for your public utility infrastructure. You're getting roundabouts, and there was some beautification to come with it. Deputy Presiding Officer, this exciting and game-changing project would have delivered to the people of Tobago. I want to repeat this. This project was costing somewhere in the vicinity of $131 million. And hear this. Hear this. This same project that was costing $131 million, we, the people of Tobago, was going to get this project at absolutely no cost. Because you know what? The central government of Trinidad and Tobago, through NITCO, was going to not only manage the project, but they were going to fund the project. You know what we're getting in reverse? The same money they're begging Trinidad for is the same 65 million they want to pluck out from the little bit of money to go and build this road. Does that make any sense to you? So you're getting $131 million of a 2-lane highway, free. But you run and you're going to build a single-lane highway out of your own money that you say I don't have for $65 million. And you have to ask the question, why? Why would one want to spend their own money on a road where you're getting less as the project scope that you would have get free? Why? Perhaps is it that you like to feel the money in your pocket? I don't know. Because it makes absolutely no sense. I know some people like to walk around with plenty of money in their pocket. Some people say we're mature, we're doing our own thing, we're building our own thing, but I know if I could get something built for me free lawfully, I would take it. But perhaps my friends on the other side, they probably would explain to the people of Tobago, I hope they do, why they chose to go the way of using $65 million of Tobago's scarce money to build a 1-lane highway when they could have get free money building a 2-lane highway over $131 million. And I have the document, so I know you're going to come. I have the document to show. I have it. Deputy Presiding Officer, I would say no more on this issue, as this administration has a date in the High Court on this very same project. 25. Deputy Presiding Officer, the truth is that like the rest of Tobago, I shudder whenever I hear the words emergency, accelerate, and infrastructure in the same sentence from any member of this administration. The words are usually followed by unnecessary and illegitimate projects like stages in the sea or high court matters with the EMA. There is clearly no comprehensive plan for the infrastructural development of this island. Deputy Presiding Officer, to make matters worse, there is absolutely no transparency in the infrastructural development of Tobago. All of Tobago must be mortified and extremely circumspect as it relates to the over $600 million requested for management under the Division of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development. Only the good Lord knows whether Tobago would get value for money with these funds. Deputy Presiding Officer, I now turn to the Study Park Enterprise Limited. The previous administration went through painstaking efforts to redevelop, refocus, and re-energize the quarrying activities at Study Park. Deputy Presiding Officer, after the completion of the restructuring of SPEL in November of 2017, the Nordberg and Cedar Rapids crushing plants were completely refurbished with their capacities increased by over 60%. This led to a situation where SPEL was able to ramp up its production levels over 400%. Deputy Presiding Officer, additionally, the Barbados Bay Jetty was commissioned in February of 2019, leading to exports from Tobago to Trinidad. But more importantly, we were able to export aggregate to Guyana and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, thereby generating foreign exchange. The previous administration went further to negotiate with NITCO an arrangement where armored rock from SPEL was the choice material for coastal protection projects across Trinidad, so thereby increasing the output and the profitability of SPEL. Deputy Presiding Officer, can you imagine my disbelief when information came my way that a particular secretary attempted to intercept a legitimate export of material from Barbados Bay Jetty? You can very well imagine, Deputy Presiding Officer, the damage that was done to this lucrative business arrangement with legitimate entities in Trinidad. The proceeds from this arrangement benefited the people of Tobago specifically. So it is no surprise, Deputy Presiding Officer, when the data shows that construction and quarrying as a sector declined by 35%. This speaks to mismanagement, it speaks to incompetence, arrogance, and plain ignorance. Deputy Presiding Officer, it leads me to question why the Chief Secretary would signal the intention to acquire a new plant for SPEL when two perfectly working crushing plants were left by the previous administration. Who is this 60 million really for? Don't know. Maybe the pumpkin man could give us some more details. Just maybe. What is more astonishing, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I'm left to wonder, is if this administration does not have the capacity to keep a board in place, maintain legitimate business arrangements, maintain the current crushing plants, or even maintain previous output levels. Do they really have the capacity to add to the business offerings of SPEL? They can't even maintain a board, confusion and bacchanal. But you expect them, because right now the governance system at SPEL is in abeyance, and it can't even manage SPEL, can't even keep the board together, can't even maintain the crushing plant. But you're looking to go and make $60 million in investment and talking about horseshoe and this shoe and all kind of shoe. Is this just another pipe dream? I have to wonder. Deputy Presiding Officer, if this exercise were not serious, it would have been a joke. How in good conscience could the Chief Secretary stand before this honorable House and speak about a request for $2 million to reinforce the jetty on Bird of Paradise Island after the Secretary of Infrastructure previously boasted about the cost effectiveness of the current construction? Why are you in need of reinforcement when you have boasted that the works that were done were for less and they were done well? So why do you need this $2 million? Deputy Presiding Officer, by now we should not be surprised, as this is consistent with their overall style of management and mismanagement over the last 18 months. Deputy Presiding Officer, it is not all doom and gloom. It is not. I am pleased to see that the Chief Secretary intends to pay some attention, finally, to his electoral district. So I'm happy for the people of Pallitive, Lansome, Speyside. The mention of solution for Tilpin Bend is a welcome addition to the priorities of this administration for fiscal 2024. Deputy Presiding Officer, the former administration went through exhaustive process of public consultations, environmental surveys, topographical surveys, geotechnical surveys, among others, in order to produce actual designs for the re-engineering of Turpin Bend. Deputy Presiding Officer, Tobagonians can only hope and pray that this Turpin Bend solution does not become another fly-by-night emergency project, and instead the THA resources already invested into developing these plans will not go to waste. When I turn to education, Deputy Presiding Officer, I now turn to the critical issue of education. There are two basic philosophies that undergird the process of education: pedagogy and andragogy. The former speaks to a situation where the teacher has the responsibility to mentor or coach his or her children to achieve the various learning goals. In other words, the teacher has the task of motivating the children to learn. The latter has to do with adult education, where the basic assumption is that adults take responsibility for their own learning. In other words, adults are effectively self-directed learners. Deputy Presiding Officer, it is clear after listening to the presentation of the Chief Secretary that those who have the responsibility to manage the education portfolio at this time are inadequate to the task. Indeed, they might have proven their worth more in organizing the recruitment of individuals for propaganda campaigns. On page 34 of the budget statement document, bullet point number 2, it states, special and targeted intervention programs to deal with the COVID-19 induced learning losses. In addition, at paragraph 4.80, it states, we need to develop an online system that will allow students who can learn independently to do so with intermittent supervision. The same paragraph states as well, it will also allow parents with the capacity and time to teach their children at home. Do they really expect, Deputy Presiding Officer, that a 3 to 5-year-old child will learn independently with minimal teacher intervention? Do they really expect that? Should we really depend on parents who have the capacity to be a substitute for trained teachers? What about the parents who don't have the capacity? What happens to the children of such parents? This is a glaring omission. Additionally, no details are provided nor samples given about what the special and targeted and programs will look like. Maybe the Assistant Secretary can speak more to this, as he has an adequate background in education. In particular, the final sentence of the point made at section 4.79, speaking as if it can magically be put in place. When the minority brought in the House its first motion, the need for the implementation of a work from home policy, it was laughed and scorned at. You remember that, Minority Councillor? But yet it is recorded here as a magical plan to implement. So at least you could at least give the minority some credit. Smart school upgrades cannot take place within the fiscal year, within the next fiscal year. This is simply not feasible. The pandemic disproportionately disadvantaged students. Would the Secretary be able to enlighten us on an analysis about our students as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic? Does such information reside within the ambit of the Division of Education? The pandemic shifted the burden from the school to families, and this had grave consequences. There are legacy issues, and I'm hoping the Secretary would be able to say what the impact is on the academic integrity of our education system. As you know, Deputy Presiding Officer, it became easier for students to cheat. That is the reality. Some parents did work for their children, and some children were unsupervised during online sessions. Online educators were exposed to legal issues such as copyright for the inappropriate misuse of programs and lectures. The lack of student-to-teacher interaction left students feeling less passionate about their schoolwork, and we saw the effects of that with the school violence when they returned. Research around the world showed that on average, teachers in primary school were coping worse than teachers at the secondary and tertiary level. One is given the impression by the document that it is an easy transition by implying that a 4-year-old can go online and independently acquire the skills, knowledge, and attitudes required by the curriculum with only intermittent teacher involvement. Teachers would tell you that many students struggled with self-sufficiency and fell behind primarily due to distractions in their homes and online. Deputy Presiding Officer, are we really serious about what we are doing in education? Can the Secretary indicate in a contribution what is the current state of mental health of students, teachers, and parents as a result of post-COVID impacts? This concern is legitimate if only because the Secretary seems to be postulating a model where, to use her words, parents with the capacity and the time to teach their children at home will be allowed to do so. Deputy Presiding Officer, the document also made reference towards upgrading and modernizing our schools towards smart school classification and certification. There is no definition about what constitutes this smart school. What would it entail? What would be the modalities? What specific impact would it have on teacher training? What is the cost to repurpose these schools and in what time frame? Because if you were to go by the school repair program, which is still ongoing, I must say, whole year, and you still have school under repair, then what would happen to our schools? Even an examination of the estimates does not provide the answer. I sincerely hope that the Secretary and this Assistant Secretary can provide the information that will satisfy the discerning population in Tobago that this administration perhaps knows what they are about. Deputy Presiding Officer, repurposing of our school nutrition program. There are no details. I'm hoping that the Secretary can provide some details. I'm aware that under the previous administration, there was a restructuring of the menu to link the school nutrition program with local agricultural production. Deputy Presiding Officer, the children used to clean their plates, enjoying the fruits, good Tobago products like cassava, and I think sometime I saw saltfish. I see them enjoying the banana that was planted as well. To put it in local vernacular, they used to lick up their fingers. Deputy Presiding Officer, given that the intention is to address the rising level of obesity and non-communicable diseases among our children, the document is silent in respect of a strategy designed to raise the level of physical activity of our students within our schools. As a part of a collaborative program between the Division of Education, Youth and Sport, coaches went to schools to assist with physical education activities. They complemented the sports program that was being executed in the schools. And I'm simply asking, is this still in place, Deputy Presiding Officer? Deputy Presiding Officer, this approach was consistent with the vision of the past administration for the overall development of our future men and women of Tobago. Deputy Presiding Officer, collaboration across divisions was indeed the necessary axis around which the operations of the THA revolved. However, Deputy Presiding Officer, it seems as though today these divisions are operating in silos, and that is the only reason why you have land management under the Office of the Chief Secretary awarding a plot of land down at Friendship to some investors to do a water park, and then the Secretary of Infrastructure building a road straight through the water park. They're operating in silos. They don't talk in exec. Because I can for once understand how you can award to one to do a development and then in the same breath, the secretary awarding to a contractor to build a road. Perhaps they will explain. Deputy Presiding Officer, I revert to education. Permit me to give you a snapshot of what the education system looked like under the previous administration. A retrospective view on education. In 2019, online education was systematically and structurally introduced in all schools in Tobago from ECC to tertiary. There was comprehensive training of principals and teachers by Information Technology Training Partnership Network, ITTPN. There were sensitization sessions of parents and guardians. Devices were provided to allow access for all students and teachers. There was collaboration with internet providers to make connectivity more predictable. The education website was relaunched and improved. Online teaching is already available to mature and advanced learners. A seamless approach to development of education from nursery to tertiary needs to be continued. The word seamlessly was mentioned loosely to move from in-person teaching and learning to online model. An online model already exists. No mention of strategies or programs to transition students from ECCE to primary level. No policy or program to provide support for teachers at the primary level. The instructional coaches were disbanded and cast into the SEA, the C, with absolutely nothing to replace it. Interestingly, the Ministry of Education has now embraced this program with open arms, and it is in the implementation stage in schools in Trinidad. There is need for continuous professional development of teachers as a year-round activity. The Teachers Professional Development Center was disbanded when this administration came into office. What has become of the impact program that was supposed to be a year-long initiative to assist students who scored under 30% at SEA? Not a word on this in the budget. Is it that the program has gotten lost in the sea as well? Teachers and students are in need of instructional support that will facilitate a more seamless and comfortable movement into the secondary schools. Disbandment of the Pan and Music in School program for primary schools. No focus on the aesthetic development of our students. Stakeholders of the Scarborough Secondary School are aghast with the protracted delay of the construction of the school. The relationship that were developed with the tertiary education institutions have been eroded. These relationships facilitated a seamless movement of students from secondary to tertiary education. Relationships with MIC, YTEP, CCC, and others have weakened. Minor mention of the importance of technical vocational education for Tobago. A cost-effective and partnership approach was in place, but has been overlooked and disregarded. This neglect minimized the number of Tobagonians with access to TVET education. The expansion of the Roxborough Trade Center and integration with Roxborough Secondary are not new suggestions. The idea of upgrading THTI to university status seems to have been abandoned by this administration. Madam Presiding Officer, I now turn to the health sector. Deputy Presiding Officer. Deputy Presiding Officer, if the present administration is serious about addressing the health priorities of the Tobago population, the administration would have presented a clinical program that addresses health and wellness, which is consistent with Goal 3 of the Sustainable Development Goals, which speak to a focus on good health and well-being. They would have also focused on risk factor reduction, for example, increasing the availability and consumption of healthier diets, and taking steps to increase the levels of physical activity among the population. In the development of a plan for this population, the focus and emphasis must be, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I wish to ask, for which population is this plan? Sorry, Deputy Presiding Officer. In the development of a plan for this population, the focus and emphasis must be on 1, primary prevention, which includes health promotion and disease prevention, and 2, secondary prevention, which includes diagnosis, treatment and care, rehabilitation, and palliative care. Madam Deputy Presiding Officer, I wish to ask, for which population is this plan? It just cannot be Tobago. This population faces serious non-communicable diseases, for example, cardiovascular diseases, heart attacks and strokes, cancers, hypertension and diabetes. What is their response? They superficially speak of quality of life. Whilst they speak about improving the quality of life, there is no plan to do that. Quality of life has to do with the impact of a perceived health state in the context of a person's ability to live a fulfilling life. When we speak of a quality of life from a health disease perspective, it has to do with the social, emotional, and physical well-being of a patient adhering to his or her treatment. In fact, this is consistent with the WHO definition of health. Where in the budget document is the articulated plan for such? None, nada, nil. Deputy Presiding Officer, the Chief Secretary comments on the health sector have left little doubt that this administration is yet to get a clear understanding of the strategic management of Tobago's health sector. I am left to believe the numerous complaints that the Secretary of Health has no clear vision or plan to achieve the goals set out in the Sustainable Development Goal number 3, good health and well-being, which are also echoed in the National Vision 2030 plan. Quite simply, Deputy Presiding Officer, they on that side do not have a clue. I was waiting to hear how they would reduce the number of citizens affected by NCDs. Nothing. Deputy Presiding Officer, it is said if you diagnose incorrectly, you would prescribe incorrectly. So in order to have an accurate diagnosis, there must be an abundance of accurate information and data. None has been provided. As a matter of fact, Deputy Presiding Officer, I was listening attentively for the data on the NCD's mortality rate. There was none. Cancer mortality rate, none. Hypertension rate, nada. Diabetes mortality rate, zilch. Deputy Presiding Officer, continuing with this theme of health and wellness, the question remains, how is this function going to be delivered when you have not shown how screening would be strengthened at the primary care level? All you have said is that you would improve primary care. Tell us how. What is the plan and how we plan to do that? Deputy Presiding Officer, the previous administration committed to and delivered on the following: empowerment of the people to lead their healthier lifestyles, school health, nutrition education, education and testing for NCDs, mental health awareness, health promotion and disease prevention. Deputy Presiding Officer, in reality, in order to have any positive impact on the rate of NCDs, you need the data. This data is used to plan the services which are responsive to the needs. Are you aware that the previous administration had established a NCD registry? Are you aware of that? Deputy Presiding Officer, a few words of advice to this administration. Settle down, buckle down, and focus on the task at hand. Settle down, buckle down, and focus on the task at hand. Stop toying with the lives of Tobagonians. Deputy Presiding Officer, at present there are 17 health centers and 2 state-of-the-art hospitals. This is part of the impressive legacy of successive PNM administrations. The fact that this administration plans to upgrade only the Plymouth Health Center and the Canaan Health Center to a district facility bears eloquent testament to the quality and well-appointed nature of our health centers and hospitals which they inherited. Deputy Presiding Officer, through you, I would like to ask the Honorable Chief Secretary whether he has ever made a visit to the spanking new Roxborough Hospital, a project undertaken by a PNM THA and a PNM central government. Notwithstanding health is an item in the 5th schedule, that is what collaboration brings you. And that's why I keep telling you all, there's a difference between fighting and fighting up. When you fight, is the grass that gets trampled. But when you fight up and you collaborate, you get things done for those that depend on the services. Deputy Presiding Officer, a new neonatal ICU for Tobago is a great idea. Very good idea. But the question is, how is the Chief Secretary, or for that matter, the Secretary of, or the question is the Chief Secretary, or for that matter, the Secretary of Health, aware of the list of the pharmaceuticals required for the hospital to operate effectively that are currently unavailable and has been so for some time? Are you aware that the list is exhaustive? As far as on about 8 or so pages of pharmaceuticals that the hospital just don't have? Are you aware, Deputy Presiding Officer, that there's no supply of Coreg for heart failure? So if anyone of we drop down here now, we're in trouble. Avodant for men with prostate. So all them fellas that, as you know, black men as we age, we start to get prostate problem. If you go up to the hospital, no medication for you. Medication for diabetes. Medication for people with STDs, sickle cell. And Deputy Presiding Officer, I have not even exhausted the list. I am sure, given the complaints I have received, that if one were to compile a list, it would be anywhere between 8 to 10 pages long. Where are you planning to pay the services for neonatologists? Where are you paying? That's an expensive expenditure. How are you going to pay it? You need to tell us. Now, I want to especially emphasize on the issue at Roxborough Hospital. There's a need for a new hyperbaric chamber. Where is the new hyperbaric chamber promised for Roxborough? Deputy Presiding Officer, it is my understanding that we are paying a private contractor from Trinidad again $288,000 a month to burn biowaste for the disposal of biowaste, while the microwave incinerator at Roxborough has never been turned on. So here it is, brand new incinerator at Roxborough, never turned on. But somebody paying a supplier from Trinidad $288,000 a month. How much money that is a year? Let's say my math school. You're paying at least $2 million, almost close to $3 million. All right, chartered accountant, $3 million a year to burn biowaste when you have a spanking new one sit down up at Roxborough. Deputy Presiding Officer, many of the medical services at the Roxborough Hospital are not being carried out due to the failure of the Secretary to engage the relevant staff. One is left to wonder whether this is because this building was delivered under the People's National Movement Administration. Is this despite the people of Tobago East because the PNM built this hospital for the people of Tobago East? You propose to purchase a new MRI unit as well as a CT scan unit. But I ask the question, what is the timeline for this acquisition? Because given the long lead time for acquisition of these pieces of equipment, have you begun the process of procuring these pieces of equipment? Tell us. If so, on what stage of the process are you currently at? For example, have you already done an RFP? Tell us. How much was the final settlement for the wrongful dismissal of the general manager of HR? Because I asked that question in this house. Let us know, let Tobagonians know how much you all settled because you had in place a CEO with no board. Let us know. Waste again. Precious Tobago money. Tell us what you all paid, because I understand it is in the millions. And while we were telling you all, we cautioned you all about that arrangement, but the secretary perhaps was happy to have someone that you had full control, perhaps. So there was no rush, but it has cost us millions of taxpayers' dollars. The budget states that the division intends to digitize the following: medical records, pharmacy, laboratory, but Deputy Presiding Officer, so little is known by this administration, because if they had done or took the time to liaise with the relevant professionals and public servants within the division, they would have known that there is already a laboratory information system implemented at the Scarborough General Hospital. Guess my good friend left the Division of Health too early. For the record, the previous administration had already planned the expansion of outpatient oncology services by upgrading the old nurses' hostel and utilizing it for oncology patients. A budget was also provided for phase 1. Let me turn to emergency ambulances, because I understand that is a great challenge right now. Deputy Presiding Officer, when the previous administration demitted office, they left 6 of the 10 emergency ambulances working. Let me repeat, 6 of the 10 were working on the watch of the current secretary and deputy chief secretary. You know how much working to service all of Tobago? Only 2 ambulances are currently working. What a disaster. All the time, you know. You see her, she on Channel 5, she on update, she doing live. She know everything about health. Now we give her 6 ambulances and we're down to 2. Tell me about that. Deputy Presiding Officer, I take note of the fact there's the intention to convert the Canaan Health Center to a district health facility so as to provide extended hours of service for the people of Canaan and environs to 24 hours. Whilst I have no issue with the intent in principle, the question must be asked, is there data which supports the need for this move? Because I realize this administration seems to be an administration by VAPs. I feel too. It sounds nice. It looks good. But what are the data underpinning these fundamental policy decisions? And if so, can the Secretary with the responsibility read into the record of this Honorable House the data that unquestionably supports this move? Deputy Presiding Officer, this administration approved 2 motions in this House dealing with social protection. I recall an all-of-government approach to ensure that the needs of all vulnerable women and children are met, and a one-stop diagnostic initiative. Disappointingly, this budget fails to report on the success or lack thereof of this very initiative whereby the administration had planned to utilize a whole-of-government approach to its distribution of social support to those persons most in need in Tobago, using a case conferencing model. Would the Secretary in her response please provide the necessary evaluation and any future contemplated action? We want to know, because I recall pointedly you get that a directive was given that the policy will be developed by June of 2022. We are in June of 2023, where the policy there. Wait there. Deputy Presiding Officer, one would have expected that this administration would seek to strengthen surveillance at our various ports of entry in alignment with our tourism sector. One recalls the unfortunate incident at the port in Charlottesville in circumstances where a cruise ship docked and there was an absence of port health staff to do the necessary monitoring and surveillance. Additionally, Shouldn't we be strengthening our hotel-based surveillance as well, so as to reduce the incidence of foodborne diseases to residents and visitors alike? Deputy Presiding Officer, I turn to waste disposal management. The budget document is silent on the whole question of waste disposal at Studley Park Quarry, at Studley Park, sorry. Deputy Presiding Officer, we on this side and the rest of Tobago are curious to know about the administration's plan for sustainable waste disposal. Tell us. Deputy Presiding Officer, I now turn my attention to the agricultural sector. Take my time with agriculture. Like agriculture. Deputy Presiding Officer, it is great to see that the administration has chosen to implement mega farms. So accrediting the Secretary. Good to see, nice idea. It sounds good. An idea close to the heart of the late Prime Minister, Mr. Patrick Augustus Mervyn Manning. My only concern will be who gets the opportunities to develop these farms, and what will be the process. Are we going to be just hand-picking people, or are we going to allow Tobagonians with the requisite passion and capacity to participate in this program? We hope that you will not go down the road and the route we saw with Novo Farms, because at this point, while Novo Farms, they have been benefiting. I saw a bill, I think it's $2 million for product for the food box program. $2 million. Tobagonians were balling. Remember this farmer guy, balling. Then taking the products. They had to beg, they had to make noise. And Novo Farm was going with $2 million. You will crush pumpkin and all kind of things, and you could get fresh pumpkin from Tobago. The Tobago Agricultural Research Institute was proposed in the last budget, and we see it come up again. We hope it is not yet one of the many promises made by this administration that is not kept, because hope it doesn't, because I don't think we'll have too much longer. Eh? So hasten your footsteps. Deputy Presiding Officer, I also have concerns about the markets and food hubs that have been planned. However, if you talk to the farmers in Tobago, they are very disturbed by the shift in usage of the temporary market facility at Shore Park to a food hub. Deputy Presiding Officer, in addition to food sales, what we see are entertainment activities, including All Fours tournament. So imagine the food hub hosting All Fours, karaoke nights, birthday parties for plasters and others, juve parties, and the list goes on and on. Deputy Presiding Officer, I remind this Honorable House that the intention of that facility, once the renovated Scarborough Market was completed, was to be used as a farmer's market. You know that? That facility was to be used as a farmer's market. It is no wonder that on this administration's watch, agricultural production declined by 9.5% and only contributed a meager 2% to the island's overall GDP for the period under review. Deputy Presiding Officer, we also observed the move to produce alternative flowers, and again, I want to express the displeasure being voiced by the stakeholders in the sector that this administration has abandoned the facility and equipment constructed at Glosborough. Deputy Presiding Officer, if you listen to this administration's plans for alternative flowers and agro-processing, you would recognize that there is a clear disconnect. This administration is seeking to supply the domestic market with over 6 tons of flour, Currently, Tobago produces only about 4,000 pounds of cassava per month. However, it would be folly to think all of that can produce in Tobago on a monthly basis. Obviously, they have to import. Therefore, I hope the Secretary can disclose in her presentation the details of the agreement which was signed between Novo and the THA. I hope that the Secretary will lay in this Honourable House the MOU that outlines the details of the arrangement between the Tobago House of Assembly and the Novo farms. Deputy Presiding Officer, the aim of the previous administration was to build the agro-processing sector in Tobago. Flour was but one of the products to be produced. They intended to use all root crops at the facility to produce flour, fries, chips, mixes, composite flours, etc. The previous administration even brought in equipment for the small agro-processors to have access to. The entire value chain with crops and animals was targeted. Deputy Presiding Officer, at present, the construction of the facility at Goldsboro is halted. This is a total waste of taxpayers' money, where an investment was already made, and now that project is being abandoned. This facility is a far superior facility to the Sea Blast-ridden packing house. The majority of the farmers are located from Goldsboro to Charlottesville. Hence, this Goldsboro facility is an ideal location. I note that we are now carrying the packing house down to Cove, and this would be a significant inconvenience for farmers who are located mainly in Tobago East. Deputy Presiding Officer, I cannot help but notice that TADCO is now taking the products produced by the small agro-processors, slap their label on it, and market it as their own. This model was previously explored. However, it was proven to be unsuccessful in empowering the small agro-processors to grow. The plans of the previous administration was to create opportunities and markets for the predictable purchase and distribution of value-added products of the agro-processors. Deputy Presiding Officer, there's a lot of construction planned for the sector, and while these facilities are necessary, one must question the resources of Tobago, whether the resources of Tobago can accommodate these projects. For example, the mega farm project is estimated to cost 51 million, and there's an allocation of 39 million earmarked for development works in agriculture. The question is, Deputy Presiding Officer, are these projects realistic? Will the division have $90 million available to implement these projects? So again, I ask, are these projects realistic? Deputy Presiding Officer, if the administration is comfortable with selling dreams and unrealistic promises, then I would want to suggest very strongly that they immediately call the elections and allow the people of Tobago to elect a responsible government. I repeat, and strongly suggest that if this administration is intended on only selling dreams while Tobagonians perish in nightmare, then they might as well call the elections and allow the people of Tobago to elect a responsible government. Deputy Presiding Officer, arguably, there is a strong nexus between economic growth and job creation. As stated earlier, we recognize that the COVID-19 pandemic resulted in significant contractions to the Tobago economy and consequential job losses in the fledgling private sector on the island. In light of the current state of the island's economy, it is imperative that critical action be taken to stimulate the Tobago economy. In this regard, the following can be pursued. 1. Facilitate mortgages for 25 to 40-year-olds for households earning less than $10,000 per month through negotiated arrangements with financial institutions, example banks, credit unions, and the TTMF. This strategy can have the intended advantage of stimulating the construction industry, thereby providing jobs to our contractors and our skilled and semi-skilled artisans. The approach will also increase the opportunities for the development of small, micro, and medium enterprises in providing the necessary goods and services for these projects. 2. Create and implement a business development and trade facilitation unit that supports innovation both in the public and private sectors on the island. Such an initiative is necessary to provide the required mentoring and coaching in order to build confidence in our entrepreneurs, as well as to assist them in accessing and penetrating the domestic market, Trinidad with a population of 1.3 million, as well as markets in the Caribbean, Latin America, and North America. 3. Optimize the use of our trade centers, as well as expanding the current construction certification training program started under the previous administration under the Division of Education. This targeted intervention is designed to increase the pool of skilled and semi-skilled persons on the island, thereby providing both opportunities for job creation as well as individual contractors or accessing job opportunities in the construction sector. 4. Continue the initiative started by the previous administration of transitioning THDI into a Tobago-based university, expanding the current offerings of civil engineering, agriculture and tourism, and business. At present, there is a collaboration between THDI and UTT. This collaboration can be strengthened to include programs such as the performing and fine arts, physical education and fashion and design, and marine engineering, to name a few. Such collaboration can also be extended to other regional and international universities. Deputy Presiding Officer, not only will this initiative ensure that we cater for the multiple intelligences and talents of our people, but THDI as a full-fledged university, through the attraction of foreign students, can become a pivotal axis for the stimulation of economic activity throughout the island. Deputy Presiding Officer, herein lies the fundamental difference between those on this side and those on the other side. We are not making vague, flowery statements for the sake of padding a document. For the sake of padding a document, just put it in figures. On the contrary, we are positing specific, doable, innovative ideas, whilst simultaneously illustrating the links to economic development, including presenting the intended advantages that can accrue to our residents as well as our economy. So we are not just writing one-word statements with no explanation as to the how, to the why, what are the knock-on effects. We are not doing that. We are showing you the plan, we are telling you how we will implement the plan, and we are telling you about the benefits to be derived from the plan. P&M style. Deputy Presiding Officer, I now turn my attention to tourism. The Tobago tourism industry, after achieving record highs under the P&M administration, has battled through a number of external shocks beyond our control. Global economic downturns, wars, terrorism, devastating natural disasters, chaos in the airline industry, global health crises such as SARS, and one can never forget the dreaded COVID-19 pandemic, have put a dent in the tourism industry. In the meantime, Deputy Presiding Officer, the rapidly evolving digital age coupled with the liberalization of air travel opened up new competing destinations in Southeast Asia, such as Thailand and Indonesia. Major capital investment in the hospitality sector saw competitors develop expansive new luxury resorts and attractions. Major players from China and even the Arab countries also saw tourism as a way to diversify their oil and gas investment portfolios, such as Dubai project reaped huge rewards and was regarded as visionary. Deputy Presiding Officer, the PNM administration was saddled with the perennial challenge of difficult negotiations with airlines to service the island, as they often complained of three specific challenges. One was the stock of high-end rooms, which was too low. Two, the exit of Hilton meant there were no more brand name hotels. And three, the A&R Robinson International Airport does not currently have any hospitality suites, and such they could not promote the destination to first class and business class passengers. For the sake of the records, Deputy Presiding Officer, it should be noted that in 2010, the then Patrick Manning-led PNM administration had assented to and had proceeded to tender and award a contract for the construction of a new airport terminal for Tobago. This is public knowledge, Deputy Presiding Officer. Deputy Presiding Officer, it is also public knowledge that when the Kamala Persad-Bissessar-led People's Partnership government, of which members in this House sat in the Senate, they, for ease of reference, and I shall refer to as the friends of this administration, took office in 2010, and they jettisoned the airport reconstruction project. This is all public knowledge. Madam Deputy Presiding Officer, it was with these preceding factors in mind that the previous administration engaged the attention of a Prime Minister who was willing to actively address the perennial challenges listed above. Hence, Deputy Presiding Officer, the determination of the Honorable Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley led central government to execute the previously mentioned Sandals project, the Marriott Hotel project, coupled with the construction of a modern airport terminal with all of the necessary amenities. These were not vanity projects, Deputy Presiding Officer. These are visionary projects. I repeat, these are visionary projects. These projects were meant to address the debilitating challenges the tourism sector on the island faces year in, year out. Yet, Deputy Presiding Officer, those on the other side collaborated with their friends from Trinidad to stop the Sandals. They attempted to stop the Marriott, and we know that they attempted to halt the airport project. To the dismay of a vast majority of tourism stakeholders and most right-thinking Tobagonians, they did succeed in stopping the Sandals project. Thankfully, they weren't so successful with the airport. So, Deputy Presiding Officer, you can imagine my utter shock and disbelief when I heard this Chief Secretary, while among international stakeholders at ITB in Germany, boasting about these upcoming projects. I wanted to know if it's the same Chief Secretary. When I hear the man talking about rebuilding a brand new international airport, that could be the same airport you were telling people to march and don't move from. And that's why I continue to say, the person, the member for Palliative Landsome Speyside purports to be, and the person that he truly is, are two completely different people. Deputy Presiding Officer, he who is in the kitchen really feels the heat. And I'm glad they're feeling the heat now, because before outside, when they were looking outside and watching the People's National Movement take Tobago through unprecedented development for 21 years, they thought it was easy. We made it look easy. But now that they're in the hot seat, you're hearing secretaries telling people, rest me, give me a break. Some of them telling them, I can't give everybody work. They're balling. They now feel how difficult governance truly is. Deputy Presiding Officer, while we are at the topic of airports, I wish to set the record straight on the matter of Condor Airlines. This airline has serviced Tobago on a seasonal basis since 2015. Deputy Presiding Officer, despite the boast by the Chief Secretary in his presentation on Monday, I have information that the leadership of the Tobago Tourism Agency Limited mishandled the straightforward negotiations so badly that we almost did not have the flight at all. Because you recall that there was a window of absence. They handled that negotiation so badly, we almost lost out on that Condor contract. Deputy Presiding Officer, as we are on the matter of TTAL and its leadership, I wish to register some grave concerns. In April of this year, Deputy Presiding Officer, in this very chamber, you may recall that the Secretary of Tourism was asked a number of questions concerning the Executive Chairman of TTAL by my colleague, the Minority Councillor. This individual was apparently given the additional responsibility of duties of CEO because, and I quote, it was recognized that within the organizational structure of the Tobago Tourism Agency Limited, there existed no other senior person who could take up the chair as an acting CEO during that time, so a decision was taken to ask the chairman to perform executive chairman duties, and that was agreed to at an executive council meeting. Deputy Presiding Officer, as a result, the secretary indicated that the executive chairman, who happens to be a close relative of a former minority leader of this house, now receives a handsome remuneration of over $45,000 plus allowances. Deputy Presiding Officer, I have a serious concern. I have before me information that at the time this decision was made, the then product development manager not only had years of relevant experience, but he is also the holder of a PhD in tourism. So here it is, the secretary came to the house, telling the house, misleading the house, that there was no one within the management framework of the Tobago Tourism Agency Limited with the relevant qualifications to hold on or act in the post of CEO. But here it is, information at hand shows that the director of product development had a PhD in tourism. So and multiple years in experience, as far as I understand, he's managing a hotel now. And I want you to juxtapose that. In an island where tourism is at its all-time low, you throw away a man with a PhD in tourism and you install and appoint a close relative of a former minority leader that now is, as far as I understand, one of the behind-the-doors advisors of this administration to the position of CEO. Executive chairman, sorry, but also having the CEO position. And what that means, therefore, and the question is, I would like the goodly secretary when she comes to tell us how this executive chairman is more qualified than this gentleman with a PhD. The question is, does she even have qualifications in tourism? Tell us. And what is her qualification? What is her previous experience in tourism management? Because you cannot tell me your island is underperforming. Your island is at a point where it needs to rebound from and rebuild its tourism sector. And you put basically a novice to run the affairs of the tourism. All in a serious? Are these people really serious? You take a complete novice, an inexperienced person, not even a qualification in tourism, to head Tobago's most important sector, and you expect to get the requisite results? That is the definition of madness. Deputy Presiding Officer, so you could understand how this could create an environment that is demoralizing. Because if I have better qualifications than you, but you supervising me, how I as the employee below you would feel? As far as I understand, the environment there is toxic, and there is currently an exodus of qualified and experienced staff. This is yet another attempt to enrich their friends, and it is a blatant show that they just do not care about the people of Tobago. The executive chairman has been busy ensuring that the funds earmarked for specific projects and programs, they are spent on travel. Look, I have a travel bill here. ITB alone, Deputy Presiding Officer. ITB alone, watch it. Breakdown of per diem and stakeholder support for travel contingent. Miss Alicia Edwards, $37,392. 37,000. Chris James, 37,000. Pearl Henry, 37,000. The total cost of airfare for the total traveling contingent, 94,000. Both expenses for the destination stand, 1,458,000. Videography and photography expenses, 218,000. Chief Secretary Farley's expense inclusive.
Remember, I spoke to you about the name callings already. Address.
Chief Secretary, I'm reading the
address by
Chief
portfolio.
Secretary Farley Augustine's expense inclusive of airfare and related allowances, inclusive of per diem. 88,000. 88,000. Secretary of the Division of, here this one here, Secretary of Tourism, 94,000 for how much days? How much days this be? 5 days? Breakdown, 7 days, sorry. The breakdown of the cost. It has security to it, 38,000. Another 38,000. Another 38,000. 29,000. 29,000. 29,000. 29,000. How much thousand this be now? Deputy Presiding Officer, this is scandalous.
Very.
I want only really, how will let us feel about when only hear these things? Truthfully, as independents. Hearing how Tobago money is being wasted on traveling. And what were the rewards? I hope that when the Secretary stands, she will tell us what because we spend over $3 million. And there's something called ROI, return on investment. I would love to hear what are the return on investment accrued to the people of Tobago from this trip. Because you carry a big contingent. So I would have expected by now we're getting 100,000 tourists. Where the tourists them there? Where they there?
Minority Councillor.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I beg to move that the House remain seated until the Minority Leader finishes its presentation.
Members, the question put is that the Minority Leader be allowed to finish his presentation and then we break for lunch. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Minority Leader, you may continue.
Deputy Presiding Officer, and while we on this, I also want to read into the records a question asked on the budget for the Tobago Carnival based on the expenses and continued expenses, $9 million. And then the Tobago Carnival in February, another almost $10 million, that's $19 million. Deputy Presiding Officer, and if we figure in jazz, that's another $8.5 million. 3 festivals within the space of 6 months. Of course, the people of Tobago almost $30 million where the requisite and relevant benefits. $30 million spent in 6 months. Where the tourists them there? Where they there? We now see them. $30 million. Awarding numbers, bring out the numbers, they reevaluate. Let Tobagonians know that you spent $30 million on festivals and how many tourists came. Let us know and tell us how many Tobagonians benefit. Because I also asked a question. We've seen how our Tobagonian service providers are being starved, so they're taking the people them food, or they're drinking the people them drinks, and all them not paying the people them afterwards. Is months they're waiting, but they're jettisoning and enjoying $90,000 in per diem and all kind of madness. Or they're so having a good time, or they're eating with knife and fork, no more bread and butter, or they're done with bread and butter issues. Oh, they're enjoying it. Imagine somebody got Jamaica for a birthday party in here. 4 secretaries going to Jamaica to sign 1 MOU. And when you look at the report, imagine you're going for 9 days, but you only have 1 activity. 9 days you're up in Jamaica, but you have 1 activity. You could imagine the bill. 4 people, and up to now we ain't see the MOU. We've been asking for the MOU. Up to now we can't see MOU, but 4 secretaries, all they do have work to do. Because I can't see for a serious administration that's seeing about serious business. 4 executive members will leave this island to go and sign an MOU that nobody have seen as yet. Madness. All they do have work. If all they do war, the work, get out. One is spending and wasting Tobagonian money, $30 million. Where the benefits? Deputy Presiding Officer, I have even more questions than answer given the contradicting statements of the Chief Secretary on Monday. During his presentation, the Honourable Member boasted about the crucial role that Tobago Festival Commission has to play. These statements were made even after the instruction was given to remove the responsibility for the planning and execution of the Tobago Heritage Festival from the Festivals Commission. And as far as I understand, and the Secretary, and instead, this bumper festival were given to the Assistant Secretary to the Department of Culture. Deputy Presiding Officer, as far as I understand, I say it's going to be a bumper season. What is baffling me, Deputy Presiding Officer, is the statement that the administration intends to widen the reach of the Tobago Heritage Festival. But yet you are scaling down the festival. How could you widen a road but cut short the road? How could you widen? You understand me, Minority? You're saying it's going to be bumper, you're going to create something bigger and better. But yes, you're cut off. I remember I'm from Wim, and though we hadn't had the wake and bongo for a while, I know other villages would have adopted the wake and bongo. Where's the wake and bongo? I used to like to go Golden Lane as well, where they tell stories. Where Golden Lane, where the events of Golden Lane. That bumper like he lose some ear. That bump, I ain't seen the bumper at all. Deputy Presiding Officer, a people without a culture is a people without a soul. I want to repeat that. A people without a culture is a people without a soul. We have to ensure that our children have an appreciation for our culture when you scale down. How will they know or learn about these things? What are we doing to our people? We are going to leave our children soulless. Deputy Presiding Officer, can any one of you dance the jig on that side? Can you all jig? Can you all jig? Huh? I wonder. Deputy Presiding Officer, I'm informed that many of the current secretaries have only attended the Charlottesville. I hear them out of their own mouth say that on camera. This is the first time I've been to Charlottesville. Deputy Presiding Officer, it is no wonder that they don't want that. It is no wonder that they want to scale it down. It's not important to them. They have never seen heritage as an important part of the fabric of the people of Tobago. They do not understand nor respect the significance. Deputy Presiding Officer, if we jump to the upcoming Tobago Carnival, I beg to ask the question. What are the lessons learned from the last Tobago Carnival? What is being done differently for the second staging of the Tobago Carnival? One lesson that certainly was not learned earlier is earlier planning, as the staff at festivals are still awaiting some or any directive on the way forward. And my understanding is not just the staff. I speak to many stakeholders in the Carnival fraternity and the people making the mass band leaders. They also don't know. People want to book flights. They don't know. They don't know what's going on. No direction, no information. But you know what is sad? When you look at the marketing budget, imagine marketing for the jazz, which started to be promoted. Well, I don't even know where they promote the jazz. But you know how much was the marketing price for the jazz? $2.4 million. Where they spend the money? What they spend the money on? $2.4 million, and you only start marketing because nobody knew the date of the jazz until 1 month before. You barely see any advertisement, you barely see any flyer, you barely see any billboard. But $2.4 million on marketing for jazz. And I'm sure, well, last time they went Grenada, I wonder where they're going to fly to go and learn about Carnival. Imagine, you fly over Trinidad because you want to go first class and enjoy taxpayers' money on trip. So you run to Grenada to learn about Jab Jab. But I expect to see Jab Jab in this mass this year, because I didn't see none. I look for Jab Jab, no Jab Jab. No Jab Jab. But I like Carnival, so I expect to play Jab Jab. Because that trip, you remember how much that trip was? Almost $300,000. So you leave your counterparts in Trinidad. Trinidad is Mecca of Carnival. Imagine I was in Miami, happened to be in Miami, and you know who up there? NCC, Marketing Carnival. And you know what? Tobago was nowhere up there to market Tobago Carnival. Are you serious? Well, I talk for Tobago. Well, they didn't send me, but I love Tobago, so I talked for Tobago. And that is why you need people who would serve Tobago in and out of office. I don't need no taxpayer paying for me to go and market Tobago because I love my island. Some of these people, the first time they end up on a plane is when taxpayers' money start paying for them and never pay for themselves. And that is the reality. I don't need that. When you love something, You do it from the heart. Deputy Presiding Officer, let me turn to sport. I'll listen to you all for 3.5 hours, or they'll listen to me for 3.5 hours as well. Deputy Presiding Officer, it was the late great statesman Nelson Mandela who declared that sport has the power to change the world. It has the power to inspire. It has the power to unite people in a way that little else does. It speaks to youth in a language they understand. I'm a product of sport, so I understand it. I love it. Sport can create hope where once there was only despair. It is more powerful than governments in breaking down racial barriers. We see it all the time across the world. It laughs in the face of all types of discrimination. That is the power of sport. However, Deputy Presiding Officer, I've looked far, wide, up and down in this document, and there's nothing that gives me any hope that this administration understands the power of sport. Deputy Presiding Officer, you know, you played sport. I don't know if the member for Palliative Speyside knows, because I went to school with him, never see him kick a line, I never even see him throw a hoop. But yet he was on Facebook cussing sport people, telling them about how they're underperforming and all kind of thing. But what have you done for sport? What is your record? I understand that TFA can't even get $150,000 to run a league for hundreds of Tobagonian young sportsmen, footballers. But you know what? You just hear me talk about 2.4 million in marketing. The program alone for the chief secretary could have given them. But they can't even get $150,000 to run sport. We saw one group and the group caused the split. We saw the bacchanal that happened with that. They got, for about 30 of them, they got about $450,000. I've seen my coach over there, and he understands, because I sure you understand the pressure. My good friend from Lambo, that was my coach if all they didn't know. Right? He understands the trials and tribulations of sporting agencies. And you telling me where all they could find money to do all kind of nonsense. And you're hearing about the power of sports, and you wouldn't find and put away a good substantial figure to invest in our young people through sports. Deputy Presiding Officer, as a sport person, I will not watch sport go down the drain. So I wish to propose the following. We need to develop a clear Tobago sport policy to allow for sport for all. I remember there was one, and it needs to be, you need to dust it out and upgrade it. It was an all of community, utilizing sports in the community to build people, build communities, build athletes, and so you build an island. Reintroduce co-curricular activities at the secondary schools levels, because whereas you have some PE in the primary schools, this is absent in the secondary schools. So we need to get that back into the school system, and we need to revitalize things like Intercol. So when you have the secondary school football league, you're having participation from all age groups. You used to have first form, then you have under 14, then you have under 16, then you have under 19. That is how we used to build athletes. That is how Dwight York was birthed. That is how you had the Kevin Nelsons and those fellas. But what are you all doing? You tell me the last time you built 2 goalposts. Where the goalposts them there? Honorable, member of Palliative, goalposts them still there at Speyside? Huh? Where they there? Because you see, what Tobago is realizing more and more. Some people just talk, but they can't walk the talk. And that is the reality. What we got from this administration is a lot of talk. And now when you have given them the opportunity to walk the talk, they're creeping. They're falling down. They just don't know how to do it. I want to also propose the implementation of sport gymnasium at every secondary school. When I was in college, I went to a school and they had world-class facilities, gyms. You're talking about where you can do fitness, so you can get weight training, because that is something that is woefully lacking among all athletes here. The access to do the other side of the development. So we might have the natural skills, but what about the conditioning? What about ensuring that they have the requisite meal support? In some instances, we can even have a sport-specific academy, because that is where most persons are moving to, where you identify the talent, you put them in a defined space, and you provide them with all the requisite support. So it's education. You have a strict training routine. You have a strict training meal plan. And so it's like an incubator, and you just keep building and you keep producing world-class athletes. There's a science to professional development of athletes. It is a science. That is why physical education is a science. This BIVAPS thing wouldn't work anymore. Internationally recognized elite coaches. Coaching is important. Mandatory sport camps and the return of Village Olympics. Certified coaches within all schools. We have to have a fund specific and designated for athletes going to Trinidad that gives them all the requisite support, because oftentimes Tobagonians go down, there's no proper support. Sometimes you have to go 6 o'clock to play a match 10 o'clock. You're jet lagged, you're tired, you're sleepy. How do you perform optimum? We have to treat with that. A clear maintenance plan and fund for facilities, because when you look at some of our facilities, imagine I had to get assistance from the assistant secretary to treat with a facility in my district when I had a competition. That should not be happening. Where is the continuous maintenance plan? A first-class facility for each sporting discipline. So I welcome the cricket, the notion of a cricket stadium. A unit dedicated to sport archives. This will assist with annual sport awards and promotion of athletes to international scouts. Mandatory global workshops for heads. A program to treat athletes returning home from college or retiring so that they can seamlessly be reintegrated into the society. One of the most important programs, and I hope the Secretary of Education is listening, reintroduction and emphasis on the SAT program, because this would allow our athletes to be able to have the requisite pre-qualification to enter US-based colleges, because when a scout comes, he wants to know that the students are ready, and you don't have to wait on a SAT score, which is a mandatory exam required for college students. Sport equipment grant to community sports club with 50 members and more, so that will help to build our sports clubs in the community. Increase opportunities for student athletes through the already established Lalon Gordon's Fund. Complete the much anticipated baccalaureate, and I heard the Chief Secretary speak about that. And I say no more on sport except to say that we need to give sport its just due. All right. Coming to the end. Deputy Presiding Officer, I will now enlighten the Honorable House of this administration's great deception. On December 6, 2021, Tobagonians bought a dream like it was from Martin Luther King Jr., a dream which quickly became a nightmare like Freddy Krueger. Catchy buzzwords were thrown around: accountability, integrity, transparency, people first, bread and butter issues, mandate et al. Every Tobagonian dreams of a better Tobago, whatever that better looks or sounds like. Deputy Presiding Officer, the reality is, if I were to ask every member in this chamber, including your good self, what does your dream look like? I am sure there would be a myriad of different responses. Some members may prefer a house with 12 feet high walls and a swimming pool in a quiet community like Signal Hill. Another may prefer a mansion tucked in the hills of Mason Hall, while others may prefer a massive spread in first world countries like Canada. The point is, Deputy Presiding Officer, we all aspire and dream towards what is greater and better. In this regard, Deputy Presiding Officer, I cannot in good conscience fault Tobagonians for buying the dream of the greatest little island on the planet. I mean, that doesn't seem so far-fetched, does it? But the dream went further, Deputy Presiding Officer. Tobagonians were made to believe that once they elected the PDP, the Honorable Chief Secretary would create 1,000 jobs in mere months. The dream of ownership was made to sound as easy as 1, 2, 3. Roads would be free of potholes and as smooth as a baby's face. Tobago contractors will have nothing to fear, as they would have nothing to worry about, as they would continue to be included in the development of the island. Contracted officers of the THA believed in the dream of continued gainful employment, despite the change of administration. They even dreamed of being among those who would receive the ex gratia payment. Tobago at least dreamed of being among the first to use the indoor facility in Bacolod. They even dreamed of having the facility featured on the global stage for international games coming to the island. Alas, Deputy Presiding Officer, instead of living this dream, Tobagonians have been thrust into the middle of their worst nightmare. Instead of inclusion, we got victimization. Instead of job security, we got job termination. Instead of sustainable job creation, we got 10 days on and 10 days off. Instead of ex gratia, we got propaganda. Instead of sustainable housing, we got only one house and they take away the poor keys from the woman. Instead of a brand new indoor sporting facility that we can all use year-round, we are getting a rushed beach sports facility next to the beach. Deputy Presiding Officer, let me be clear. It is my firm belief from the evidence and reports that I am bombarded with daily that this administration's problem transcends ineptitude, and it should be more aptly classified as malevolence. Deputy Presiding Officer, just like Tobagonians woke up one morning to hear the voices which appeared to sound like members of the current executive plotting to change the narrative and hire agents of propaganda, providing them with lucrative paying jobs using taxpayers' money. Tobagonians, wake up and be ready to reclaim your island. Tobagonians, wake up and be ready to get rid of the most corrupt and vindictive administration you have ever witnessed. Tobagonians, I say, wake up and be ready to end the constant fetting, joyriding, and squandering of your THA funds. Tobagonians, wake up and be ready to rebuke this most inept and lawless group of political grasshoppers. Tobagonians, wake up. Tobagonians, wake up and rally to remove the first ever Chief Secretary under criminal investigation. Deputy Presiding Officer, and may I dare say Secretary of Education too, under criminal investigation. And may I dare say the entire executive under criminal investigation. That is the reality of Tobago at this time. We have an entire executive under criminal investigation. Deputy Presiding Officer, just like this current administration, Tobago is experiencing what I would refer to as an identity crisis. We cannot continue to coin ourselves as the greatest little island on the planet while life becomes miserable for the majority of residents who calls this island home. The PDP turned independence, turned TPP, all this before midnight I had. promised to take us to the greatest little island status, whilst continuing to fail to provide even a vague roadmap. How are they going to take us there? Deputy Presiding Officer, more importantly, as I examined the Secretary of Finance presentation on Monday, as I peel away the layers of fluff and pretty talk, I realized that we were presented with a budget statement that ultimately leaves more questions than it provides answers. Tobago wake up and look around. Who are we becoming? Tobago wake up and look around. Where is the island going? Tobago wake up. Who is really leading this place? Deputy Presiding Officer, as I continue to address the honorable members in this chamber, and by extension the people of Tobago and Trinidad, I feel confident that the thousands of employees of the Tobago House of Assembly, as well as the 200 employees who have been unceremoniously dismissed, are listening to me. Deputy Presiding Officer, as I stand here representing an organization that has led the THA for 21 consecutive years, during this time, the Assembly and by extension the island of Tobago has grown and developed tremendously. The PNM administration was able to achieve a great many things in education, in healthcare, in agriculture, in housing, in business development, in infrastructural development, in community development, in youth and sports, and in tourism and culture. Each and every achievement would not have been possible without the support and hard work of the staff of the Assembly over these years. So today, Deputy Presiding Officer, I want to personally and publicly salute all those, I want to repeat that, I want to publicly salute those who served as well as those who continue to serve with professionalism and a sense of patriotism and pride. I salute our hard-working public officers. Each and every PNM member who took the oath of office of allegiance in this very august chamber committed to do right to all manner of people without fear or favor, affection or ill will. Deputy Presiding Officer, I stand here without fear of contradiction that each and every PNM Assemblyman, Assistant Secretary, Secretary, Deputy Chief Secretary, and Chief Secretary strove in every moment of every day in office to uphold this sacred oath. Deputy Presiding Officer, I have always been an honest and forthright man, so I will not hesitate to admit that as an administration, unlike those on the other side, we accept our infabilities. The PNM made mistakes. Yes, we did. We were not perfect. As great as the PNM is, each day was not always a great day. Wasn't. So to the employees of the THA, whether in URP, CPEP, development, public service, contracted or daily rated workers, I, on behalf of the People's National Movement, offer our humblest apologies to all those who may have felt slighted or chastened by the earnest desire of the PNM to develop this island we all call home. We are big enough, we are man enough to say we are sorry. I stand here willing to own the mistakes and lessons learned from our actions. Deputy Presiding Officer, as the saying goes, show me a man or woman who has never made a mistake. And I can show you a man or woman who has never made anything at all. Deputy Presiding Officer, I am certain that in spite of any challenges employees of the THA may have had with previous PNM administrations, there was never a day that the workers had embedded in their collective psyche a legitimate fear that any moment their bread and butter could be snatched away because they dared to speak up. Never a day. Deputy Presiding Officer, there are members sitting in this house today who were candidates in the election in opposition. Members sitting right here, lost and went back to work the next day without victimization. That is the PNM's record. Good point, a good point. Members lost, get licks. They go back in the seat, sit down and do the work. Nobody was sent home. Nobody was labeled political hires. So despite the challenges with the PNM, I am certain there was never a day where Orville London, Kelvin Charles or Ansel Dennis publicly threatened to fire employees of the THA for an opposing point of view. Never a day anybody could truthfully say that they were publicly threatened. And I want to provide the record because I see the Prime Minister challenge a man, and I hope he will take up the challenge and put his position on the line. Put his position on the line for the sake of truth. Because on this side, notwithstanding the challenges, we believe in the truth. Deputy Presiding Officer, I'm confident that the technocrats who work with the Assembly the technocrats sitting in the chamber, they never felt as emasculated, disregarded, and disrespected as they do now under this administration. Deputy Presiding Officer, many employees of the THA have shared with me that this is the first time they feel like if they're sailing on a rudderless ship, which can sink at any moment. They are demoralized. They are afraid. They are scared. Some of them, they barely want to get up to come to work. Deputy Presiding Officer, I feel bold to say that given this gross ineptitude and vindictiveness of this administration, the workers of the THA today would prefer a bad day. Imagine that. A bad day under the PNM than one of the rare good days under this Chief Secretary and his independent colleagues. They would prefer a bad day under the PNM. That's to tell you how disastrous the experiences with these people. Deputy Presiding Officer, and I'm sure some, if they look sharp, some of the members right within here probably prefer to come back to the PNM than stay in this situation. And you all are welcome. You all are welcome. I'm putting that on public record. Those who resided in the house of the PNM, you are welcome to come home. Deputy Presiding Officer, I am confident that if THA employees, whether it's the multitudes who call or visit my office every week, or the ones sitting in a corner at this very moment grumbling, are given the opportunity to get rid of this bad-minded and dangerous administration, first thing on Monday morning, they'll all come out in their numbers. Deputy Presiding Officer, as I wind up my response to what has been described by one leading economist as a tall-tale budget with no links to data to represent the true state of Tobago's economy, I will be particularly negligent if I did not reference the Honorable Prime Minister's response to the Chief Secretary's statement at the 19th sitting of the House of the Assembly Legislature on Thursday, 22nd June 2023. Yesterday, the Honorable Prime Minister, in an address to the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, laid a comprehensive dossier of all the relevant documents supporting his statement of clarification and rebuttal in respect of the issue of the appointment of a chief administrator in the Tobago House of Assembly. The Honorable Prime Minister then gave the undertaking that he was prepared to resign forthwith if it could be truthfully shown by any of the authorities he mentioned, which included, of course, the Honorable Chief Secretary that he misled the Parliament. Madam Deputy Presiding Officer, as the minority leader of all of Tobago, I call on the Honorable Chief Secretary to subject himself to the same standard. If only because we both took an oath to uphold the Constitution and the law. Deputy Presiding Officer, the Honorable Chief Secretary, as the Chief Executive Officer of the body corporate, the THA, is essentially responsible for setting the moral, ethical, and spiritual tone of the island. Deputy Presiding Officer, the PNM may not be perfect, but this administration is 1,000 times worse. I want to repeat that. The PNM, we may not be perfect, but I can say without fear of contradiction, this administration is 1,000 times worse. And that may be putting it mildly. Workers of the THA, I say to you, have no fear. Always ready to serve you. The PNM is right here. I thank you.
Members, the sitting is now suspended. We will break for lunch and we will resume at 2.
2?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. It is an honor to stand to join this debate as this administration presents its second budget since coming into office in, December 2021. It is unfortunate that the members opposite, all three of them, have made themselves absent, particularly since my hope is to make several very inaccurate statements clear. Let me start by first placing on official records, Hansard people, duly note, I, Faith B. Israel, have never been, and I am not, on any criminal charges. And let me say it again, have never been, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, and I'm not currently on any criminal charges as a part of this executive or all by myself. I'm not. So let me just state that emphatically. I am actually a little happy that we had about an hour's break to give us time to cool down. Yes, to be honest, to cool down after having to endure those 3 hours or 3.5 hours where the minority leader spent almost all of his time not debating on any of the substantive matters presented by the Chief Secretary and the Secretary for Finance earlier this week. So I had the hour to determine which direction I would go. Should I spend my 30 minutes rebutting every single thing that was said that was inaccurate? And I can. But if I do that, then I would have wasted 30 minutes instead of presenting to the people of Tobago the works of the division and the plans of the division. But I must say, though, that I, too, am going to apologize to the people of Tobago, because if wasn't a recitation, if wasn't a old talk, if wasn't a storytelling, if wasn't an Oscar-worthy performance that we just saw, that is not debate. And that is not meaningful debate as it relates to the important business of Tobago. Let me also say that the minority side needs to pick a struggle. Yes. Seriously. Because I remember sitting here earlier this week, and when my goodly colleague got up, the Chief Secretary, Secretary for Finance, Trade and the Economy, every time he almost opened his mouth to say the audit word, those on the other side quickly jumped to their feet and indicated that this audit was a part of some investigation and some court matter and so forth, and therefore we should not be speaking about it. So you would join me in being amazingly surprised today when in the middle of the presentation the minority leader screams, "Publish the audit." Maybe that part of the minority leader's response was written, like so many other parts, by somebody else. And he simply read what was on the paper, not realizing that he was contradicting himself just from a couple days ago. It's important to note that we all are now coming out of COVID. And to bring data to this House that speaks to the economic recovery of Trinidad and Tobago, as if we were not moving from less than ground zero during COVID. So any activity that happens in the economy will show growth. So this idea that those he represents cause such growth in the economy of Trinidad and Tobago since COVID clearly shows that the minority leader did not understand what COVID did to the economy. It also shows that the minority leader does not understand that even though Trinidad has reopened its economy fully, we in Tobago have not truly fully opened our economy. And let me explain that. Yes, the boats, as in the BOATs, have resumed working like pre-COVID. But we are still waiting for Caribbean Airlines to go back to pre-COVID schedule. So we still have a situation where people absolutely cannot get to the island when they want to. And therefore, it is hypocritical to try to compare the economic growth of Trinidad that has been open compared to the economic growth of Tobago. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I will touch on maybe two more things that the minority leader spoke about. One is this: it is not even dead, it's rotten. Horse that they keep harping on, which is the Sandals horse. Yes. It dead, it rotten, it done. But I want to, again, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, because I'm afraid that part of the plan of those opposite is to continually repeat information that is incorrect. And when those on the outside do not have the correct information, they then run away with it. So I will correct for the record the information about Sandals and this idea that Sandals was going to do so much for us, and this idea that Sandals was, foreign investment and all of that. Allow me to read, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, from the MOU that was signed between the government of Trinidad and Tobago and Sandals, dated the 10th of October 2017, where the signatures on that document are Minister Shamfa Kojo, member for Tobago West, and a Donna Delva representing Sandals. And it says explicitly on page 2, when it speaks about the responsibilities of the government, it says explicitly, and I'm reading verbatim, the parties agree that the government will finance the construction of the resorts built to the specifications of Sandals, and that the government may finance the construction by any reasonable means. What does that mean? It means that the government of Trinidad and Tobago, us, all of us citizens who pay PAYE, who pay VAT, who pay all of those things, all of us, it was our $8 or so billion that would have been jumping up to construct this facility known as Sandals. And when you look at it, and maybe it was really the Most High intervening when all of the environmentalists and so forth started speaking about it. Because if you look at timelines between then and now, COVID would have happened. COVID would have stopped the construction probably midway. So probably a $4 billion might have jumped up. And the project would not have been completed in time to affect the economy positively the way that the minority leader is trying to pretend to the people of Tobago that Sandals would have done. That is simply not the case. I was hoping that the minority leader would have just said one good thing in the 3.5 hours, which was that he agrees with the Chief Secretary and the Secretary with responsibility for finance. And he has been, since Monday to now, advocating with his colleagues in Trinidad to please, after the Dispute Resolution Commission's report came out in 2000, October 2000, I was hoping that he would have indicated that he has been forcefully since Monday advocating to his colleagues in Trinidad to, for the first time since October 2000, for them to share with the people of Tobago $6.90 out of every $100 that is spent. I was hoping, I was praying, I would have been maybe the only one on this side thumping on the desk, congratulating him, because you know what, good is good. And I was here ready and willing to congratulate him on that. But here we are. He has spent 3 hours today, multiple hours before, trying to convince the Tobago people that, you know what, we do not deserve $6.90. That we should just be thankful with the $4.30 that they probably will give, and that we should take little and live long. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I hope the people of Tobago recognize that the minority leader does not have their development at heart and has in every instance proven that he is a member of a political party first and possibly minority leader Tobagonian second. And that must never be forgotten. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, and this is possibly the last thing I will say about this whole rambling that happened this morning. It dawned on me, members, that the minority leader and possibly the entire minority council honestly does not know about budget statements and budget presentations. And it dawned on me that even though the rest of us got a package that had the budget statement, a package that had the recurrent estimates, a package that had the DP estimates with CPEP and URP and all of that, and a package that speaks to revenues. The minority leader may have only spent time between Monday and now looking at the budget statement, which I will be the first to admit, I thank God it was only 3.5 hours. Because if the minority leader expects to get all of the information that he's asking for in the budget statement, all now we sit down starting Monday. But I would draw his and Tobago's attention to this document. It says Tobago House of Assembly Draft Estimates, Development and Employment Relief Program 2024. And if you look at any page, you would see the last column of the table with a column that big and bold says explanation. And if you take a little bit of time to read the explanation for every line item, you would have gotten the answer, Mr. Minority Leader, for 95% of the questions that were asked this morning. Again, showing that instead of seriously looking through the books, instead of seriously working through what was written and talking to people and that kind of thing, they huddled around a corner. About 5 different people sent different paragraphs. They threw that together to make a response. And here we are 3.5 hours later with him asking questions that were all answered in the column that say explanation.
Remember?
Should we stand it? Deputy Chief Secretary, continue. Thank you, Ms. Presiding Officer. And I finally got used to saying Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer without making a mistake. I must admit though, Madam Presiding Officer, that listening to the minority leader this morning actually made me smile, because I frequently get up every day, or I go to bed, frequently at night, thinking that, you know, we've been here for 1.5 years, everything seems so difficult, I really ain't accomplished all of the things that we put out in the mandate that we would have done in the 100 days and thing. Honestly, I go to bed pretty depressed every couple nights, beating up myself, thinking that we've done nothing. But as he was asking the uninformed questions, I said to myself, but Faith, all you ain't do too bad. Indeed. Because the answers to them were check, 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 and more check. And I, as Secretary with responsibility for health, wellness, and social protection, would like to actually take this opportunity to thank my amazing staff at the division on one end and the staff at the Tobago Regional Health Authority, because you know what? We work. Yeah, man. Good work put up. So, the theme of this year's budget presentation, building a sustainable, prosperous, and resilient Tobago. And thanks for joining us, Miss Minority Councillor. Building a sustainable, prosperous, and resilient Tobago. And I would admit that last year and this year, when I saw the big chunk of the pie that the Division of Health, Wellness, and Social Protection got, you know, you're thinking, we are real work to do, you know. Because this year, the request is roughly 934 million in recurrent, of which 603 million is budgeted for the Tobago Regional Health Authority. And the DP request is about 106 million, of which 71 is budgeted for projects within the Tobago Regional Health Authority. So let me take a little bit of time to boast a little bit about what we have accomplished. Not too much time. Because honestly, I do feel like this has been our OJT year, and we were really just getting our feet wet. Yes, the Roxborough Health Facility, and I am the one who always says, even though the sign on it says Roxborough Hospital, I, as a Secretary for Health, refuse to say Roxborough Hospital until we get to the point of it being a 24/7 facility. But I must boast that after the Prime Minister came up in January 2021, and after I hear they rent all kind of equipment to put in the hospital, and then when the ceremony was done, they take all of the equipment then and ship them back. After January 2021, when that happened, we are very proud to say that, yes, the Roxborough Health Facility has been operational since April 2022. And what does that mean? It means we have the outpatient clinics. It means we have the pharmacy and the lab and dialysis and so forth. It means, and I'm going to say it again, we have accident and emergency Monday to Friday, 7 to 7. But only give me a couple weeks. That part will be extended soon, and there will be an announcement of that. And soon, and very soon, I would be the one up in Roxborough holding a flag, waving, because it is finally a hospital that is open with all of the services, even though there was a whole ceremony in January 2021. Now, may I also say that everything is not working the way it should. I will be the first one to admit that. I get the calls, I get the messages all the time. But we're getting somewhere. So I can also be pretty boastful about the fact that close to 500 cataract surgeries have been completed. And we are scheduled to do another 700 or so shortly. Now, those are people who, even before COVID, were waiting for their cataract surgeries. And now, I remember when I went up there very close to the beginning of the program, a gentleman started singing, "I can see clearly now." Because he had actually just come back that day for his post-op, and he was already seeing clearly following those surgeries. Yes. May I also say that one of the things that we discovered coming in was, again, we kind of blaming COVID. Some of it is COVID, some of it is not. Is that we really have backlogs of so many things. So we decided earlier this year to engage on the Don't Fear the Smear campaign, so that we could get our young ladies in and do pap smears and that kind of thing. And coming out of that, we had 1,035 samples sent to a lab. Wow. Yes. And that involved about 3 or 4 weeks of heavy jammings in the health facilities, because we were roving, where we used our public health facilities, but we also incorporated private health facilities too, where they were opened on Saturday and Sunday and so forth, saying to our women, come and get your pap smears done. From that, we picked up 19 or 20 individuals with abnormal smears that needed to be further seen. It wasn't no horse at a money, but when we think about those 19 or 20 women who we probably caught cancer early, it was definitely worth it. Indeed. Last week or the week before, we partnered with Tahi to finally, after all of these years, people who need hearing screening and hearing testing and just getting the hearing aid cleaned or putting a little battery in the hearing aid, Tobagonians had to travel to Trinidad for that. We just completed that project last week or the week before. And you know what? We're already talking about when next it's coming back. Because by 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, we were already trying to figure out what we're going to do because of the number of people who were there. Yes, and let me state emphatically that Secretary Hackett already commandeered that the next time they come, it will focus on schools. So the project will be rolled out in the various schools. For public health, and again it goes back to all of the stuff that was said before. We had our mosquito awareness, and we've had our zero tolerance food safety policy rolled out. And yes, I get cussed, because there were several establishments who got shut down because they were not following the rules. And some even threatened to call the chief secretary on me. Yes.
Member for Bell Garden. Glamorgan, you have 1 minute remaining. Sorry. You just have 1 minute.
So, yes. So, that is something that we are also proud of. Let me say in the 1 minute, and I'm hoping that I can get an extra 10 minutes, that we have also given over $600,000 in rental assistance, over $420,000 in household appliances, medical assistance in over $1.1 million, reach grants in over $300,000, and there's a huge backlog that we are still working on there. And let me state that yes, the case conferencing, and Ms. Minority Councillor, the case conferencing that we spoke about, the policy is done, and the social workers actually meet every month since, I think, probably February. They have been doing that, and it includes the TRHA, our social workers and health settlements.
Member, your time has expired.
Madam Presiding Officer, I wish to beg that this House accords unto the Deputy Chief Secretary further 10 minutes.
Honorable members, the question is that this House allows for 10 minutes of additional time to member for Belgarden Glamorgan to complete her presentation. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Member for Belgarden Glamorgan, you may continue.
Thank you. I see, this is why I didn't want to spend time talking about the foolish.
Yes.
But if the minority leader had asked any of the social workers in any of the divisions of the Tobago House of Assembly, they would have told him that yes, the case conferencing has begun and they've been working since February. And by the way, they include other people as needed. So the TTPS is included when needed and so forth, depending on the case. So let's talk about this next fiscal. Again, I am glad that somebody went into a health, or they probably just Googled what good health sound like and what good health is and so forth. So yes, we do understand that if you cannot diagnose, you cannot treat. As a matter of fact, I have said that here multiple times. I have said that multiple times, so I'm really not sure why the minority leader was saying that as if he was bringing brand new information to the House. But yes, we are about to improve on our imaging tools. So the CT scan, I understand that we are about to go out to tender for that in a couple of weeks. We have an MRI that is going to cost about 10 million or so that we need to find the best one. X-ray machines, hemodialysis chairs, because the dialysis chairs have been there for a while. The ambulance fleet, and the minority leader spoke about the ambulance fleet, and they left 10 ambulances. What he neglected to mention, though, is that those, yes, he said they left 6. What he neglected to mention is that they were purchased in 2015. So they really are at the end of their lives. And what we are doing now is really tinkering with them, and every week they're going into the garage to be fixed. And that is why we are where we are now. But next year, next fiscal, don't worry, we'll be getting there. Expanding the oncology unit. And let me take 1 second. I know I said, Ms. Presiding Officer, that I will not speak about what the minority leader said, but this one thing actually annoying me to the core. It is this thing about the biohazardous waste that is up the fort. And I am not sure if you all remember that in 2020, when I happened to be walking up the fort to go get something or drop off something for somebody, that is when I took the photos and the videos of the biohazardous waste that was sitting up there. And what I was told after we made a big thing about it is that they have the microwavable shredders. The same microwavable shredders that the minority leader is talking about we ain't using yet. They had them then. And we were told that those same microwavable shredders would have been dealing with that. So little do I know that coming into this position in 2021 December, and months, a birdie whispered to me, Dr. Faith, go up the fort, see what is up there. Only to recognize that we have tons of biohazardous waste sitting up there. And that is why, Madam Minority Councillor, that we have to spend that money every month on an extra incinerator to get it done. Because if we do not do that, it will still be sitting there. So please, your people, were the ones who left the garbage there, which is why we are at this point spending an additional, whatever the figure is, every month, Ms. Presiding Officer, to clean up the mess that they left. And you have the audacity to come into this house and speak about that biohazardous waste. Let me also say very quickly that yes, we do know that SELMA, and SELMA is the program that is being used to digitize the health system, that SELMA is going to be expanded to go beyond just what happens in the lab and just what happens in the pharmacy. But I am hoping that we get to the point soon and very soon where we actually have our medical records digitized to the point where when you go to the hospital, you don't have to get the files, the medical files in paper, but you have the little tablet that they can use. And by the way, this is all part of the larger digitization plan for Tobago. Because the Division of Health, Wellness and Social Protection, as part of the Division of the Department of Social Protection and the Department of Public Health. The reason it has actually taken us so long to get that rolling is because we wanted to ensure that when we roll it out, we have a system where all of the information that's necessary can feed from the TRHA to public health. And that information from social services can feed into what is known as the Public Health Observatory. Yes, something that has been on the books for quite some time but has never been actioned. But it will be actioned under this administration. So this will all be part of the Chief Sec and Secretary for Finance spoke about the My Tobago Hub, where those of you who want to apply for your funeral grants or for your rental assistance or all of that would be able to start that process from home, submitting the information from home. Yes, the social workers will still go out and do the assessments and so forth, but it will make the process so much easier. And yes, we are currently piloting a revised policy as it relates to social protection, where we have looked at all of the grants and so forth that are there, and we are trying to see what is the best. Does that really make sense? Having this as a requirement, does that make sense? Does this figure really make sense? And we are currently piloting that. So soon, you would hear us announcing that, yes, the kinship grant will return. You will hear us announce that, yes, we are giving grants to allow people with disabilities to be able to move around their homes so that they are, if they need a ramp or a railing or something like that. Those are all parts of the process that we are currently working on. Now, the Assistant Secretary will speak to ensuring that we are healthy and that we are exercising and all of that.
Member for Belgarden, Glamorgan, you have 3 minutes.
I may not even need the 3 minutes, Madam Presiding Officer. But the Assistant Secretary will continue going down that road because we are looking at this holistically. We are looking at providing the care and the service when we need to, but we are also looking at preventing what we can prevent in the best way possible. And with that, Madam Presiding Officer, I would like to thank the people of Tobago, thank the Division of Health, Wellness and Social Protection, thank the Tobago Regional Health Authority, thank my colleagues, thank all of the other members of the Tobago House of Assembly who've worked so hard to get us to this point where we can present, and the Secretary of Finance can present such a uplifting or such a budget that really is working towards ensuring that this island is sustainable, that this island is prosperous, and that this island is resilient. And I want to thank all of you for giving us the opportunity to do this for you. Thank you.
Councillor Williams-Orr.
Sure.
I'm seeing that you indicated fire. Yes, but okay. I'm sorry. It still shows as Councillor Williams-Orr. So that's something that we would have to rectify internet. Nevertheless, Assemblyman Sonny Craig, member for Bukumang Pleasant.
Sunny days, man. Woo, help me, Holy Ghost, right. Say good afternoon to everyone. I stand on the strength and support of the residents of the beautiful district of Bukum, Mount Pleasant, and Canaan. Without their love and support, I wouldn't be able to be in this iconic house to join this debate. A debate that seeks to unfold the fingers of an administration in Trinidad, an administration that fears a developed, thriving Tobago. I recognize Madam Presiding Officer. As my colleague, Dr. Faith, I was practicing all along this morning to say, Mr., but thank you, I could resort to the natural flow of the language, right? So let me recognize the minority councillor and my colleagues in the House, and also the online diaspora. I know Tobagonians far and wide are tuning into this conversation, and I must welcome them at this time. Sometimes I wonder whether it would be more prudent to get a figure from the Minister of Finance. What is your plan for Tobago? Is it 4.03%? Is it 6.9%? We go through this procedure year after year. We send and ask for what we need to take Tobago forward. But sometimes I'm of the view that our plans are so grand and so promising in a political environment, our adversaries will not see favor in giving us what we ask for. The Minister of Finance, yesterday on the radio I was listening, he was justifying why he doesn't give Tobago all its money every year. And he was saying that every year there's a budgetary shortfall, sometimes up to 23%. And Tobago is the only part of the country that gets a cut of maximum 6%. Madam Presiding Officer, if Tobago is given its just due and allowed to embark on the development thrust that this administration was elected to undertake, we will be able to make such a positive impact on the national budget that the Minister of Finance would reluctantly, I imagine, thank us for rescuing the national economy. I am blessed to be a part of the Division of Health, Wellness and Social Protection. And we have been blessed also, Madam Presiding Officer, with the lion's share of the pie. And the Tobago population is still reeling from the effects of COVID-19 and the economic fallout, which is part of the 21-year experience that we had from 2000 to 2021. 21 years of mismanagement by successive PNM administrations, a reality that now beckons them to hound our Chief Secretary Farley, Chavez Augustine and his administration, day and night, week by week, till they hopefully will get us out of office. A plan that is destined to fail.
Yes, sir.
The idea is to remove us from office before the total revelation of their misgivings come to the public. 3 days ago, they were in James Park with their 11 supporters. They sent out an announcement far and wide for all right-thinking Tobagonians to join them at James Park. And I was on the staircase of this illustrious structure when I saw the 11 people gathered there. And I'm of the view that their attempts are failing so miserably that they put their king on the table, and yesterday he might have committed political suicide. The plot thickens. Madam Presiding Officer, some of us are tired of hearing the 21-year story. But it's hard for me after 18 months in this position to take the blame for where Tobago is right now. Tobago needs to be rebuilt.
From the ground up.
And I imagine that's why the Chief Secretary and Secretary for Finance thought it prudent to start by building people.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And that building would begin in the Division of Health, Wellness, and Social Protection. Our social support units are presently overburdened. We are understaffed, and I must join my line secretary in commending the staff at the division for going beyond the call of duty in meeting the needs of Tobago. The minority leader likes to speak about the suffering of the people of Tobago. And every time he says it, if I was so trained, I would shout at him across the floor and said, but you know why.
Yes, sir.
I'm not that courageous, lest I fall at the hands of your good self, Madam Presiding Officer. Different arms of the division need to be strengthened, and the division boasts, I took a list of how many different services the division offer. I will not go through that list this afternoon, but just to say that we deal with every single strata in Tobago, from the aged to the babies. And my conversation with persons in and out of my office shows that we are experiencing a measure of stress in the society that those of us who live at a more fortunate level might not be privy to, unless persons come to you and share their situation. At the division, I remember back in 2007, while watching local television, I saw an advertisement run by the division that spoke about knowing your numbers. And that sought to have people conscious of where they are as far as their health is concerned. You should know your weight. You should know your blood pressure. You should know your pulse. And all these simple things that I never took it serious, because in 2007, I thought myself still a youth. But now that we are in 2023, and we are trying to rebuild Tobago, we are trying to put the best minds and bodies on the front line in building a better Tobago. In conversation with Dr. Faith, I decided to embark on a program to seek, beginning at home in the division, to bring that health factor referred to in the name of the division, to bring it to the fore by starting at home. With the prevalence of so many lifestyle diseases, diet and nutrition will be one of our major projects in fiscal 2024. Overindulgence in certain culinary accepted cuisines is a major contributor to strokes, diabetes, high blood pressure, obesity, even some cancers, among others, can be attributed to our diet and culinary indulgences. It's our intention during fiscal 2024 to seek to educate the people of Tobago that they could find comfort and find balanced replacements for bad habits. In addition to nutrition training, we have already begun an exercise regimen at the division, which we stream to some extent online, and we have opened the door for anyone who is interested to come on board with us. We are hiking, we sea bathing, and those of us who could are dancing. It's our intention during this fiscal year to seek to formalize fitness institutions on the island in collaboration with the Division of Sport, to have more qualified fitness instructors leading the charge, and continue to encourage those who have model fitness regimens to continue. Whether it be walking the French Fort Challenge daily, swimming with aqua joggers at Mount Irving, training for strength and agility at one of our more popular gyms, it's our intention to publicize and to encourage this kind of activity to the betterment of our society. Historically, Tobagonians pride themselves in their physical, mental, and intellectual prowess, built on a fearlessness for hard work and building families and stable communities. It's our intention to restore these disciplines within the Tobago community. Should we embrace these disciplines, the load on our institutions, our hospitals and health centers would be lessened considerably. Madam Presiding Officer, I'll be short this afternoon. Amid all the conversations surrounding the appropriation to the Tobago House of Assembly, the support of the people of Tobago is pivotal in this matter. I've had the privilege of listening to many African leaders on the now famous University of YouTube. And I'm listening to locals comment on their journey. And it seems as though every time a civilization has a mass of wealth, those who are opposite would always seek to divide, to rule. The people of Tobago are too divided. And I'm going to say it here for the second time. When the great Arthur Napoleon Raymond Robinson opened this chamber in 1996, he made reference to the shape of this desk as one that has physically, technically one side. We don't have two sides here. We have differences of opinion. And though we have been infiltrated by oppressors and house slaves, we cannot allow the coercion of an easy life to drive us into a false state of security. Building the greatest little island on the planet is going to take some work. I have a great uncle who back in the day traveled to Maracaibo. And I was looking online to see where is Maracaibo. It's a city down in Venezuela, an ancient city, but it was built with a lot of labor from foreign workers. What am I saying? He spoke with pride as to how hard he worked in Maracaibo. There are those who might have worked on the Eiffel Tower. There are those who might have worked on Hoover Dam. And there are those who will work on the city of Scarborough.
Indeed.
The Division of Health stand front and center to prepare our people for the battles ahead. I stand at this moment not just to share these words, but to encourage the people of Tobago. Let us rub shoulders together. Let us stand as one family as we go forward in building the greatest little island on the planet. I want to thank the Secretary of Finance for his wisdom. And by the thumping of the desk after I'm finished, he will know again how much we support him on this journey. I thank you.
Yes.
Assemblyman Natisha Pantin.
Thank you.
Natisha Charles Pantin.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I want to begin this budget debate by thanking Almighty God for life, health, and strength after working tirelessly to fix so many issues left by the previous administration, who seemed to want me to fix 21 years' worth of issues in only 1.5 years. Special greetings to my colleagues in the Executive Council, and a warm and wholehearted thank you to the constituents of Bagatelle Bacolet for placing your confidence in me. Lastly, a special thank you to all classifications of workers at the Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment and Sustainable Development, and all its partners who collectively ensure the smooth running of the division's operations. The theme for the budget statement for fiscal 2024 is building a sustainable, prosperous and resilient Tobago. In an attempt to realize these goals, the division in its 2022 budget presentation set out to revitalize and redevelop the agricultural sector in Tobago based on 4 developmental pillars. These include production, marketing, research and training in one category, agro-processing and agro-ecotourism. Madam Presiding Officer, in this division, our approach has been to treat agriculture as a science and a business.
Yes.
Additionally, the division placed focus on the conservation of Tobago's forest reserves and the preservation of the island's ecosystems. As such, Madam Presiding Officer, today I want to begin my contribution to this budget debate by outlining some of the achievements. And at the end of this, I want the minority to explain to the people of Tobago what they have done in the last administration to produce anything in Tobago, produce and manufacture anything. Thank you. Now, in terms of production, December 2021 to May 2023, number of persons registered as home gardeners, 965, with 500 persons already served by the division. Seedlings and seed distribution, 34,189. Production of in vitro plants at the Tissue Culture Laboratory at Goldsboro is at 425,180. Approximately 0.4 hectares of bananas intercropped with sweet potatoes was established at the Kendall Farm School. Promotion of generally accepted as safe chemicals in production of roots and tubers. The division has embarked on the development of an integrated model sheep and goat farm utilizing assistance through a South-South cooperation with Cuban experts at the Bleming Sheep Project. The division hosted a visit for these experts from Cuba between the 22nd of April to the 2nd of May 2023, and this initiative will improve production and efficiency in embryonic fertilization in small ruminants, as well as the consideration of other aspects along the dairy value chain.
Right.
A new ArcGIS database system is being developed to collect and analyze agricultural data on commodities such as cassava, planting, and sheep production. Madam Presiding Officer, the last administration left me with rundown, dilapidated stations, woodlands, rats, and don't talk about depression, right? They coined the term depression, so don't accuse us of that, right? So we had to renovate all the livestock pens and shelters at Hope Farm, Charlotteville and Louis D'Or livestock stations. Charlotteville breeding unit 100% complete, Louis D'Or or bottom station 75% complete, and Hope Farm 70% complete at approximately $1.4 million.
Good man.
Small money, not millions of dollars. Construction of a fishing facility at Palotove, first phase, 85% at $820,000. This facility will provide a safe landing site for fishers in the northeastern region of the island. Distribution of 90 smart self-watering units to 57 schools geared towards introducing modern agricultural techniques to youth. And when the Secretary of Education finished building the Scarborough Secondary School in Bacolet, they will also get units. Purchase of 6 wheel tractors, 1 bucket truck, 1 excavator, and other vehicles and equipment. replanting of indigenous root crops at the Lure Repository at Goldsboro, varieties planted, 0.4 hectares of dasheen, 0.4 hectares of banana, 0.2 hectares sweet potato, 0.2 hectares cassava, 0.3 hectares ginger, 0.1 hectare yam, and 0.2 hectares in pineapple. TADCO's Poultry Contract Farm Initiative, provision of birds, feed, medication, and veterinary services to alleviate the burden from entrepreneurs in the sector. Number of birds distributed to 60 farmers, and the number of birds distributed so far, 59,882.
Flying man.
Repair and operation of the vessel Capital of Paradise to land deepwater fish such as yellowfin tuna from June 2022 to November 2022. Revenue in US dollars, $174,943.57. And we like to talk profit and return on investment, so I'm giving you everything.
Yes, ma'am.
After deducting operational expenses of $113,409.33, the vessel made during that short period of time $61,534.24 in US dollars. For the period January 2022 to April 2023, revenue $112,408.17, and after deducting operational expenses of $60,439.62, the vessel made within that short period $51,968 US dollars. And that doesn't include what they brought in yesterday. So we have 1,083 pounds coming in, right? They caught 71 yellowfin tuna and the rest in bycatch. So you have ocean guard, and I want the minority to learn the terms.
Yes.
Just in case you don't know what kind of fish to go down by TADCO and buy. Ocean guard, dolphin, albacore, and skipjack.
Yes, ma'am.
A partnership was established with the Division's Tobago Reforestation and Watershed Rehabilitation Program and the Trees That Feed Foundation located in the United States of America. Discussions with this entity surrounded the donation of 567 in vitro breadfruit plants for cultivation in Tobago. And the total number of incentives from 2021 to June 2023, approximately 1.03 million. On the marketing, research and training, December 2021 to May 2023, marketing. The commencement of a marketing and promotional campaign titled Get to Know the Vendor to highlight and increase brand awareness on the different categories and specific goods and services offered at the Scarborough Market. Opening of the Shore Park Food Hub in October 2022 to promote the space for small micro entrepreneurs. Revenue earned at the Shore Park Food Hub is at $64,633, and this can be attributed to nominal charges ascribed to the venue for rental. These prices provided for rental have been introductory. And exports of TADCO's products to Tobago Day, New York, and there are ongoing trade negotiations right now as we speak with Antigua. Research. The establishment and rollout of the Research and Development Information System with the unit now located at the Shervan Administrative Complex at Milsherv. RADIS is currently focusing on collecting and analyzing data to deliver quantitative information to assist with policy and decision making. Additionally, it has the responsibility to gather house information on national agricultural policies. Development of a digital farmers registry, which is ongoing. The division developed a database for fish landing based on species assorted according to landing sites. The introduction of ArcGIS database system with KOBO toolbox platform to measure climate change impact on agriculture. This was introduced under the Green Climate Fund Readiness Project through the Food and Agricultural Organization. And under research, finally, development of survey instruments which would encompass all stakeholders in the agricultural sector in a robust information gathering project. Under training of farmers in poultry health and slaughter management, sanitation education workshop with engaged agro-processors, cassava production field visits in Trinidad for TADCO farmers, hosting of stakeholder workshops on the requirements for fishing, completion of training with master mix on accounting for poultry contract farming, completion of training with master mix on monitoring and evaluation of poultry contract farmers, and development of projections and plans for current and future demands. The 4-H Club and the Signal Hill Senior Comprehensive School students have also received chickens from TADCO and have been exposed to the contract farming initiative. Hosting of investors meeting aimed at growing Tobago's poultry sector. Pig production, herbs and spices, pineapple and ginger production seminars at the Kendall Farm School. Food safety for butchers seminar under the Department of Marketing. We move on to agro-processing. December 2021 to May 2023, a memorandum of understanding was signed with NAMDEFCO to include the National Good Agricultural Practices Program and the Farm and Farmer Certification Program. The Shaw Park Food Hub 100% complete, and agro-processors and vendors do appreciate this space. They are the ones that clamored for it. It is about diversification. So we are hosting events in an attempt to increase foot traffic and business for the agro-processors. So the minority clearly showed today that he knows absolutely nothing about business. Adaptive reuse Louis d'Or processing facility, the design phase 100% complete. Increased distribution of broiler chicks 3,500 to 5,000 per week, and that was also included in the food box that they benefited from, the minority benefited from, and clearly didn't appreciate it.
Didn't appreciate it probably.
Products supplied by TADCO: cassava fruit cake, cassava farine, cassava waffle mix, plantain pancake mix, dasheen waffle mix, breadfruit waffle mix, and sweet potato waffle mix. All these were also provided in the food box, including pork as the...
Well, you can say no. You can say no.
All right. And to clear the record, $2 million was not paid to Novo Farm. Right? Tobago agro-processors did benefit from this project. Agro-ecotourism, December 2021 to May 2023, the Mainridge Forest Fitness Challenge was held on March 30th to commemorate the 247th anniversary of the establishment of the Tobago Mainridge Forest as a protected reserve, and this challenge had 317 participants. Several tours hosted at the Lure Great River Cocoa Experience on 150 acres of cocoa estate in various package combinations developed and offered to the public, including the cruise ship operators. Collaboration with Resonate Mass Band to promote the Lure Great River Cocoa Experience and the Food Hub. Development of user fees for Little Tobago. A consensus was reached on the year being divided into 2 seasons. November to May is the peak season, $250 per week for tour operators, and June to October, $150 per week for tour operators. An entrance fee for foreigners, adults $10 which is 70 TT, children 12 and under $5 35 TT, and locals 40 TT, and children 12 and under 20 TT. Madam Presiding Officer, we move on to forestry, environment, climate change, and energy. December 2021 to May 2023, Northeast Tobago UNESCO Man and Biosphere Management Plan 90% complete. Establishment of the Protected Areas Management Trust. Swearing in of 5 precepted forest officers. Appointment of 32 new honorary game wardens. Establishment and inauguration of the Northeast Tobago Man and Biosphere Art Trail. 13 installations have been established in 7 villages. Conducted inventory and monitoring activities at wetlands in Bacalet, Goldsboro, Petitrew, Rockley Bay, and Friendship, using both conventional in-person and physical monitoring. A total of 42 drone flights provided snapshots of the condition of the wetlands. 10 kilowatt solar PV system at Bloody Bay Orientation Center to power the entire building. The design output has excess capacity and can also be used as a disaster management shelter. 3 kilowatt solar PV system to power the biology and physics laboratory with excess power allowance for demonstration at the Speyside High School. A hybrid wind and solar unit to power phones was donated to MIC by Dr. Odesma Dalrymple, Associate Professor at the University of San Diego, to drive the renewable energy training outcomes. The department will work with MIC IT and Dr. Dalrymple in crafting capacity building courses, assessing ways of retooling and reskilling Tobagonians, and exploring the manufacturing potential of RE technology on the island of Tobago in preparation for the inevitable energy transition. Pilot testing of 2 automated met stations in Roxborough and Corland to monitor climate variability, agricultural planning, disaster planning and management, and infrastructural planning and design. Readings are shared with the Met Services Department in Tobago. Water quality laboratory upgraded through the acquisition of additional equipment to support testing for lead, sulfide, phosphorus, iron, and advanced testing for nitrates. The collection of plastic bottles and aluminum cans from THA offices, schools, and communities across Tobago served by the litter eradication program. Recyclables collected 75,838 bags, which were equivalent to 274.64 metric tons. Recyclables shipped plastic bottles, 17.6 metric tons, cardboard, 82.19 metric tons, and glass, 20.90 metric tons. So just imagine, the division achieved all this, because I'm winded, I'm tired, with less than the amount paid to refurbish the Scarborough market. $35 million paid to refurbish the Scarborough market by a Trinidad contractor. The initial cost was $25 million. So the variation was $10 million.
Wow.
The variation.
We try to drink this for you, man.
And we could throw in the Castara fishing facility. That was approximately $15.6 million. An associate of the minority, he will give it to us. The facility in Castara, the fish facility in Castara, $15 million, and that contractor came from South.
Make joke.
Madam Presiding Officer, in 2023-2024, the following are projects and programs listed for action. We're going to continue upgrading the livestock pens, upgrading of the Louis Don nurseries to meet OSH standards, and also provide for propagation and distribution of healthy planting material to farmers, the upgrade of the tissue culture laboratory to comply with OSH standards, and also to acquire equipment and amenities needed to mass produce a variety of healthy plants for distribution, the upgrade of tractor pool facility at Shaw Park to comply with, so you see, I need to comply with all the OSH standards because of the rundown facilities that are inherited. Additionally, the reorganization and streamlining of the over 300 farmers that need tractor pool services. We have to reorganize and streamline the operations of this unit to better meet the needs of the farmers for tractor services. We're going to transform the existing fish facilities in phases to allow users to operate in conditions which comply with OSH requirements and meet HACCP standards. the completion and outfitting of the Palutove fish facility to provide an adequate user space for fishers in the area, the construction of the veterinary diagnostic laboratory to cater to animal health needs of livestock on the island, the establishment of 2 abattoirs to allow for slaughtering and dressing of carcasses, the construction of 2 food hubs or market-type facilities in Roxborough and Mason Hall to offer users a centralized space in promotion of economic activities, the continuation of the bamboo shade house project aimed at providing shade houses on all the agricultural estates throughout the island, the expansion of the herbs and spices project currently located in Goldsboro, the expansion of the quantity and variety of crops produced at the Lure estate, not only to bolster the availability of fresh food on the island, but also to provide continuous input material to the manufacturing processes of TADCO and other entrepreneurs on the island. The establishment of 5 acres of breadfruit trees at the Indian Walk Food Crop Project towards the creation of a thriving industry capable of providing a suitable, locally produced substitute for replacement of existing staples and grain-based flour. Establishment of 2 mega farms. We are going to attempt to establish 2 mega farms, despite the minority believes it unrealistic. We're going to start with poultry because the feasibility has already been done and we are seeing that it is successful. And we're going to start with mixed crops in the first instance. Restart of the Agricultural Access Roads Program, the upgrade of Corland Heritage Park, begin upgrades to the Botanic Station with my good secretary, my good colleague, Secretary Trevor James.
Yes, ma'am.
The continuation of the food box initiative to supplement the diet of those most vulnerable across communities. And it would be remiss of me if I don't mention a few plans in my area as well, my electoral district. The construction of a play park in Bagatelle to support the community beautification project. The construction of safety rails along the banks of Mason Hall River to promote the safe use of the river course, and the development of a recreational path at French Fort. Madam Presiding Officer, permit me to speak briefly about the Tobago Agriculture Research Institute, TARI. The Tobago House of Assembly, since its inception in 1981, has prompted several initiatives aimed at stimulating growth in the agricultural sector, improve local food and nutrition security, sustainable land use development, education and tourism development, and youth and women empowerment. Notwithstanding these numerous efforts, there remains a dearth of information and data regarding the state of Tobago's agricultural development. Additionally, there is expanding youth and academic population for whom a strategic charter must be developed if Tobago must benefit from its human capital development. This new charter, the Tobago Agriculture Research Institute, TARI, must be in line with the global development associated with artificial intelligence, smart applications, technology, research and development. According to EAT Lancet, a European Commission established in 2016, in which 37 of the world's best scientists were charged with the task of evaluating the health of planet Earth, they reported in 2019, 70 to 80% of the world's food is produced by smallholder farmers. The Commission recognized that agriculture and food are critical in meeting many of the 13 Sustainable Development Goals which were developed by the United Nations. Therefore, Madam Presiding Officer, the goal of TARI is to promote agriculture research that caters to the developmental needs of Tobago's agricultural sector. Also, the wider local population and the Caribbean, with special emphasis on youth, and to empower all beneficiaries of the Institute to make a global contribution by first effecting meaningful change in their immediate domicile. A few months ago, a committee was formed to chart the way forward with TARI. Madam Presiding Officer, the mission of TARI is to develop an agricultural educational research institute that will bridge the divide between modern science practice of the local population to form institutional linkages and stimulate global participation to its programs that will redound to the growth and development of the economy and society of Tobago. TARI will focus on the following areas: artificial intelligence in agriculture, climate smart techniques in agriculture, alternative energy development, data management systems, crop development, livestock development, agriculture business development systems, farm enterprise and farm family development, soil and water development, genetic and biodiversity management, climate change mitigation and management strategies, and disaster management, damage and loss mitigation. Strategic benefits. Direct benefits of TARI to its stakeholders will be as follows: growth via deepening and broadening of Tobago's economy and wealth creation through investment in youths, a reduced dependency of the Tobago economy on Trinidad, a reduction in the high subscription role of the Tobago House of Assembly, and enhanced participation in the private sector in Tobago's economy through research investment. Reduction in brain drain and forex expenditure from Tobago on aspects of agricultural education, research and development, and attraction of forex, knowledge transfer, and cultural fusions through acceptance of foreign students and collaboration with the global experts and the accomplished Tobago diaspora who are engaged in other countries. Improved managerial skills and financial capacity within the private sector. Madam Presiding Officer, with all that being said,
Member for Bacalet, you have 4 minutes.
With all that being said, the Tobago Agriculture Research Institute is envisioned to be a first-class research institute serving the population of Tobago by providing 21st century evidence-based research, technical support, and revenue-generating strategies through the provision of education and entrepreneurial opportunities to Tobago, Trinidad, and the Caribbean community by extension. Draft estimates for 2024 recurrent expenditure 263,843,750 TT. Development program 117,164,000 TT. TADCO 27,500,000 TT. Tobago Reforestation and Watershed Rehabilitation Program 16,700,000. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer.
Member for Signal Hill Patience Hill.
I'm going to wait on this Stanley. Thank you, sir. Madam Presiding Officer, Honorable Chief Secretary, Farley Chavez Augustine, Deputy Chief Secretary, Dr. Faith B. Israel, all secretaries, assistant secretaries, councillors, minority councillor, administrators of the Division of the Tobago House of Assembly, special invited guests, members of the media, and my electoral district of Sinal Patience Hill. Those viewing, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
Yes, sir.
My electoral district of Sinal Patience Hill has marked history for the turning for the lighting of the Patience Hill Recreation Field. I must indeed say a special thank you to my Honorable Chief Secretary, Farley Chavez Augustine, the Secretary and Assistant Secretary of Community Development, Youth Development and Sports, Assemblyman Terence Baines and Assemblyman Wayne Clark, respectively, for your invaluable support at the turning for this historical moment. And I will repeat, for this historical moment. After waiting for all these years. Thank you so much. I will also like to express how elated I am in the implementation of the Shore Park Food Hub. That also is within my district. And I must say thank you so much for my secretary, Mr. Tisha Charles Panton. Thank you. And let me also add to all our divisions that created job opportunities for the residents of my electoral district and Tobago on the whole. I must say thank you all. I am happy to be part of this executive for the progress and development for the people of Tobago. My humble intention is to continue working passionately towards the development and support of my fellow Tobagonians, members, persons in my district, and in doing so, I intend to continue in the vein of having district sporting activities to encourage camaraderie among community, continue my good hamper distribution to households, my annual Santa Claus children gift and goodies distribution, which I normally does be Santa Claus. I'll be joining you, right? So, good. Right. Also intend to have signage and naming of streets, and also for my boat recreational grounds that are within my area. I want to continue to support all sporting groups, cultural groups, schools and churches within my electoral district. As I continue to strive within my electoral district and Tobago in general, I continue to serve wholeheartedly by listening, taking and offering advice and guidance to persons in the most ways possible. I must say, working with this executive, with our leader, Chief Secretary Farley Chavez Augustine, I am privileged and proud to say that I have finally found my home. I said it loud enough so it will go out that it is a privilege for me to say, nice talk.
Members,
that
I would love to hear the members' contribution. Stand in order 44, please. No interruptions. Thank you, members.
Well, the reason why I say that, because I saw a video sometimes saying, well, come home, come home. I'm home. I'm finally home. Come home. Feel it's foul, you call him, or come home. Anyhow, Madam Presiding Officer, in Tobago, the livelihoods of over 200 persons are directly dependent upon the opportunities afforded by the fisheries industry, in which I am the Assistant Secretary in the Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment, and Sustainable Development, given the responsibilities for Fisheries Division. In fact, small-scale fishers is a valuable contributor to food security, and fish products remain a major source of protein and other essential nutrients. The fisheries subsector in Tobago mainly consists of small to medium-sized commercial operators. To date, we have over 937 fishermen has received their ID since I'm in office. Deputy Presiding, no, not Deputy, Madam, sorry about that, did some changes while, right, you understand. Madam Presiding Officer, the ability of persons in the sector to operate on a full-time basis is crippled by activities which often do not work in tandem with the border policy framework of the national policy agenda. This, I can add, is developed within the context of and is underpinned by the 7 interconnected pillars for sustainable development, namely, 1, people-centered development. Yes, sir. Meaning we need everyone to contribute. Poverty eradication and social justice. Preference for the poor and the disadvantaged. national and personal security, human security for peace and prosperity, information and communication technologies, connecting Trinidad and Tobago and building a new economy, a more diversified knowledge-intensive economy, building on the native genius of our people, good governance, and I want to repeat again, good governance, like what we are now seeing, people participation, and foreign policy by securing our place in the world. Pertinent to the Tobago scenario are items 1 to 6, and my intent to address each of these requirements in a systematic manner, which will see the expansion of the sector through sound planning and collaborative work with all stakeholders. Madam Presiding Officer, as we stand today, it will be impossible to imagine improvements to the sector and positive impacts on the livelihoods of those who depend on the products of the fishing industry without paying close attention to the necessary developments needed to bring about changes in the way we obtain our catches. The focus must be on sustainable fisheries, which will serve to provide for us today while safeguarding our fish resources base for future generations. Indeed, our fish stock, habitat, and ecosystem may be zealously managed to achieve this objective. In addition to this, we must anticipate the numerous and varied stresses and shocks which appears to be inundating the industry with ever greater frequency. Today we grapple with climate change, loss of habitat, rise in prices, and of course the unprecedented fallout of the most recent COVID-19 pandemic, which placed a damper on the earning capacity of fisherfolk who were unable to operate to their full capacity and face decreased demand for fish as consumers fell with the necessary restrictions placed on the population's movement. Emerging from this, Madam Presiding Officer, we are poised to eager to rework our commitment to reshaping and energizing industry to secure not only our ecosystem and livelihoods, but to create opportunities for income generation and social cohesion amongst our fishing communities. One strategy that must be considered is to improve of the value chain of our produce to include less used species and or turning them into new products which can serve to increase the profitability of every effort. At this junction, it is imperative that new and innovative ways and means be employed to deepen and widen output and returns in the sector. Towards this end, the Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment and Sustainable Development holds a crucial role in the rollout of the border policies and strategic plans which must be adopted to change the fortunes of the future of this sector. From the center to the planned activities in the Department of Marine Resources and Fisheries, which is an arm of the Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment and Sustainable Development, which is responsible for the sustainable management of the island's marine resources and fisheries stocks from the coastline to 6 nautical miles offshore. Through this operation, the department strives to develop, implement, and maintain policies and procedures which will serve to preserve marine life on the island of Tobago over the long term. The goal of the department is therefore to educate citizens on the benefits which can come from the preservation and protection of sensitive marine and fish species, thereby contributing to the holistic development of the island and its people. In keeping with this goal, the department has a number of units, which include an administrative unit, a marine area unit, and a fisheries unit. Further to this, the marine area unit includes a diving unit, while the fisheries unit provides extension service to the island fisherfolks. The achievement of this department mandate hinges on the execution of its overall strategic goals, which specifically include: 1. Improve data collection through the establishment of a database for information gathering and dissemination. This will involve the creation of a professional database that allows for better collection, storage, and manipulation of industry data. This database will create an avenue for data analysis, which will facilitate the subsequent generation of literature that captures the real-time state of the fisheries industry in Tobago. Increase human capacity. This will be achieved through the acquisition of adequately trained personnel. The unit is currently in need of support manpower necessary to operationalize its stated goals. A human resource audit is therefore needed to identify critical areas of shortfall and the necessary actions taken to build out the appropriate human resources team, which will facilitate the smooth operations of the department. Improve industry-wide monitoring, the implementation of a comprehensive field monitoring system. The real-time collection of data is essential to creating an accurate record of daily catches. This information will provide the data needed to support the creation of policies needed to improve the overall operation and expansion of this industry. Establishment of an appropriate evaluation and reporting system. The assessment of short, medium, and long-term operations based on the projected goals for the development of the industry are crucial for the critical analysis of policies and procedures implemented. This can only be achieved through the establishment of an appropriate evaluation and reporting system. This effort will require the involvement of both fisherfolk and department personnel will work together. Also will collaborate with all fisherfolk and stakeholders in Tobago. Implementation of a public awareness campaign. This will be achieved through the publication of an annual fish catch status brochure. This will act as a public information system for the productivity of the industry and will create an avenue for quantifying the value of the sector. Madam Presiding Officer, while the previously mentioned strategic goals outline the broader visions for the improvement of the fisheries industry and the related involvement of the division in which I am attached, it is prudent that I made mention of most of the recent activities which have taken place in the sector and the achievement amassed by the Department of Marine Resources and Fisheries. Therefore, during my tenure in office, some of the following were achieved. A marine stakeholder consultation was conducted. A safety at sea project was discussed with UWI and FAO. Comments were submitted to the JSC, Joint Fisheries Management Bill. Training in safety at sea for fishers was conducted and is presently continuing for all fisherfolk and stakeholders. Site visits were conducted to all fish landing sites throughout Tobago, and I would like to see some of the results from those site visits, right? An online data platform was launched. This will support the activities of the data collection unit, which will facilitate the wireless submission of data. Training in very high frequency radio was conducted in collaboration with FAO and United Nations. A gas rebate program was initialized. Boundary markers and navigational lights were reinstalled at Buko Marine Park. Research on seagrass was conducted in collaboration with IMA. Fisherfolk from Northeast Tobago, Charlotteville, Speyside, Delaford, and Belgarden were engaged in a training program specially designed for operators in fishing communities. The engine registration drive continued with approximately 80 engines registered to date. Fisherfolk were trained in the use of marine band digital selective calling, DSC, very high frequency VHF radio communication. The boat subsidy program was restarted. This facility will subsidize up to 25% of the cost of a newly constructed vessel. An outboard engine registration drive has commenced throughout Tobago. 3 navigational lights have been reinstalled at the Buko Reef Marine Park. Meetings held between the Division of Marine Resources and Fisheries, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard, collaboration in managing activities within the Buko Marine Park during festive season. Meeting held between the unit and officials from TATCO regarding the proposed activities for the World Ocean Day 2023. rebuilding the replacement of 3 mooring blocks for the mooring of the department's reef patrol vessel, beach cleanups, collaboration with the bio-based team in the Bonaccord, Boko area. Now, there are 14 fish facilities on the island. 1 palliative care being constructed, and a very few of them is being utilized at this time. Barbados Bay Fish Facility upgrade to start in next fiscal. Hopefully, we shall get some work done on King Peter's Bay Fish Facility also. Hopefully. Madam Presiding Officer, we recognize that training in various disciplines is crucial to the growth and expansion of the fishery sectors. Therefore, a serious training program are being arranged to facilitate the upgrade the skills and capabilities of those who wish to make fishing their main source of income. Towards this end, focus will be placed on the following training initiatives: outboard engine training for fishers, development of a fisher's handbook and videography feature on skills in the fishing industry, net mending, fish pots and boat building, with the intention to work with all fishing associations in Tobago. Precept training for senior officers, scuba certification for fisheries staff to bolster diver unit workforce, and safety and CPR training for all fishermen and stakeholders. Madam Presiding Officer, the fishing sector is in need of an injection of strategies, plan, programs, and various resources to provide the boost needed to expand the number of persons who operate in the sector, as well as to promote efficiencies in the operation of those who are already invested in the industry. The vision I have articulated, as well as planned collaborations between the Fisherfolk of Tobago and the Marine and Fisheries Department of Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment and Sustainable Development, as well as other stakeholders, is well placed as we move ahead for the betterment for the greatest little island on this planet, Tobago, being led by our Chief Secretary, Farley Chavez Agustin. I thank you.
Member for Moncton George Goodwood, you may join the debate.
Madam Presiding Officer, Honorable Chief Secretary, Deputy Chief Secretary, Secretaries and Assistant Secretaries, Minority Leader, and members of the House of Assembly, administrators, members of the viewing public, members of the media both local, regionally, and internationally, and those listening via the World Wide Web, good evening, good afternoon. Madam Presiding Officer, it is indeed an honor and privilege to stand here today to contribute to this presentation on behalf of the Division of Tourism, Culture, Antiquities and Transportation. As Assistant Secretary, I am moved by this support and the confidence that have been placed in me by the villages of Bacalet Park, Hope, John Dial, Mount St. George, Goodwood, and a small piece of Goldsboro. My colleagues, thank you for your support. And most notably, Councillor Tashia Grace Boris, my secretary. I have been ably supportive and elected to serve not only the division, but the people and the island of Tobago as a whole. Yes. I can also state confidently that our achievements as a collective has encouraged me even more to push for excellence in the area of culture and antiquities, for which I hold responsibility for. Additionally, our Chief Secretary, the Honorable Fali Chavez Augustine, has constantly spurred myself and Councillor Boris on to achieve in our division, as our division is a dynamic one and it is a critical component in Tobago's developmental framework, and also plays a key role in how we seek to transform this island and, most importantly, aid in the economic recovery post-COVID. So my task here today is to highlight the achievement of our division. I will start.
Yes.
The following is an outline of achievements from January 2022 to date by our division, the Division of Tourism, Culture, Antiquities, and Transportation. We held public stakeholders engagement, marketing, collaborative efforts, and travels. Over 20+ meetings with stakeholders from development, accommodation, tourism, culture, the arts, environmental sector were held. We hosted the first ever tourism town hall meeting with over 100+ attendees. First ever. IDB banquet hotel development tours and capacity building. Branding for local properties. Meeting to continue for the further development of our boutique hotel sectors. All these meetings and collaborations were held. Madam Presiding Officer, we hosted successful diplomatic engagement with ambassadors from UK, Netherlands, Spain, Panama, Dominican Republic, Mexico, and the United States of America. Official investment pitch from Destination Tobago made to Spain Investment Group with a view of investing more airlift and other tourism industry investment to the island of Tobago. Meetings with visiting international students and faculty teams from Southern Carolina State University and the University of the West Indies. Discussion about forming a partnership and continued negotiation. Study tours with students from university facilitated in both 2022 and 2023. Discussions were held with IDB on Tobago's participation in the Blue Economy Initiative, technical support, expertise in the accommodation sector, development and funding through the European Union. We also, our Cultural Officer 2 was nominated to the National Committee for National Registry of Artists and Cultural Workers. Let me pause here for a moment. Let me highlight and recognize my Cultural Officer 2, Mr. Jesse Taylor, for his stunning contribution to culture on the island of Tobago. And let me also recognize his team of workers that has supported him in all the endeavors since we have took office and prior. We held a collaboration to finalize the establishment of the Tourism Health Program Steering Committee, which created a proactively planned response to the health-related challenges that could affect the tourism sector. We successfully participated in the World Travel Market in London. The division also traveled to Berlin, Germany for participation in ITB. This allowed for many fruitful discussions and a renewed push for Tobago's representation and marketing in the Scandinavian market in Europe. Madam Presiding Officer, we hosted the launch of the Caribbean Regional Health Hospitality, Health, Safety and Environmental Sanitation Standard Program. We collaborated with the Caribbean Health Agency and the Division of Health, Wellness and Social Protection to conduct health protocol training for the tourism sector workers. We engaged in strategic cooperation with the Tourism Trinidad Limited to increase effectiveness and efficiency of Tobago's marketing to the Trinidad public. This also included endorsements of Tobago as a local staycation hub. Madam Presiding Officer, we appointed a destination representative for the United States market as part of a strategy to deepen research in the U.S. market and extend Tobago's exposure and reach in capturing visitors from the North American continent. We re-established a Destination Tobago international profile and network through presence at UK, Rutland, Bird Fair, inaugural Tobago Festival, Toronto, Caravan Travel Market in 2022. I am CTO, IATO Caribbean Aviation Day, Taste of Tobago Showcase in Queen's Hall, TIC 2022, FCCA 2022 Cruise Conference, Las Vegas and United Kingdom wedding shows. We launched the Man on the Biosphere Art Trail. We also signed a memorandum of understanding with the Caribbean Broadcasting Union, which saw Tobago successfully host the 53rd Annual General Assembly on August 15th to the 17th and Caribbean Media Awards on August 16th. From this initiative, 2 regional media companies will return to highlight Tobago. This will encourage about 45 million viewers in Colombia, plus additional reach via streaming to the other territories in South, Central, and North America, and 31 Caribbean territories through CaribVision. Madam Presiding Officer, we launch and continue promotional support for Tobago's pop-up shop features local artists and at the Magdalena Grand Beach and Golf Resort. We successfully executed in 2022 the Virtual Tourism Summer Youth Program and International Youth Day Fair. Ongoing is communication with Caribbean Airlines to increase domestic and regional airlift to the island, especially during peak season. Additional seats provided on the domestic air bridge for the inaugural Carnival celebration, as well as additional seats from JFK, Barbados, Miami to meet the demand. Madam Presiding Officer, we successfully host the inaugural Tobago Carnival celebration in collaboration with TITAL and Tobago Festival Commissions Limited, which attracted major collaboration and sponsorship from B-Mobile, Carib, Republic Bank, Angostura. I go on further. We successfully reopened the cruise ship season in collaboration with key stakeholders, inclusive of the Tobago Tourism Agency Limited, Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, Tobago Operations, ground transportation and tour providers. The season attracted a total of 23,685 crew members, 48,768 passengers, and 13,432 passenger engagement in official tours on the island of Tobago. I don't have to tell you what that does for the economy of Tobago, eh? I don't have to tell you that. 13,000 plus passengers. The Royal Caribbean has already confirmed 27 calls to Tobago for the next cruise season in 2023-2024. We had participation in the tourism sectoral innovation mapping exercise with NIHERS. We attended Caribbean All Ports in Dominica in this year in the tourism study tour. We secured tentative agreements for Tobago to host the destination in 2025, sorry. We spent 30 million TT dollars in development programs and projects, which spread across 20 projects across the island. This accounts for the largest expenditure in over 10 years. Madam Presiding Officer, we had construction and infrastructural work completed on Mantle Lodge with overhead, which hand over to Tobago House of Assembly, an RFP for operationalization or outright purchase to be published and tendered shortly. Complete and construction and handing over of the Charleville tourism staff quarters. Completed upgrade and ventilation and air conditioning system at Fort King George. We completed upgrade to Fort Milford. We handed over and commissioned lifeguard towers and facility at Bucco Beach. We completed upgrade to Colanders Mount given the damage done to this site during the landslippage from adverse weather conditions. We completed upgrade to Green Hill Waterfall site, which is in Mount St. George. We ensured the completion of repairs and upgrade to the Goodwood Sugar Mill and supported the successful launch of the Goodwood Mill Ruin Experience, which is a sustainable tourism product operated by a secondary school, the first of its kind on the island and in my district. We completed electoral repairs and rehabilitation work to the Pembroke Heritage Park. We installed dusk to dawn lamps at Fort Granby Beach facility in my area as well. As a matter of fact, I could hardly get the place to use now because people find it attractive now, so everybody wanted to use. But that's okay. We provided critical support and contribution towards the successful staging of Taste of Bucco 2022 Easter celebration. I think all can attest to that. We had the successful staging of the 2022 Tobago Heritage Festival, which have been absent from physical festivities post-pandemic. We also had the Junior Heritage Caravan in that period as well. We successfully staged the launch of Carnival, namely Bago Jam, and the Republic Day Cultural Showcase in Roxborough. We contributed to outstanding THA presence at the Trinidad and Tobago Manufacturers Association 2022 Trade and Investment Convention 2022 at the Center of Excellence. Tobago won Best Large Display. We provide support for the Prime Minister's West Village competition. I could go on all day, Madam Presiding Officer. We contributed to successful key events hosted by the Office of the Chief Secretary. Did you all remember our 60th celebration of Independence Day, where the streets were filled with people never seen before on the island of Tobago? This administration, we partner with the United Nations Verified Program for a COVID conservation drive using Tobago's traditional characters and speech band as an art format at upcoming events and across selected schools. You know, most of the children learn by seeing and playing and getting involved. So our traditional characters was used there. There's an ongoing collaboration with DIRTEC to return on a return of Tobago Sandfest cultural competition. Madam Presiding Officer, our division provided financial and technical support to both the Mount Pleasant Village Council and the Boko Village Council to 2023 Easter celebration, not so? Yes. We conducted over 40 cruise ship arrival cultural showcases in both Scarborough and Charlottesville for the 2022-2023 cruise ship season in conjunction with community cultural practitioners and the Tobago Performing Arts Company. We conducted meetings with key stakeholders from the animal welfare fraternity with the aim to develop a working collaborative committee to address animal welfare on the island. Madam Presiding Officer, our division rolled out free Wi-Fi to the public at our head offices, both at Scarborough and at the Culture Department at Shaw Park. Soon, at the international airport, there is free Wi-Fi, but soon you will have free Wi-Fi available at some of our facilities, namely Pigeon Point, Store Bay, Fort King George, and Flagstaff Hill in Charlottesville before the end of this year. The Tobago Performing Arts Company showcased Dr. Leston F. Berg Wellington's Bitter Cassava at the Magdalena Grand Beach and Golf Course in Easter weekend 2022. This was the company's first major theatrical production since its establishment. It took a new change in regime to see a showcase like that. We are proud. These shows were a resounding success as scores of patrons attended each night to view the full-length musical production that is steeped in the tradition of folk theater, music, dances of Trinidad and Tobago. This resulted in the launch of Bitter Cassava National Tour. So not just Tobago, nationally. Taste of Tobago. Kotila. The Taste of Tobago displayed at Queen's Hall, another production. Trinidad took place in Trinidad on February 3rd and Saturday 4th of June. The Micromatic brought the Tobago Performing Arts Company, the Tobago Hotels, the Tourism Institute, the Tobago Festival, the Tobago Tourism Agency, and Shaw Park Cultural Complex under one umbrella to showcase the best of what was made in Tobago. I'm going into antiquities now. An ongoing engagement with management services units towards continued build-out of the robust antiquities department. We had collaboration with the National Heritage Trust and toured various sites towards establishment of a heritage site list for Tobago and national recognition of key sites such as Fort King George, the Mystery Tombstone, among others. We also had the Geological Society donate rocks to Fort King George Historical Museum. The Geological Society of Trinidad and Tobago, in collaboration with efforts with NGOs, Environment Tobago donated indigenous rocks and metamorphic rocks samples to 2 geological maps on the island to Fort King George. And these rock samples were collected primarily from the Mainridge Forest Reserve and which newly installed descriptive labels. They will add value to the display at the museum while demonstrating the rich geological properties of the Forest Reserve and Tobago as an island in general. Madam Presiding Officer, I continue. We did refurbishment work. It started at the museum at Rockley Bay, historical ruins, subsea antiquities house at Scarborough Port premises. dive expeditions and training projects to be funded by UNESCO and rolled out of the Rockley Bay Historical Project by this year, November 2023. Look out for it. Commence and conceptualization and plans of the Antiquities Registry System to be implemented under the direction of the Antiquities Department of the Division. Madam Presiding Officer, there is collaboration agreements signed between the Tobago House of Assembly and the Embassy of the Kingdom of Netherlands in Trinidad for future cooperation for historical projects and support for the Rockley Bay Dive Expedition. There is also collaboration with the Tobago Visual Arts Association for successful exhibition at Shaw Park Cultural Complex and the Parliament Rotunda in April 2023. Collaboration with the Trinidad and Tobago Bureau of Standard, the Tobago Tourism Agency Limited and other stakeholders in the drafting of a new Trinidad and Tobago beach operation requirement standard. We completed the gap analysis for the Green Key certification in December of 2022 for Fort King George Heritage Park. We obtained approval for one new property, House of Grace, and 2 renewals, Tropical Apartment and Banana Creek Apartment for Green Key certification. We conducted water quality testing at 2 beach facilities, namely Mount Irving and Bloody Bay Beach Facility.
Member.
In preparation.
Member, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you. In preparation for blue flag certification, so there is more blue flag certification to come. Lifeguards were physically trained and life-saving techniques were conducted in 2022. Lifeguards at 7 beach facilities undertook rescue drill jet ski training. We know we have had a few jet ski incidents, so our lifeguard undertook training. Lifeguards, education officers conducted lectures on water safety to the general public at World Food Day exhibition. Our lifeguards again, lifeguard education officers conducted a water safety lecture to the general public in June. We hosted the the division again hosted the inaugural Women in Tourism and Hospitality Forum in commemoration of International Women's Day at the Magdalena Grand Beach and Golf Club with over 100 persons participating. We also launched the Tobago pop-up shop at the same venue, which allowed for women in tourism and hospitality, and we also featured 40 local artisan entrepreneurs and vendors. We hosted the local Tourism Youth Congress, where the winner, Miss Jenny Bradford, participated at the CTO Regional Youth Congress in the Cayman Islands in September 2022 and won the title of the Regional Junior Minister of Tourism. We continue with the youth. We held a youth initiative entitled Edutainment. Let me say that again, edutainment, education in entertainment, and cultural expressions in recognition of International Youth Day 2022. We hosted the virtual Tourism Summer Youth Awareness Program during the period the 10th to the 12th August 2022, when 95 persons participated. The topic covered were the importance of tourism, youth entrepreneurship career in tourism, tourism sites, attraction, beach and water safety, songwriting, storytelling, environment, and Tobago wildlife. So you say a heavy emphasis on the youth, so that when we depart this place, we have some young people with the requisite skills and knowledge to take over from us.
Yes, ma'am.
We worked with the Tobago Empowerment Analysis Alliance mission as an associate to plan and execute the Tobago Day event in New York in 2022. Also assisted in mobilization of the Tobago entrepreneur participation in the Tobago Day activities in New York, and played a leading role in organizing their fundraising events in that regard. We also helped coordinate the Tobago Entrepreneur Association participation of the Tobago's Day celebration in New York, where 8 local entrepreneurs were granted financial support from the division to attend the celebrations in New York, where they were given an opportunity to highlight Tobago's product offering and interact, network with other entrepreneurs worldwide. Madam Presiding Officer, we coordinated and executed the Division of Tourism Town Hall meeting held in the Scarborough Library auditorium hosted by my esteemed secretary. We facilitated and supported the Division Youth in Tourism program for Bishop's High School Tourism Youth Club beach cleanup activity at Lambeau Beach facility in March of 2022. We successfully executed the marketing of Tobago sweets internationally from certified Tobago entrepreneurs.
Your time has expired.
I need some time.
Member for Bellegarde and Glamorgan.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I beg to move that the members' time be extended by an additional 10 minutes.
Honorable members, we are scheduled to break at 4:30, which is in the next 7 minutes. So I'm kindly asking for a decision to be made on whether we sit and allow the member to finish the 10 minutes of, if allowed, 10 minutes of contributionary time, or we break now and we resume after at 5. Member for Bellegarde and Glamorgan.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. May I then amend my request to ask that the members' time be extended by 6 minutes?
Honorable members, the question is that the member be afforded 6 minutes of speaking time to finish her contribution to this budget presentation. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Member, 6 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, and my extreme colleagues. I would never finish in 10 or 15 minutes, so I'll wrap up. Because they say we haven't done anything now. But if you look, you see how much pages, all of that is achievements. You understand? So the word thing I was giving them thing now.
Indeed.
You understand? So with that said, I'll do my closing remarks. Yes, I have to skip around. So I have not mentioned in any detail the achievements of the companies under our remit. So I'm just saying thank you for them. We have the Boko Integrated Facility. We have, not Boko, Pigeon Point. A special thank you to TPAC and the Tobago Festivals Commission. Have I missed any? The Tobago Tourism Agency, which are responsible for the marketing of the island of Tobago and have done an exceptional job since this administration has took office. So I just wanted to point that out. So in wrapping up, I'm saying to you, Madam Presiding Officer, as I bring this part of our joint presentation, because it is a joint presentation. The Secretary will come subsequently to speak about the projections of the division and so on. So in this joint presentation, I have a profound sense of pride and optimism for what lies ahead in our tourism and cultural sector. The achievement we have collectively made in 2022 and 2023 have been nothing short of remarkable given our current circumstances as a new and untested administration. Over the last 18 months, our collective efforts have showcased the island beacon of cultural richness and highlighted her as a haven of wanderless lost soul. We have witnessed a dawn of a new era where arts, heritage, and tourism have intertwined even more seamlessly, casting a spell that has captivated the hearts of many local and visitors alike. Madam Presiding Officer, our tourism initiative have started to bear fruit after the barren of COVID in the years of 2020 and 2021. We have welcomed the return and new visitors who have been drawn to this beautiful island. The allure of a vibrant festival, the enchantment of our gastronomic delights, and a warmth of our hospitality. With meticulous planning and strategic investment of time and resources, we have begun to create a network of sustainable tourism practices that have not only enhanced the visitor experience, but have also forced on preserving the integrity of our natural wonders for generations to come. Madam Presiding Officer, beyond the numbers, we look forward to the immeasurable impact of our communities in the coming years. The economic prosperity to be generated by thriving tourism and cultural sector will provide countless opportunities for our citizens. Looking ahead, the path we are on is one that is encouraging as we consider the many opportunities that responsible tourism development will afford us. We stand at the cusp of an exciting chapter, ready to continue the journey towards even greater achievement. Together, we will continue to push the boundaries, fuel innovation, and promote sustainable growth that aligns with our vision for prosperous and cultural enrichment. Madam Presiding Officer, I thank you.
Honorable members, as per Standing Order 16.2, I will now suspend the sitting until 5 o'clock. So, you all are on break. Good afternoon, honorable members.
Ms. Gilhart.
Squad, and then I was what they call it, the Royal Engineers. So we were supper. My name was Supper Legal. We correspond by writing my family in Tobago. Every week or whatever, right. So after I joined the army, I tell my brother, and he write them and tell the parents that about him, because when I leave in the morning, Sunday, those days, The boat used to travel daylight because of wartime. So the boat used to leave Tobago 6 o'clock every morning. So in my squad, there's about 6 of us from Trinidad and Tobago. All the rest was Grenadians and Antiguans. All that is one, the training that they have in the army, keep it always. And to teach other people how to communicate and how to live a nice life. You see, you have to put a trust in people, right? Trust is the most important thing. I could trust you, you could trust me. Don't come to his conclusion. Take your time. Take your time, care for the person, get certain things from them, and so forth. And when you're satisfied, then you can make a move. Because I had a girlfriend before I went away, but she deceived me. Yes, she did. She set me up. So when I leave Tobago, she was in Tobago. Once I was crossing over there, I wrote her, I understand she was in Trinidad. So I came down, come across, and so on. I bought a next dance present for her, a little ring, and a chain. Came down, she wasn't around. So those days, we had Electoral, where they had a thing called non-stop. So a band from Piston came up, was playing in there. Then a lady who I in before, she came up to the dance. And Papa said herself for no thing and thing. You understand? So she called me, I answered, and I asked her for the girl, them in Trinidad. And then, start up there, and the same lady, we married for 69 years. We were together for 69 years. When she died, we have about 62 years in marriage.
name is Joel Nutsi Sampson. I am the Assemblyman for Bonaccord Crown Point. Also, I am the Deputy Presiding Officer of the Assembly Legislature. Added to that, I am the Assistant Secretary for the Division of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development. My electoral district, it spans from Center Street, the western side of Center Street. So when you enter where the community center is, from the western side, that is your left hand, it spans from there straight down to the back of the airport, up to the park. It includes Gaskin Bay Road, it includes John Gorman Trees, Sill Cotton Trees, Storbay Branch Road, Storbay Local Road, parts of Killigwin. It also includes the Bonaccord Integrated Development. It includes Milford Court. My electoral office is located at number 11, Milford Bay Plaza, Crown Point. It's the cream and brown building, just opposite the Coliseum. The best thing about my electoral district, I think it's the clean, green, serene surrounding environment, you know. We have the wonderful beaches, we have Pigeon Point, we have Storbay, you know. We have the famous strip, as they call the Avenue. So, you know, everything is on the west side and persons love it and I do love it as well. You know, added to the sand, sea and the sun, there are the reef boat tours, you know. You go out to the beautiful Nyland pool, you engage in a bath on the reef. They say when you take a bath out there, you look 10 years younger. So anyone who wants to look 10 years longer, just come to Bonaccord Crown Point. Let's take you on an adventure, on a journey, so that you will look that way. I was born and bred in Milford Court. That's in the beautiful village of Bonaccord. You know, it's a nice development, a nice housing area where it was closely knit. We grew up in those days with love and unity. So if you didn't have, you could always go by the neighbor and you could get something. Growing up wasn't always easy. You know, I had to work harder for everything that I have achieved thus far. And at the end of the day, the hard work surely paid off. So here I am today, and that's what you get when you work hard. Nutsi, the name comes from far back, from since I was approximately 4 years old. I love nuts, peanuts that is. So when they bought peanuts for Christmas, I would eat out all. And when Grace would come looking for the nuts, the empty bottles will be below my bed. So you know what that spelled? That was trouble. I did not grow up with my biological mom, which a lot of persons don't know. They know Miss Grace as my mom, and that's who I consider to be my mom, because she raised me from 3 months old. She has 3 wonderful kids, and they have embraced me as their own. And the funny thing is, each and every one of us, we are 5 years apart. So you couldn't tell, because growing up with them from small, they say, you know, when you grow up among persons, you all tend to look alike. So you couldn't tell the difference. But my biological parents, or the siblings, we are very close as well. You know, we have a close relationship because I'm a loving person, so I embrace each and every one. You know, if it's one thing, she ensures that my shirts are sharply pressed, the pants seam are straight, cut to suit. So, you know, she makes sure that I'm good enough to head out to work. Someone even said to me at the division today, "Nutsi, you look so nice. What's different about it?" Because they're accustomed to see me in the button-up jersey and the jeans at Wassa. But you know, sometimes in life you have to make a change. When you want to make a difference in society, you have to step outside of the box. You have to think differently, and that's what I decided to do. Now it's different, you know, you have to be an example to others. And I have a son that is coming up and he looks up to me as an example, so I cannot do it alone. We have to do it together. So when you hear about the revamping of the Crown Point area, that spoke to the residents and the business sector within Crown Point. We're going to have some revamping of the pavements. We're going to set up a tourism hub at Cowdong Park, which is the Storbay Heritage Park. You know, we're going to enhance the entrance to Pigeon Point. That was Crown Point speaking to you. On the other side, there were persons concerned with the road infrastructure and drainage, because you know we have a lot of flooding issues. Prior to that beach cleanup, we would have toured Pigeon Point, myself along with the Secretary for Tourism, and what I saw was disheartening, because it's a world famous beach, and the state that the surroundings was in, it was a bit deplorable. So we decided there and then that we should do a beach cleanup. because most persons just walk in along the entrance, they see the nice, clean, serene areas. But after you pass Renmar's bar and go around to the back where other activities take place, it was in a mess. I've always been a man on the ground, humble, down to earth, loving, cool, calm and collective, and that won't change. That can't come out of me, it's embedded in me.
Assembly legislature wants you to be a part of Sebago's conversation. I'm going to ask you 4 easy questions. If you don't know, we'll learn something today, yeah? Where is the Assembly legislature located?
Opposite courts, Birmingham Street, Birmingham. Uptown James Park.
In Scarborough, by James Park.
Uptown opposite courts.
I'll take that, but it is located Jerningham Street, Uptown Scarborough, all right? How often are sit-ins held?
Probably once a month.
You want to deliberate a little bit for me?
One day, probably on a Tuesday or something in the month. The last Tuesday in the month. Every other Tuesday in the month.
I do not know.
You want to take a guess for me?
Okay, once a week?
2 or 3 times a year? I don't know. That one hard for me.
That's all right, but let me correct you. It happens the 4th Thursday of every month. Once every month, all right? Who was the first presiding officer?
Mr. Davidson.
No, I don't know what's the first presiding officer. From since in Mr. London time?
Before Mr. London's time. Yes, in the 1990s. You want to take a guess?
Nah, I know no. I remember this lady was a thick red lady, but I don't think she was the first. But I can't remember her name even though.
Okay. Is this your son?
Yes, it is.
What year was he born? Mommy, if you forget, that's something wrong. Mommy, what is this?
I don't really remember the date of birth.
Okay, is he a 90s baby or 80s baby?
80s.
All right, well, our first presiding officer was in the year of 1996, so I hope that hint helps.
1996.
Son, you want to chime in to help mommy on this question?
I cannot.
It happens. Well, our first presiding officer was Mr. Jeff Davidson.
Woo! Really? My exams was easier than this. I'm a Trinidadian. I've been over here like 10 years, and only when I'm over here, I took interest in Tobago politics.
Okay, but let me just allow you to know so you learn something today. Our first presiding officer was Mr. Jeff Davidson, all right? Who is the current presiding officer?
Miss Taylor.
I'm a PNM, so I ain't really take on what's happening with this new,
I respect that.
I can't remember who's the current presiding officer.
Take a guess.
I know it's a young lady, but I can't remember her name right now.
Tashia Burris.
Incorrect.
The other one, the other girl. The girl that went up in
Yes, up in arm.
What did anybody walk over?
Up in arm.
Miss Taylor, Abby Taylor.
There you are, that is correct.
Members, be seated. Councillor Tashria Boris.
Good afternoon, Madam Presiding Officer. I stand before you still humbled and honored at the opportunity to serve the people of Tobago as an appointed member of this House. Please allow me the opportunity to start with thanks as I officially contribute to my first budget debate. I would like to thank God for His grace, mercy, and faithfulness in this season. Thanks to my family and supportive team of staff and close friends who have been a bedrock and source of peace in this political journey. And most importantly, thanks to my Chief Secretary and colleagues on this team of committed servants to the people of Tobago for encouraging and challenging me to always deliver. I also want to thank the people of Tobago, because regardless of where your politics lie, you have all shaped me, and I remain committed to service, and a service that makes you proud. Madam Presiding Officer, I would like to now continue where my esteemed colleague left off, Assemblyman Megan Morrison, who gave a comprehensive overview of the kind of work that the Division of Tourism, Culture and Antiquities and Transportation and our special purpose companies have put in over the last 18 months. Indeed, we are committed to achieving sustainability, increasing resilience, and promoting prosperity for our great island. And so I present to you the second part of our joint budget presentation for the critical sectors of tourism, culture, antiquities, and transportation. Certainly, in these hollowed halls, we on this side stand united in our vision to truly make Tobago the greatest little island on the planet. And responsible and sustainable tourism development and management are undoubtedly gateways to economic growth. This sector can weave together the tapestry of our island, blending the allure of breathtaking landscapes, the richness of our cultural and culinary heritage, and the warmth of our hospitality. Today, this presentation is a public declaration of the commitment to invest in systems, infrastructure, marketing, and sustainable practices that will elevate our island's status as a premier global destination. Our culture and cultural expressions, which are inextricably linked to who we are, remain a defining feature of this island. And as an administration, we are committed to continuing to nurture and preserve both our tangible and intangible heritage through providing empowering artists and artisans and creating the perfect environment for collaborations, showcases, capacity building, and legacy development. Antiquities for this administration represents the very present echoes of our past, and within them are the keys to unlocking the mysteries of civilizations long gone. These living testaments and treasures of the ingenuity, resilience, and magnificence of our ancestors must be intentionally protected, preserved, and restored so that present and future generations can bear witness to the legacies that shaped us. Through strategic investments and partnerships, archaeological research, and innovative conservation techniques, we shall be true custodians of our history, a history that can still teach us valuable lessons today. And transportation, of course, the artery of connectivity, is the lifeline that binds our nation together, ensuring seamless movement of people and goods, and also the lifeline that gives the world access. Transportation remains a critical conduit of progress, and this administration is dedicated to advocacy and negotiations that would keep us connected to the outside world, as well as enhance transportation infrastructure, not only for the comfort of residents, but to make us even more competitive as a destination. Madam Presiding Officer, permit me 5 minutes to 5:20. I'm going to issue my disclaimer at this time. Yes. I, Tasha Grace Boris, as far as I am humanly aware, has never been the subject of any criminal investigation, and as far as I know, I am not currently the subject of any criminal investigation at this time. I only stand here to serve the people of Tobago and serve them to the best of my ability. I ask you, Madam Presiding Officer, for 5 minutes. You know why? I need to address some of the comments made by the goodly minority leader. He started his presentation at 10:19 this morning. An hour in, I realized that I was present at the most boring political meeting that I've ever been present to in my entire life, because I'm still waiting for the substance to come through now. He finished his presentation at 1:07 p.m. 2 hours and 48 minutes of utter rubbish. Yes. Utter rubbish. Yes. He kept using old sayings that we know very well. And I could understand, you know, because after listening to his contribution, I now get to understand why they say empty vessels make the most noise. Because all I was hearing was noise. Noise, that's all we hear. Noise. And they have another word in the dictionary that he liked to use plenty. Wickedness. Because every time he say wickedness, I jump up because I was kind of in and out of the sleep now. So when he jump up and say wickedness, I get up. I say, all right. But you know when you open the dictionary and you look at the word wickedness, the synonym is PNM. So every time you jump up and say wickedness is PNM. Because them know about wickedness. It's only people who know about wickedness could talk about wickedness. All the time, so let me run down what I have to correct in the house today. Because one of the things he also likes to say is, we are the TPP, we are the toilet paper party. Well, that might be an insult, but when you really do check it, we might be the toilet paper party because we have plenty mess to clean up. Right? So we need all the toilet paper that we can get, right? So the first thing he helped on, 2% decline. 2% decline 2022, a sunken year after a pandemic. But the PNM sink the Heritage and Stabilization Fund to the tune of $913.5 million in that same 2022. That is the equivalent to 6.2 billion TT dollars. The equivalent of 3 budgets laid in this house for the people of Tobago. So PNM in Trinidad could lose away all that. But you are studying, were you studying Tobago and with 2%? I think you have bigger fish to fry with them people on the other side. So we're going down the road. We're going down the road. Right? We're going down the road. So you want to talk about the tourism agency. You gave a little overview, I listen. You talk about airlift, you talk about what we don't have. We all know these things, right? You want to talk about the tourism agency. Let me talk about the tourism agency a little bit now. Because you see, the thing is that the only thing that the minority leader could talk about is alleged propaganda. But when you look at the membership book, they deal with actual propaganda. Because what you bring into the house today, because when you're gossiping, when you're collecting the gossip, make sure it's facts and not facts machine. Because you want to talk about the fact that this executive council took a decision to appoint someone who has more than demonstrated their worth in the last 14 months that they have been at the helm of the tourism agency. And you want to talk about the fact that there was somebody there who was a director of product development and they have a PhD and whatnot. But you see, again, you bring the gossip and you bring a fax machine and not facts. Because that same individual that you're referring to actually resigned the same time the CEO resigned. So that when the executive chairman was appointed, he wasn't even
Honorable members
at the agency, sir. But I could understand your confusion, you know.
Honorable members. Thank you. Standing Order 44. I would like to hear the members' contribution. Again, I repeat, Standing Order 44. There are rules to this. If you need to speak, you rise on a point of order. I won't be tolerating anything outside of the standing order this afternoon. Continue.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. You stopped my flow, man. The thing is that the minority should know a lot about the tourism agency, seeing that both of them previously served on the board of directors. But the thing is that I don't have a microscope big enough to look for the contribution that either of them made during their tenure there. Then I know microscope big enough, I don't have that. They just said two heads are better than one, but clearly that is not the case here. Because these are the same members of the Minority Council who sat on a board that had a chairman who lived in Barbados and who was flown in every month for a board meeting at taxpayers' expense, but that was okay for you. That was okay for you. You had a deputy chair who lived in Trinidad who was flown in for every board meeting at taxpayers' expense, but that was okay for you. But that is all right. That is okay. I want to clarify the clause for ITB.
Honorable members, again, for the last time, I will ask anyone who disturbs the member again to kindly step outside. Collect yourselves and then come back in. Councillor, continue.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Let me clarify the cost for ITB. Post-COVID, costs naturally went up. This was the first time that we were displaying after they could not display during the lockdown. So costs for everything went up. Plane tickets went up, hotel accommodation went up, the cost for the booth went up. But what they're not going to say is this. Because of this same board of the tourism agency, the current board that is led by the current chairman, they signed a strategic arrangement with Tourism Trinidad to share the cost of that stand. So we are supposed to get a rebate of over $700,000 from Tourism Trinidad. And you know what's the funny thing? They did not even show up. They did not even show up. And that says a lot about how seriously we take the work that we have to do to rebuild our tourism sector. If Trinidad is not serious, then Tobago most certainly is. Yes. On top of that, you want to talk about Carnival. Okay. You say nobody and nothing happening. You're talking about Carnival planning. You ever stop to think that we never stopped planning since last year? You ever stop to think that a lot of things are happening behind closed doors, behind the scenes, to make sure that what we put out this year is a great product? But yet all the talk you're talking about, band leaders don't know nothing and whatnot, and band launching every week up and down the place. Well, clearly you're not a Carnival baby, so you wouldn't be involved in those kinds of things. I understand, it's okay. Facts versus facts machine, right? And then you want to talk about jazz marketing. Okay, you might have your own opinions about how the jazz was marketed. But you see, when you get the ghost of D'Angelo to bring back that 10 million, then you could tell me about jazz. You can't talk to me about jazz right about now. Because your previous administration still can't get D'Angelo to come and perform, right? So when you could talk about that, then we could have a conversation about the jazz festival, right? But, you know, in all of this, because I don't want to waste my time commenting too much on what the minority leader said, because I really wanted to focus on his contribution with respect to tourism. I was expecting to hear some kind of recommendation, some kind of something, more than 15 minutes of a largely vacuous commentary that really did nothing to help any of us. The reality is that there is no handbook that tells you how to recover a sector after a global pandemic. None. We are an administration that already inherited a THA that was largely unproductive, that was fraught with corruption at all levels across all divisions. That is what we inherited. Drop a global pandemic on top of that, that is a recipe for chaos. So a 2% decline last year, you're making an issue about that, that don't make any sense. You know why that doesn't make any sense? Because what our statistics show at this time, in terms of the tourism sector, is that obviously we are on a growth path to recovery. And I'll give you the statistics. That for 2022, the tourism sector generated approximately $234.8 million in value added, consisting of hotels and guest houses, which was $173.9 million, and distribution and restaurants, which was $60.9 million. The tourism sector grew by an estimated 42.8% in 2022, and that translated into 70.4 million in additional value added generated in the sector that year. The overall contribution in 2021 was 9.5% to 2022, which was a rise to 14% of GDP. So that there was an increase in tourism's contribution to the GDP. I hear nothing about that, but you want to talk about a 2% decline. It means that we are on a growth path to recovery, and this administration is certainly doing the right things to get us to the place that we need to go, right? Presently, for the domestic market, there are increases in the passenger arrivals by sea every month when compared to 2022. At the end of April 2023, there was an increase of 9.4%. So far, we've had 10,577 arrivals. Likewise, there were increases in passenger arrivals by air for every month in 2023 when compared to 2022. At the end of April 2023, there was an increase of 43.6%, or 30,855 arrivals. Total domestic arrivals are up by 22.6% when compared to the period January to April 2023. And I continue. International arrivals, Madam Presiding Officer, also reflect the same positive trend. For every month of 2023, for the first quarter, stayover arrivals more than doubled for the previous year. So there was a 378% increase in January 2023, 109% increase in February, and 158% in March. Cumulatively, the increase in stayover arrivals for the first quarter was 185%, from 1,667 persons in 2022 to 4,743 people in 2023. Exponential growth was recorded in the following markets with the addition of flights and the increase in traveler confidence post-COVID. The German market saw an increase of 3,710%. The rest of Europe, Madam Presiding Officer, 1,589%. The facts don't lie. The numbers don't lie. But all you're doing is coming to the house and bringing fax machine, but I will continue. Madam Presiding Officer, given the context outlined before and the positive progress made, I now move to give you a view of the overall vision for Tobago's Tourism Trust, a vision to build on the small gains made and to propel us even to greater prosperity, and never to return to the legacy of the previous administration, which has the misfortune of more than a decade of constant decline in arrivals, even after millions of dollars were spent. These same two members of the minority sat on a TTAL board that continued to give a contractor an airline that was bringing single digits to Tobago, and they were happy. They were happy to spend millions of dollars to bring empty planes to land in the airport. And want to talk about the tourism agency now? They have done more work in the last 14 months that you all could have not done in the 5 years prior. So let me don't even talk about that. The Division of Tourism, Culture, Antiquities and Transportation, and by extension, this administration, has identified the triple bottom line approach for sustainable development. And that is a major strategy and catalyst for building out a sustainable, prosperous, and resilient Tobago in keeping with this year's budget theme. So the simple explanation is that the triple bottom line looks at people, planet, prosperity, and profits. Madam Presiding Officer, this is a globally tested and tried, proven strategy that has seen numerous positive and impactful results on economies all over the world. And in envisioning the future of our tourism and cultural sectors, it is critical to adopt a holistic and forward-thinking approach that encompasses not only economic growth, but also social inclusivity and environmental sustainability. So we will strive to create this ecosystem where the triple bottom line of people, planets, and prosperity guides policy development, industry practices, and investment choices. Madam Presiding Officer, our goal is to increase tourism sector share of GDP from the current 14% this year to 20% next year. And to do that within a year requires a strategic and coordinated approach. So here are some key steps that we intend to undertake to achieve this goal. One, we have to enhance our destination marketing. We have to invest in comprehensive destination marketing campaigns to promote Tobago's unique attractions, natural beauty, and cultural experiences. We also have to invest in the use of digital marketing strategies, social media, and partnerships with travel influencers to reach a broader audience. We have already started a lot of this work. This work will continue and increase in the new fiscal year. We need to diversify our target markets. We have to identify and tap into new markets, both domestically, regionally, and internationally. We will have to do that market research, because one of the things that the minority will never say is that I inherited a division with no technical people. How can we transform an economy if we don't even have the brains in the room to begin to sit and strategize? So one of the things that we have to do is certainly build out the division of tourism to do that work. So we have to do the research, and one of the things that we want to do actually is in partnership with the Tourism Hotel Institute, which is under the division of education at this time, we want to establish a tourism research and resiliency unit that will be tasked with doing business, research, and tourism-focused research for the Tobago economy. So we have to develop tailored marketing campaigns and strategies and packages to attract tourists from emerging markets or niche markets that align with Tobago's offerings. Certainly, we have to improve airlift. We cannot stress that enough. They have instituted a National Airlift Committee. Personally, I think it's all talk shop because they haven't had one meeting as yet. The reality is that Port of Spain and Jamaica are the only two territories in the Caribbean that do not pay for airlift. Tobago has a different circumstance, and that is why we have to take responsibility for managing our airlift arrangements. We also have to take responsibility for going out there and looking for the business. We cannot wait on a Minister of Tourism in Trinidad to decide that Tobago need planes to fly. That is why we have to travel, Mr. Minority Leader. We have to go out there and look for the business. The business will not come to us. Yes? We have to develop tourism infrastructure. We have already started massive upgrade of all of our tourism plans. Again, because of the sunken years of COVID, no maintenance took place on our beach facilities, our forts, and all our attendant infrastructure. So last fiscal, we started with 16 sites that were identified. We completed those. And this fiscal, we are looking to focus on our lifeguard facilities at all of our beaches. We want to do our security booths, and we want to ensure that by the end of this fiscal, most of the infrastructure that resides under the Division of Tourism, Culture, Antiquities, and Transportation would have undergone some kind of renovation or rehabilitation to bring them back up to the place that they need to be. We have to look at enhancing our visitor experiences. We have to focus on enhancing the quality of experiences to encourage longer stays. And this is why we have to collaborate. All our companies have to come together, the TFCL, the TPAC, the TTAL, the Division of Tourism, and then all of the divisions as part of the THA, as well as our major stakeholders in the hotel sector, the Chamber of Commerce, the hotel school, and all the other sectors to ensure that we can collectively create experiences that would make sure that people don't want to just visit Tobago once, twice, 3 times, that they will develop long-standing relationships with us, that they will continue to choose this destination over all others. We have to provide support to small and medium enterprises. And at this juncture, I want to say that we have continued our commitment to ensuring that we can provide support to our major sectors post-COVID. Part of that support was the continuation of us distributing grants under the Tourism Accommodation Grant Program, which is Relief Grant Program, which is on its second phase. They have already they have 39 applicants. They have already distributed $1.3 million in grants and the first tranche to the applicants. We have a second tranche that has started to be paid out in the tune of about $300,000. We also paid out ancillary grants to persons in the sector, persons who lost income during the COVID, to the tune of $1.3 million thereabouts, and that was done under the Business Development Unit. And we will continue to look for ways to provide support for our small and medium businesses in the sector to be able to diversify their product offerings and to not just recover, but to become resilient and to thrive. We also have to adopt sustainable tourism practices, because the reality is that the travelers that we want to attract to Tobago are interested in sustainable practices. They're interested in responsible tourism. tourism. The kind of travelers who look at Tobago as a destination are not your mass market type of tourists, but they want especially curated experiences. They want to experience staying in a local community. They want to go to Airbnbs and small guest houses. These are the persons that are interested in the type of technologies that these properties use. So we're encouraging the use of green technologies in these properties, so that we have to commit as a green island, the green island of festivals, as our Chief Secretary coined us, to promote eco-friendly initiatives such as renewable energy adoption, waste management, and sustainable transportation options. Last and most importantly, is that we have to continue the conversation with our stakeholders. They are a key element of our success. They have fed into all of these presentations that the Assistant Secretary and I have made, and they will not, we would not be here if not for their support. We thank them for their support. We thank them for trusting in us, and we ask that they continue to trust in us as we take Tobago forward. Madam Presiding Officer, I'd like to present to you plans and projections.
Member, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Plans and projections for 2023-2024. So basically, Madam Presiding Officer, the Assistant Secretary laid out most of our achievements over the last 18 months. In adding to those achievements, Madam Presiding Officer, we have some key things that we would like to implement for the upcoming fiscal. We are looking at, in terms of improving our room stock, 2 strategies that we have developed are one, a boutique hotel program, where in conjunction with the Division of Finance, not the Division of Finance, sorry, the Office of the Chief Secretary would identify plots of land specifically for the development of boutique hotels under 80 rooms. We are asking in the first instance that 10 of these plots be made available to us. And the modality that we would look at is public-private partnerships, where we will be inviting persons to come in to develop these plots into small/boutique hotels, similar to like a comfort suites, if you want to have an example. We anticipate that once this program gets off the ground, that it should be able to add about 500 high-quality rooms to the Tobago room stock within the next 3 years. We also have on the books an Airbnb support program, where we want to encourage local persons to develop Airbnbs. We want to be able to provide grant funding for these persons to convert their properties of under 5 rooms to Airbnbs, so that they can now become entrepreneurs and contribute to the tourism sector. Also, Madam Presiding Officer, the build-out of the Antiquities Department continues. We have already started getting staff on board to staff that department. We have a technical advisor on board, and so far what they have proposed for next fiscal is to expand their capacity through extensive and informative tours for the influx of visitors to museums, digitization, and the use of technology to document our heritage and historical data. They want to transform the operations of the Fort King George to include a cafe and gift shop. They're looking at a responsible tourism and destination stewardship program, development of the historical site at Cove, the implementation of an antiquities registry system, the commissioning of an archaeological excavation and ruins committee, and the rehabilitation program for windmills and wells, creation of historical site tours, governance, and public-private partnerships for operations of antiquity sites, capacity building through student outreach, innovation, and coordination of culture-based output at antiquity sites. Also, Madam Presiding Officer, we'll be aggressively going after the domestic market. There was no formal domestic marketing campaign on board before we came into office, so we will now roll out a domestic marketing roadshow that is also going to be expanded regionally and expanded internationally as well. We are also aggressively going after the airlift, as I said, and we are in talks with carriers from out of the Scandinavian market, with the hopes that we can add at least one new carrier in the next year, 2024. Madam Presiding Officer, with respect to Carnival, we are taking a more structured approach this year. The budget for the Carnival is going to be leaner. As I said, the planning has already started, and we are very excited to have the second installation of our Indigenous Unique Tobago Carnival experience in October of 2024. We are also looking to do the much-needed renovation and rehabilitation works at the Store Bay Beach facility, as well as rehabilitation works of the Pigeon Point Jetty, and development of a permanent blue food site at the Bloody Bay grounds that have been used over the years. We want to put a permanent site there. We will continue our maintenance and upgrade of our facilities across the island. In addition to that, our investments in the orange economy, Madam Presiding Officer, we are going to expand the work of the Tobago Performing Arts Company and the Tobago Festivals Commission Limited. With respect to the Tobago Professional Festivals Commission Limited, Madam Presiding Officer, the government makes very bad promoters. That's the reality. We have to get out of this unsustainable model of having very expensive events with very little return to the THA, because we see the return in the economy as a whole, but the THA has to take a more measured approach as to how we treat with our festivals. So the new evolution of the Festivals Commission will mean that they will now be providing support to the indigenous festivals that were already on the Tobago calendar, that what we are known for, that we've never monetized, our harvest festivals, our fisherman festivals, even the Sunday school.
Member, honorable member, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Madam Presiding Officer, I ask that the speaking time of the honorable member be extended by a further 10 minutes.
Honorable members, the question is that the speaking time be extended to a further 10 minutes for the member to complete her presentation. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Member, you can continue.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. So the thing is that in the new fiscal, we are going to be revamping the work of the Festivals Commission and expanding the work of the Tobago Performing Arts Company. Also, Madam Presiding Officer, we are going to look at much-needed upgrades to the Pigeon Point Heritage Park. As I said, we will have the upgrades done to the jetty. They also want to increase their ability to provide accommodation, so they are proposing to build some new eco-villas as well, and also to look at the possibility of having campsite and camping facilities at the Pigeon Point Heritage Park as another income-generating activity in that area. We also want to examine the feasibility of the interregional ferry service out of Tobago. This is something that our Chief Secretary has spoken about. It is time for Tobago to establish ourselves in the Caribbean, open up our borders. We need to establish diplomatic relations, and we need to establish linkages by air and sea with our neighbors, because Trinidad is not our only neighbor, and it's not our world, and it's not our alpha and omega. Tobago needs to stand on its own. We need to look for markets in other places. So this is part of that trust, Madam Presiding Officer. We also look forward to the refurbishment of the iconic lighthouse at Fort King George. That light has been out for a number of years, and maybe it's because a former regime was there. They never found time to fix the light. The light will be turned on next year, Madam Presiding Officer. Yes? So, in terms of our financial projections, the Chief Secretary stated that tourism will be allocated $243.26 million. We have $60 million that is being allocated for the Tobago Tourism Agency, $50 million for the Tobago Festivals Commission, and $15 million for the Tobago Performing Arts Company, as well as our development program, which encompassed all of what I just explained. So before I close, Madam Presiding Officer, I need to put one statement on record. And that statement is basically the autonomy conundrum. And what this is, Madam Presiding Officer, is that Tobago has this millstone around its neck, right? The reality is that as far as I've traveled, as wide as I've traveled, as many conversations I've had with my Caribbean counterparts, Tobago is the best little island on the planet. And that is without a shadow of a doubt. The one thing that Tobago does not have, however, is our independence. And independence meant or means for our counterparts that they could have decided how long to remain closed during COVID. Most of them never really closed, or most of them closed for a short time and reopened. And they were able to recover their tourism sectors very quickly. Independence meant that they could promote citizenship by investment programs that contribute significant sums to their capital development. Independence means that they could determine who flies, when they fly, where they fly, because they don't have to ask any civil aviation authority that exists outside of them for permission. Independence means that they could make their own rules and they need no permission to act. So the absence of full autonomy weighs heavy on us, casting a dark shadow over the landscape of our possibilities. And decision-making, once a proud prerogative of self-determination, has been eroded and in some instances given up by our predecessors. We are coming for what is ours. And to this end, this administration will not stop in its quest to fully utilize and operationalize all its powers under the THA Act 40 of 1996. We intend to pursue the right for the administration, final approval, and issuance of tourism incentive and land license applications in Tobago as a start. Further, we would lobby for the revisions, updates to the Tourism Development Act to fall in line with best practices. And finally, and not just finally, but finally for this point, the administration, this secretary, this chief secretary, all of my counterparts here will advocate for an increase in the number of representatives appointed by the Tobago House of Assembly on key state boards that directly impact the lives of Tobagonians. And these boards include, but not limited to, the Port Authority Board, Airport Authority, and Caribbean Airlines. One voice on a board of 7 or 8 or 9 is not enough. Tobago needs to have more voices because they don't understand that what is option for them is mandatory for us. In the words of our national anthem, they say, side by side we stand. Well, Tobago is ready to stand. And even in all of this, they still attempt to stunt and stymie us in our quest for self-actualization. The former regime stayed mute. It's only now they have mouth now, but they stayed mute in the face of decisions made in distant halls without the input, aka sandals. We on this side will do no such thing. The island's youth, the architects of our future, yearn for autonomy, to chart their own course, to infuse their creativity into the very fabric of our being. We stand in this fight for them. Yes? The call for autonomy grows louder, a rallying cry for sovereignty over our own destiny. The island yearns to reclaim its rightful place to make key decisions that honor our unique identity, our storied history, and our hopeful future. For Tobago, the path to true autonomy lies not just in the liberation of our political chains, but also in the power to make decisions that are necessary to shape our destiny. Madam Presiding Officer, I thank you.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I smile when I think of the bright young man who is at the helm of this administration and with the composition of his team. I say to Tobago, thank you for reposing in us the confidence, knowing that we are capable on this side to lift Tobago out of the quagmire, out of the cesspool that existed up to 6 p.m. on Monday, December 6, 2021. You know, when it comes to parables and old-time saying, you can't beat me. I'm right there at the head of the class. So when the minority leader comes today to talk about green bush, he forgot to tell us that the only green bush that has dropped and is now rotted is the green bush that fell in January 2001. And is no longer of any use to this beautiful 116 square mile island. You know, he spends so much time today saying they're imperfect, and we know that. We are imperfect people. But I want those on the minority side to know that the PNM, which they represent, they are the face of in this house, would need more days of confession than today. They would need more days of confession than today to apologize to Tobago for the way they have wronged and abused and neglected this island that we also love. So I stand available to lead in confession. Madam Presiding Officer, hypocrisy has many letters. It's a long word. And if some people know what it means, they will stay far away from being hypocritical. Madam Presiding Officer, I sat here and accusations about poor financial management, poor display of procurement practices and so on went flying left, right and center. But hypocrisy. Madam Presiding Officer, allow me, I'm going to be very short. Allow me to read from the audit report. And it is the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year 2022. And it represents the period October 1st, 2021 to September 30th, 2022. Talking about hypocrisy and procurement and poor management, I come in. And I want to read this extract. Division of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development. The expenditure under the development program for resurfacing amounted to $28.2 million. Procurement procedures were not presented for audit examination. Therefore, it was not possible to verify whether proper procurement procedures were followed for the development program projects. It was observed that a contractor addressed a quotation for works on the Buku Road under the road surfacing program to an assemblyman. The words via email were written on the...
Honorable members, I won't have this tit for tat. Please be guided by Standing Order 52-1. A member is on her feet. Please allow her. Please allow her to contribute without interruption. Continue, Councillor.
Thank you.
Please allow her to continue.
Madam Presiding Officer, I am not about to give way.
Minority members.
The words
Councillor, or continue.
Were written on the quotation letter addressed to the assemblyman. This is not the normal practice in the public service for the submission of quotations. In the absence of procurement procedures, it was not possible to verify the procedures adopted for the submission of tenders. 2 road surfacing development program projects were awarded to and carried out by the same construction company. The project located at Adventist Trace, Moriah, cost $5,135,000, and Rabbit Lane, Moriah project cost $4,836,600. Madam Presiding Officer, rest assured that these projects were not carried out during the tenure of the Farley, Chavez and Russell administration. In both projects, the division was billed for bituminous asphalt. A site visit was made to the 2 projects on March 3rd, 2023. and it was found that the roads were not paved with asphalt, but were resurfaced with concrete. A variation of the contract specification was not produced for audit. This is the Auditor General report. This is not any forensic audit commissioned by the Chief Secretary, Farley Chavez Agustin. But more than that, Madam Presiding Officer, we heard, as we say, local parlance, Minority Leader whine and dance on the Secretary for Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development, and the cost of constructing a road at Smithfield. Apparently, the cost was $19 million, and the Minority Leader said it was inflated. He took a quantity survey, I think, to examine the roadway, and his advice is that the cost should be much less. But, Madam Presiding Officer, I want to place on record a note to Cabinet dated September 6, 2019. And it was a note for Cabinet, application by the Tobago House of Assembly, THA, to borrow $300 million on the domestic market. And that $300 million, Intelligent Island, $55 million, health centers, $20 million, indoor sporting facility, $25 million, housing, $50 million, Pigeon Point Heritage Park, coastal restoration, $54. I don't know if that is a little thing by the little bar there, I don't know. Thompson River Bridge reconstruction, $30 million. Smithfield Connector Road construction phase 2 and 3, $40 million. Wow. Smithfield Connector Road construction phase 2 and 3, $40 million. Where phase 1? Where phase 1? Signal Hill River Bridge, $26 million. And every day, my colleague, Assemblyman Tate, begging for that bridge. But more than that, Cabinet, by its minute number 1863 of September 12th, 2019, Cabinet agreed. Cabinet agreed, this is it. Cabinet agreed, as my colleague said, this is no fax machine administration, this is fax. So when they want to come here and lambaste a 18-month-old administration for what they perceive to be wrongdoing, and them sit down on 21 years of poor fiscal management in this land, poor procurement practices. They want to hide their mess and want to say they're coming to expose other people, but are they right here? Are right here, right? Cabinet agreed to the award of a mandate to the First Citizen Bank Limited for the issuance by the Tobago House of Assembly of a financing facility in the amount of $300 million on the domestic market for the purpose of financing Tobago's development program expenditure on the terms and conditions as summarized in Table 1. And you know, sometimes a note could go to Cabinet, and of course, it's not accepted in full. Cabinet has the right. But Cabinet agreed. Smithfield Connector Road construction, phases 2 and 3, $40 million. So they put in a note, that is going to cost $40 million to do the road. But he come here to yard out my colleague as being incompetent. A little bit more say he say is I don't be on parliamentary language. right? So let them know that we can debunk any inaccuracies. And by now, his political leader should tell him, I'm good at debunking inaccuracies. Should tell him that. I'm good at that. And he better be prepared to carry out. He wants to hold my chief secretary to the same standards as the double standards spoken by his political leader yesterday. Tell him I hope he hold it to what he said yesterday. Madam Presiding Officer, I expected the minority leader to come here today to dissect this document, to say the funding, your estimates, not sufficient. There can be more added here, right? Let me give you some ideas of how you can now improve life. You may have overlooked this and so on. I expected him to come to say, you are accustomed getting $4 for every 100. You are now asking for 6. But why cannot we talk about collaboration? Why can't we collaborate and edge to $7 for every 100? But Tobago, he calling Wake Up Tobago, tell him. That is not how the old people used to say. They used to say, wake up people, wake up, wake up people, wake up. But he should understand by now that Tobagonians do not want to hear any wake up from them. Labor Day should have spoken to them, right? The meeting at Calder Hall should have spoken to them. The closed door one at Charlottesville should have spoken to them. Don't come here and say wake up. Tobagonians are already awoke. And they are not going to bow to any latent cry from any dead person to say wake up. They already awoke. But you see, people like me are wrong long. And in 2023, in the hype of the THA election, and they were successful 12-0. People like me still have this. 2013, 10 years ago, Tobago. The PNM begged Tobagonians, you choose owning our heritage in defense of Tobago. And these were some of the carrots they dangled before Tobagonians. 8%, the Tobago budget should be 8% of the national budget. Them. 8% of the national budget. THA gets responsibility for all functions relating to the administration of Tobago, except for the 11 functions retained by the central government. The size of Tobago, up to 200 nautical miles. Up to 200, look at here. The size of Tobago, up to 200 nautical miles, according to international standards. This includes oil and gas fields discovered. The PNM, the Tobago Council at the PNM. The protection of Tobago's heritage and its institutions, especially the Tobago House of Assembly. The 2 Tobago bills for internal self-government with provisions for 200-mile boundary for Tobago and 8% of the national budget for Tobago's development. This minority cannot come to this place and cast any aspersion. I don't care if the chief secretary tried to fool Tobagonian and he said wrong or whatever. The minority should keep quiet in this place because they have fooled Tobagonians for too long enough. So we are fully awoke. Yes. 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 My colleague, Councillor Boris, touched on the Heritage and Civilization Fund. They come here to say we are not competent. Fiscal management eludes us and so on. But they're very quiet on the loss of US $913.5 million from the Heritage and Stabilization Fund during the last financial year. That was almost 20% of the HSF outstanding balance as at September 30th, 2022. And you know what is almost a laughing matter, although it's our children and our grandchildren's legacy that's going down the drain there. But you see, the thing about it, P&M and money can't be in the same center. P&M and governance, good governance of money cannot be in the same sentence. Corruption and P&M in the same sentence. Yes. Right? US $908.5 million of this loss was because of bad investment. Bad investment. So they sit down. Ringband is a joke. Right? Bad investment. According to a former governor of the central bank, it was described as grave fiscal irresponsibility, aptly described by Chawala Rambaran. Madam Presiding Officer, the budget statement for the next fiscal is themed in building a sustainable, prosperous and resilient Tobago. Food for thought, proper theme. Sustainable, so it's not fleeting. It is not going to be here today and it's gone. What this administration, ably led by our Chief Secretary, is aiming to do, when you say sustainably, is lasting. It's going to be here with us. Because let's face it, we're laying the groundwork for this 4 years, but you see the next 4 years, they ain't going to see where we pass. They ain't going to see where we pass. If they think this 4 years is magical, please. So that's why we could use the term resilient. It's going to take shocks. It's going to take challenges, but it will not break. It will bend, but it ain't going to break. And prosperous Tobagonians must become a prosperous people. Yes. This island must become a prosperous island. Amen. Right? Let me tell you something. I felt so good for my URP and CPEP employees that for the first time in their life, and from 2001 until today, for the first time they could stay home in their house and not be corralled to hold a placard nowhere. They are now empowered people. They're working for money. They have fringe benefits. They can now say no. In fact, nobody will ask them. They are now on the first rung of the empowerment ladder. And I am so proud of them. Right? Imagine the police was told, I have been informed that, reliably so, that the protest gathering at James Park on Monday, the police was advised that we expect about 77 persons. 7-7. It didn't have 1-7. It didn't have 2-7. It didn't have 3-7. It didn't have 4-7. It didn't have 5-7. It didn't have 6-7. And he ain't get 7-7. It didn't have it. Where's the police time, and they could have been put to better use in this community? Okay. But resilience, sustainable, prosperous. We must be a people that can stand, yes, right? But to help us with that, Tobago cannot be retarded by the word and. Cannot. We have to get past the word "and" that is in the middle between us. Autonomy is going to be important for Tobago to become prosperous, resilient, and sustainable. It's going to be. Almost 46 years ago, on January 14th, I think, 1977, the late A.N.R. Robinson stood in our national parliament and made a passionate cry, a passionate plea, and a motion for internal self-government for Tobago. And he gave about 4 grounds on which the cry for internal self-government stand. Madam Presiding Officer, why is it 46 years later, Tobago is still where it's at and not a fully self-governing island? The word "and" is in our way. The need, and being a former public officer, autonomy for me starts with the need to explore the rationale for a Tobago Service Commission to service the needs of the public service in Tobago. You see, this current Port of Spain-inspired fiasco in depriving the THA of a chief administrator since May 18, 2023, it doesn't sit well with me. It doesn't sit well at all. If we had the means to manage our own business, make our decisions along this line, we will not be in the chaos. I don't care how many dossiers or documents were given out in Parliament yesterday. That is not the issue. The issue is, since May 18th, the office of Chief Administrator THA is vacant. Right? And if all the right things were done, the THA did its part, eh? Nobody can accuse the THA of not doing its part. The THA did its part. But the word "and" across the pond messed up, and I say this without any fear of contradiction. And we have this. We saw the fiasco that happened here some weeks ago when our clerk was absent. Right? Imagine the position of deputy clerk of this house was created by cabinet since October 14th, 2004. And it remains unclassified up to this day because the office of the Chief Personnel Officer has not bothered with us. It remains unclassified and it remains vacant. And let me tell you further. We could have ended up in the same situation last week. There was no chief administrator in place. We got advice that the clerk would not be here. We had, thank God, that we had capable officers in the office of the Chief Secretary who now had to appeal to the Public Service Commission to get a replacement in time for the sitting to take place last week. Why we had to be going through this? Why do we have to be going through this? Right? Independent in 62, Republic for how many years? But Tobago still suffers. And I can speak for our teachers. Now, we had devolution of powers from the Chief Personnel Officer for daily rated workers and public officers since I think about 1996 or somewhere there.
Member, you have 4 minutes.
Right. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. The Service Commission delegated some of its responsibilities to the Chief Administrator and to the Director HR. But the Teaching Service Commission has not done that. need. Imagine extended sick leave for teachers still have to be sent to Ministry of Education. Imagine that. Extended sick leave. We need to, I'm going to go quickly. The need to define the territorial waters around Tobago. We need that. Tobago must be able to raise more of its own revenue so that we can reduce the dependency on the Ministry of Finance in Port of Spain. We need that financial autonomy for Tobago. Tobago must be given the right to its own self-determination instead of being made dependent on a parliament in Port of Spain to determine its future. We have some autonomy bills languishing in the national parliament ever since the PNM was soundly trashed at the polls in December 2021. We have to be free as an island from the political convenience in Port of Spain. Those two autonomy bills need to be redrafted. They must be redrafted to suit the needs of Tobago and not anybody who sits across the pond. We are a different people in some ways. We need to have our needs in those bills, right? The current bills can be aptly described as sheep in wolf's clothing to entrap Tobago in their schemes to make the island subject to the wills of the donor class in Port of Spain, who control the PNM in Port of Spain, and therefore Tobago must reject those bills. If these simple requests can't be granted, then let's have a federation that will put Tobago on equal footing. I listened to the Chief Secretary outline with pride the digitization that is going to take place. Tobago Online, my THA. I listen with pride about the Public Service Academy, in which there will be the importance of continuous training and capacity building cannot be overemphasized. Our business processes to our clients, Tobagonians, of course, that digitization, we wait for it. Injections will come into the performance of our people and the productivity. Madam Presiding Officer, as Robinson cried in 1977, Tobago must not have less democracy as in 1898. Therefore, I say, there must be greater democracy in 2023 for Tobago. I thank you.
Member for Scarborough-Mongrace, you may now join the debate.
Madam Presiding Officer, members of the House, members in the gallery, members online, Tobagonians in Tobago, in Trinidad, in the region, in the world, good afternoon. Madam Presiding Officer, as usual, let me say that it's always a pleasure to stand in this House, and I stand representing the proud residents of Scarborough-Mongrace who voted for me to be here and to add my voice from time to time to the debate. Let me first, Madam Presiding Officer, you know, when you speak after councillors such as Councillor Boris and Councillor Williams, you have to have two speeches lined up because they have spoken half the things I wanted to say. So let's give them another round of applause. Yeah? The minority leader spoke a long time about the division of infrastructure, quarries, and urban development. And while I don't want to spend my time responding to some of that nonsense, I want to just deal with SPEL on the outset. SPEL was registered as a company under the Companies Act in 2017. At the time, They had 2 plants, rightly so, refurbished. When we came to office in 2021, 2022, the maintenance cost for those 2 plants was $600,000 per month. The maintenance cost for the 2 plants, the Norberg and the Cedar Rapids, was $600,000 per month. The good plant. 95% of the mobile equipment on the plant were down. We met a situation where Spell was renting excavators and front-end loaders to a significant sum. The operating cost, as we were able to calculate it at the time when we came in, was close to $900,000 per month. Spell. At the same time, they were selling Junior Sammy and Warner's Construction material from Spell at $14 per ton and at $9 per $7 for crush run and $14 for aggregate. Way below the cost of production and way below the standard market price at the time. That is the Spell that we have been struggling to turn around. So when the minority leader comes to the House, let him bring all the facts, and not facts for she.
Yes, sir.
Madam Presiding Officer, I continue to be concerned at this whole budgetary process that we go through in this assembly. And at times, over the years, I've felt it a little more than a farce, and certainly a misuse of public resources. It, however, allows us and the people of Tobago to be reminded of the depth and width of the unjust and unequal nature of this union that is called the sovereign democratic state of Trinidad and Tobago. In preparing this contribution, I kept asking, why must we debate this well-conceived plan for socio-economic development for the prosperity of Tobago and its people, when across the Bocas, their plan is to actively ensure that the plan we have does not succeed? Why must we come to this House and have to beg and ask for some 39 people in Trinidad to decide for us the resources that we have, how much they're going to give us? And why we keep doing that over and over and over? Why do we accept, Madam Presiding Officer in Tobago, why do we accept that after the DRC ruling, that somebody in Parliament must decide that we must be given only the lowest percentile of that ruling, year after year, and the opposition members, minority members, will tell us that we have a pie in the sky budget, we only get in 4%. Why budget for last year? Why budget for 6%? Why budget for 5% when you know you're only getting 4%? Instead of joining with us and saying to Trinidad, we deserve more. But to continually go to Trinidad when a significant percentage of our financial resources being expended in Trinidad and is generated in Tobago, is to continue to exert power of a colonial occupying force that is contrary to human law and contrary to our rights and should be repugnant to right-thinking Tobagonians in Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, sometimes, and I have to cut my speech, sometimes we play smart and in some cases bright with foolishness and put Tobago in peril. We remember C.S. London, after having presented many times budgets of $4 and $5 billion to the people of Tobago, will go to Trinidad year after year and tell the country he was happy with receiving 50% of his requests. Correct. He will change the words. Sometimes he is not happy. He's not unhappy. Sometimes he's contented. And he's not uncomfortable. Presenting in this house budgets for $5 billion and going to Trinidad when his bosses say, brother, you're getting $2.5 billion. He's happy with that. Saying to all of that, to all of us in Tobago, that Trinidad thievery and domination was acceptable. That is why we are here today, doing the same thing. Madam Presiding Officer, the economists who argued the case for the DRC was also playing bright with foolishness. They went to the DRC and presented an argument on population size, which argument was and is clearly not in our long-term advantage. What it did is guarantee us minimum wage while giving up our rights to our EEZ and severely limiting our ability to sustainably develop Tobago and position Tobago on a pathway to success. Sometimes, Madam P.O., we need our leaders to have a vision and a history of building things rather than PhDs. Sometimes, Madam P.O., the minority leader spoke about the budget presented by the chief for $633 million for the Division of Infrastructure. Let me tell the minority leader that the budget for the Ministry of Works and Transport for fiscal 2022-2023 was $3.748 billion. $3.748 billion. Plus, after the media review, an additional $400 million. In contrast, the division, through the budget statement, is asking for $633.14 million. That represents, Madam Presiding Officer, 0.15% of the budget of last year's budget to the Ministry of Works and Transport. So when we cry in Tobago that we need money to fix holes and to do this and to do that, it is because thievery and colonial mentality in Trinidad, thievery, continue to take our resources and expend it in Trinidad. They are building, Madam Presiding Officer, a highway to Toko, a highway to Point 40. Highway to Point 40, by now almost $8 billion. And we are in Tobago asking by the minority leader to be satisfied with $2.5 billion. So despite all this financial limitation, they still putting stumbling blocks in our way. I don't know what they're afraid. We just build a road. One road we build. You know, what they're afraid. One road. They're afraid. EMA and WASA are both examples of the stumbling blocks they put. And I want to talk about WASA first. We met at the division with WASA and the goodly secretary with responsibility for public utilities.
Yes, but it was invite or not invite.
We invited them to the office at the DIQU-D to discuss an MOU with WASA February 2022. The head of WASA Tobago assured us that this matter would be settled in 2 or 3 months. Up to today, the WASA in Trinidad refuses to negotiate this MOU and have it finalized. Up to today, we drive around and we take a lot of licks in the public at the division. We take a lot of licks for potholes, but 90% of the potholes are the cause of WASA. They refuse to sign up for an MOU so that they could remit to the Division of Infrastructure monies to repair the damage that they do to the roads in Tobago. The majority of potholes are either by WASA excavation or WASA leaking lines. And as part of this whole strategy to stymie anything in Tobago, they refused to negotiate with us, sign off an MOU. By the estimation, let me get the figure correct, by the estimation of our engineers, the damage, the money we have expended so far on repairing potholes that are caused by WASA is $5,240,000 to date. Bear with me as the technology. No, I bet you ended. You see why you have to have two speech? The EMA, Madam Presiding Officer, the EMA has been weaponized against the THA because of a road in town. A road in town and as little reclamation in town. They have taken us and gotten an injunction against us for building a road that started, our road started on May the 8th. The EMA took out an injunction against us on May the 26th. Let me just get the facts. May the 26th. 18 days later, the data we have, and I'm going to use the data from Tobago, not Trinidad, because in Trinidad is worse. The data we have shows that projects executed by the THA that required EMA approval, Castara Housing Development, started on the 6th of January 2023, the date they applied, the 2nd or the 4th, 2003, the date they applied, April 2004. The date the project started on the ground, January 2003. The date of application, April 2004. No injunction. No injunction. I won't go through all. Call an estate started 2011, date of application for CEC, October 2012, no injunction. Belgarden Development, Housing Development by Dr. Faith, that can't give out up to now, started October 2012, date of CEC, June 2013, no injunction. Roxborough Hospital, built by CRCC, started June 2019, date of application, August 2019, no injunction. Date of award, March 2020. Castara Fishing Facility started June 2012. Date of application, November 2015. Application refused. No injunction. This is what we are to contend with. The jetty at Princess Bay, Roxborough, I see the member from Roxborough, like he abandoned the people and abandoned Tobago. But time will tell. Started September 2007. Date of application, April 2008. Refusal, August 2010. No injunction. But under a falling-led administration, a road project start, according to the chief, when Robinson was there, it didn't fix. Right up to when Ansel was there. Started May 8th, and in 18 days, injunction. That is where we live. That is where we live. That is where we live. And so, there are more stumbling blocks being put in the way. We remember during the campaign, when we came out with that plan for Scarborough, somebody put up a billboard down on the esplanade and said they had a plan to refurbish the whole esplanade and build a new thing in Scarborough. Remember that? Yes. They had a plan previously approved with the Ministry of Planning for $41 million. We have been trying our best at the division, trying our best to negotiate with the Ministry of Planning for that same $41 million. Up to today, not a cent. Not a cent. I don't know where they're afraid. We came into office, Madam Presiding Officer. We met negotiations far advanced. This time with the Ministry of Planning again for a CAF loan for coastal protection works in Tobago, $15 million US. The Ministry of Finance. Our team, whole year last year, whole year this year, been trying to finalize with the Ministry of Finance. Just tell us, they said they want us to resubmit the documents, and we say, just tell us. We put a whole doctor with an environmental degree to negotiate with them. A whole doctor, a whole PhD man with an environmental degree to negotiate on our behalf. They get a measly $15 million so that the wall that falling down in Grange Bay and Back Bay that falling out into the sea could get much needed coastal protection. Up to today, not a cent. What they're afraid. And so, we are in this thing, Madam Speaker. We are in this business, Madam Presiding Officer. Not because we want to take this island away from Trinidad. We are in this thing because we have bought into the idea that a union is probably a good thing, but not the union that we have. Not the union that we have. And so, Madam Presiding Officer, the time has come. The time has come for a new covenant. The time has come for a new covenant. Time has come for a new covenant. So let me just go to the division and what we have accomplished.
Yes, ma'am.
The Division of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development continues to shine like a diamond.
Yes.
Black diamond. That's what Rihanna say? Shine like a diamond. From smart apps to record-breaking roads and bridges, countless walls and drains. We cut out mountains in Castara, coastal revetments in Roxborough and Magdalena. We continue to complete projects left by the corruptors. Yes. All over the country. Where they get paid for, where they start and can't finish, they leave, they abandon them and go on because the party lose. Yes. We created 1,300 temporary jobs. 1,300 temporary jobs when the minority in their time The minority in their time focused only on giving jobs to their friends.
Yes.
In 1 month, 82 sole select contracts awarded.
Wow.
82 in 1 month. In 1 day, they gave in 1 day, the special contractor, 18 projects in 1 day, valuing $60-something million, signed off in 1 day. And the minority leader comes to this house to talk about projects that we have done. He has been belaboring the 3 projects awarded to contractors. Oh, he's been belaboring that point. Now let me say, carousel trading. Because like you don't know your own history in your own party. The project at King Peter Bay Road, where we, like the miracle workers, removed these 192 steps. The contractor, Unishore, who did the adjacent project, tendered for that job through us for $31 million. I think he's a Tobagonian contractor. And he had to be Tobagonian. We could count how much work they gave that contractor, because I have to say giving. Because when they pay them, giving out contracts is give. Because they don't tender. They just give them. So they give Unishore. The work adjacent. I come into that. They gave the Unishore. I'm told that he and the minister who works are good friends. They tendered, after we attempted to negotiate with them, from $29 million, their price went up to $31 million because they're sure they were getting the work. And this gentleman comes to this house and running around Tobago and talking about corruption. We awarded that project for $25 million and saved you and your children $7 million. The project at Cove that the minority leader keep talking about.
Member, you have 5 minutes.
The project at Cove, the member came to the house to talk about how the government in Trinidad would have fixed the road at no cost, and they would have do this and they would have do that because they had a negotiation and so on. Not realizing what he's saying, that he wants to continue this whole idea of giving up your rights back to Trinidad, just as Orville London did. Give up all the rights, not understanding that at some point you have to stop creeping and stand up and walk. The money to fix the road has to be given to the THA, not to be spent by the ministry in Trinidad or by NIDCO or by UDICOT. The money has to be given to the THA. The THA is responsible for infrastructure in Tobago. The government can't come and build a road in Tobago. Let me understand that. That is the problem that we face. It's not a new problem. Carlos John came here and paved road. Horizontal had to go to court to prevent it. Because when you give up your right, you're a young fella still, so let me tell you. Yes. When you give up your right, you lose it forever.
That's it. That's it.
And so, Madam President Officer, a new covenant is required.
Yes.
The time has come for us in this house and for Tobagonians everywhere to begin to support a new type of arrangement. Yes. My good colleague said a federal one. The time has come for us to call a referendum to be determined by residents in Tobago. This is the only sure way to solve the problems that we have. We must push for a new beginning, Tobago. We must push for a new beginning. Tobagonians must know and must believe that we simply cannot govern ourselves without our resources. We simply cannot allow somebody in Trinidad to take our resources and then tell us, I'm giving you $4. We can't allow it. And therefore, we must put the structures in place to hammer out a fair share revenue agreement between Tobago and Trinidad. Every Tobagonian knows that the current revenue sharing arrangements between Tobago and Trinidad stymie the Tobago development project. We all know it. Tobago will never achieve its full potential if we cannot establish our own vision, set our own goals and objectives and timelines in which we want to achieve them. Tobago certainly will not achieve its full potential if it cannot fund its own development projects. So, Madam Presiding Officer, the chief spoke about the Calypso field, Northeast Tobago. So I wouldn't touch that. I want to just say to Tobagonians that there is a name, an acronym that the government uses to describe the blocks north of Trinidad. They describe the blocks, all blocks north of Trinidad, as the North Coast Marine Area. Blocks off Charlottesville and Palatove and Castara is Trinidad North Coast Marine Area. Like Tobago don't exist. And so, Madam Presiding Officer, we have to rebuild the wheel. We don't have to rebuild the wheel. There are different models out there. Equalization payment models out there that has been established between the Canadian federal government, and maybe that's where Secretary Orr got her thing from. They've been established between the Canadian federal government and the Atlantic provincial governments of Canada. In particular, we are interested in the energy accord between the federal government of Canada and the Atlantic province of Nova Scotia. That is the Canada-Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Resources Accord. This is a situation where Nova Scotia gets 50% of the revenue from the oil and gas in the Nova Scotia territorial waters. And we in Tobago get nothing. Nothing. One of the key provisions, because for you, chicken feed money is something.
Member,
one of the key provisions of the accord
Honorable Member,
revenue.
Your time has now expired.
Madam Presiding Officer, I beg to move that the speaking time of the Honourable Member be extended by a further 10 minutes.
Honourable Members, the question is that the speaking time be extended to an additional 10 minutes for the member for Scarborough Mount Grace to complete his presentation. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Member for Scarborough Mount Grace, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Thank you, Chief, and thank you, team members. One of the key provisions of the accord is the offshore revenue threshold. The threshold is a fixed figure established by a legal agreement that accrues to the federal government from royalties gained from oil and gas revenue derived from exploration within the provincial and territorial waters of Nova Scotia. Any amount above the threshold is paid to the Nova Scotia provincial government to a special fund. Likewise, is an offshore petroleum resources accord between Tobago and Trinidad. That's what we should be looking for. Any revenue above the legally determined threshold will be deposited in the Tobago Offshore Revenue Fund. This arrangement will ensure that Tobago benefits directly and more equitably from energy resources within our waters, not the economists population model of 4.03%. Plain bright. Madam Presiding Officer, the chief went to length to explain that if we had just 50% of the revenue expected to be generated from the Calypso field, 3.5 trillion cubic feet estimated, and we know in the business that when the oil company tell you it's 3.5, they really mean it's 7, eh? That's what they really mean. 3.5, that we will get $9.5 billion. And we are here arguing about percentage, whether we're getting 4% or 5% or 6%. The Colibri project of Block 22 and North Coast Marine area from Shell. We learned recently that Shell made a major gas find in Block 22, North Coast Marine Area 4. The estimates at peak production is approximately 43,000 barrels of oil equivalent per day, or 25 million standard cubic feet of gas per day. At the current price of crude oil, this level of production will yield revenues approximately $12.7 million per day. If I'm not mistaken, they run a pipe from up there already, dump the poinsettia. 25% of the royalty from Colibri will go to the government of Trinidad and Tobago. That is $3.2 million per day. Again, if we had our offshore revenue threshold, Tobago will get 1.6 million TT dollars per day. Per day. We cannot sit here and ask for 4.03%. We absolutely need another arrangement. So, Madam Presiding Officer, let me close by saying to this House and to all Tobagonians, wherever you are, everywhere in the world, that the solution to the problem that we face in Tobago can be found in another arrangement, that we must find a way to ensure that our generation and the generations to come benefit from the resources that God has given us. We must ensure that no way ever again that what they have 20 seats in Trinidad or 19 seats in Trinidad must dictate for us what we get. And the only way to do that, and maybe Councillor O is correct, is to change this country into a federation and be like Canada and Nova Scotia, where Tobago benefits directly from our resources that are in our waters that God has placed us here. And the UN laws of the sea will determine the boundaries between Tobago and Trinidad, and Tobago and Barbados and Grenada and Venezuela, and out in the Atlantic Ocean for 200 miles, to ensure that we in Tobago are benefiting from those resources and that we can chart our own developmental course. I thank you.
Member for Bonaccord Crown Point, you may join the debate.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. It gives me great pleasure to join the debate this evening in my capacity as the Assistant Secretary in the Division of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development, and as the proud representative of the Electoral District of Bonaccord Crown Point. Yes. This motion is indeed a critical one, treating with the THA budget statement for fiscal 2024, as it charts the course of development for the next year under this administration as we strive to build a sustainable, prosperous, and resilient Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, this is by no means an easy task. In fact, it is an arduous one that involves the untangling of decades of wanton waste, mismanagement, ill intent, and ill-gotten gains. However, this administration remains committed to serving the people of Tobago with integrity. Yes. May I repeat that word? Integrity. Madam Presiding Officer, the word integrity is one that is being used loosely by the minority of late. I want to make it pellucidly clear to those that sit on the other side, and even those who used to sit on the other side, that when I left bad house, is a good house that called me. A house that holds the word integrity as a guiding principle. A house that not only talks integrity, but practices integrity. Madam Presiding Officer.
Honorable members, I think I have cautioned members in this House about Standing Order 44. I won't repeat myself. Please allow the member for Bonaccord Crown Point to complete his presentation uninterrupted. Thank you.
Madam Presiding Officer, you know when you're going to primary school and somebody like you, how they does behave? That is why the deputy, the minority leader is behaving that way. He likes me and admires me, so I leave him. Madam Presiding Officer, be as it may, we continue on our quest to implement sound, research-driven programs and policies created for the benefit of all Tobagonians and not a select few. Permit me to thank and congratulate the Chief Secretary who presented, in my opinion, a comprehensive, skillfully crafted, expertly presented, well-structured budget statement. In fact, the only statement that I think may rival this one is the budget statement presented by the Honorable Chief himself last year. The intellectual capacity, class, insight, debating skills, and experience of the Chief Secretary really showed throughout his presentation. Madam Presiding Officer, under the astute leadership of the Honorable Chief Secretary, I have every confidence that we are well on our way to becoming the greatest little island on the planet. Thank you, Chief. It is clear to me and to anyone with eyes to see that as a countryman, not only can you run tongue, but you can run the entire island, contrary to the rantings of my predecessor. I think there is a lot the minority leader can learn from his schoolmate if he would just humble himself. In Matthew 24, it is said that whoever exalts himself will be humbled, and whoever humbles himself will be exalted. A word to the wise is sufficient. Madam Presiding Officer, I also wish to congratulate all my colleagues on the side of the House for the high quality of debate thus far. Yes. I think the presentations clearly demonstrated evidence of research, passion, and a clear vision for the respective divisions and for Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, to avoid duplications, my contributions to this debate will be focused on my area of responsibility in the Division of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development, that is the Unemployment Relief Program, URP, as well as the implications of the budget for the electoral district of Bonaccord Crown Point. Madam Presiding Officer, firstly allow me to expand on the Unemployment Relief Program. URP is one of the programs under the Tobago House of Assembly that not only creates employment for Tobagonians, but it also arms them with the skills needed to successfully initiate entrepreneurial activities after transitioning off of the program. The budgetary estimates of the THA makes provision to the tune of just over $92 million to operate the URP. Madam Presiding Officer, in the last fiscal year, daily rated URP workers received a much-deserved increase, with the lowest paid worker receiving an increase of 88.6%. So when I'm in the House and I hear the minority talk about Tobagonians suffering and Tobagonians under pressure, it's not December the 6th they wake up under pressure. They have been under pressure for the last 21 years. But we, in this side, this administration, care about Tobagonians, so we saw it fit to give them an increase and benefits that they can now enjoy. Yes. URP like CPEP, who are among the lowest paid in Tobago, with no leave entitlements. Consequently, staff morale was extremely low, with several complaints from staff. As someone with a background in the trade union movement, I was determined to fix the situation. Madam Presiding Officer, I am proud to say that this increase in the wage bill for the program was not one made in vain. The Unemployment Relief Program has emerged as producers of a range of high-quality products and produce in the Tobago landscape. URP's operation is comprised of 6 different facets. These include the furniture workshop, the concrete workshop, the environmental, construction and agricultural units, and the women's program. The furniture workshop under the URP continues to flourish. The workshop can boast of furniture delivery to over 32 schools throughout the island of Tobago in the year 2022. Madam Presiding Officer, the performance does not stop there. In total, the workshop produced over 1,500 pieces of furniture, including caskets, school desks and chairs, benches, wardrobes, notice boards, rolling pins, just to name a few. Madam Presiding Officer, the list is exhaustive, so I will stop there for now. The concrete workshop also produced over 395 items for the Fiscal thus far, including flower pots of various shapes and sizes, park benches, bird baths, table sets, columns, and pavers. The environmental unit continues to assist when necessary with the preparation and cleanup for major events such as our inaugural Tobago Carnival. The unit also maintains 50 sites and several beaches throughout the island. The construction unit continues to assist with the infrastructural needs of the island. From October 2022 to present, the unit has completed 18 projects and is currently in the process of adding 44 more projects to that list. Madam Presiding Officer, the agricultural unit continues to positively contribute to our food security on the island through the use of established best practices and trainings facilitated by international bodies such as Purdue University and USAID. The agricultural unit has produced approximately 680 heads of lettuce and 817 pounds of a variety of produce, including bananas, cucumbers, tomatoes, melon, cabbage, celery, and tomatoes from October 2022 to present. That is performance. URP's Roxborough Nursery has also substantially raised its standard of production, providing seedlings from among 14 crop types to farmers throughout the island. In addition, URP Women's Arm continue to provide sanitation and housekeeping services to several schools and THA offices throughout the island. To ensure continued viability of the program, revenue generation has been prioritized. In September 2022, URP hosted a booth at the THA's World Food Day event and recorded the highest ever sales in the amount of $42,228. The revenue generated over the 2-day period is record-breaking and included the sale of furniture, concrete products, and agricultural produce. Revenue generated for this fiscal currently stands at $201,816 with a projected $1.2 million in sales of furniture to the Division of Education, Research and Technology. The program also remains poised to assist in natural disaster response and major projects. Let me drink some water before I finish. Let me drink some water. According to my colleague, mind my business. Madam Presiding Officer, as we look to the future, and seek to make URP even more productive and to enhance the revenue generating capacity of the program, we propose to invest in newer and more modern mold designs to offer a wider variety of concrete products. Design molds for slip and curve and box drains for modular build-out of drainage systems. Provide public access to furniture workshop products via launch of a product catalog. Rapidly expand our agriculture land base to further increase the production of crops and seedlings. And partner with farmers to increase food production. Madam Presiding Officer, allow me to switch gears and focus on my beloved district of Bon Accord, Crown Point. Madam Presiding Officer, a detailed examination of the budgetary estimates of the THA for fiscal 2024 would indicate that provisions are made to address some of the most fundamental infrastructural challenges affecting the electoral district of Bon Accord and Crown Point. Madam Presiding Officer, as you are aware, one of the most fundamental problems affecting the areas of Bon Accord and Crown Point is the problem of flooding. This administration is committed to fixing the flooding problems in the Bon Accord and Crown Point area once and for all. Madam Presiding Officer, we propose to devise a comprehensive drainage improvement and flood mitigation plan to treat with the problem of flooding in Southwest Tobago. As part of this overall strategy, we propose to develop a robust system of cleaning and maintenance to ensure our drainage systems are cleared. Included in the development program estimates for fiscal 2024, there is a provision of $2 million for the repair of sluice gates at Pigeon Point and Bon Accord Integrated Development. It also indicates a provision of $2 million for technical studies and the continuation of drainage works at Canaan Bon Accord Crown Point Connector Drain. And we are currently awaiting specialized pumps in our attempts to create a solution to finally solve the flooding issue in front of Cocoa Reef. It shall be fixed. When I think of the Cocoa Reef area, we are trying as an administration to address an issue that has been there for donkey years, and yet the minority and his colleagues and his friends and his follies always on Facebook as rainfall. Look, not Sigi partner, how much millions? False information again in the public space. Back in the days, 2 to 3 days, water would be there, you could keep swim meet for days. Why when the rain falls now and half an hour after the water is gone, they don't go there and videotape and say something positive? Always something negative in this space. But that is the hypocrisy of those on the other side. Madam Presiding Officer, beyond the issue of flooding, the budget also makes provisions for significant upgrades to our tourism infrastructure in the electoral district of Bon Accord and Crown Point. In this regard, a provision of $6 million is made for upgrade works to Store Bay Beach facility, and a provision of $7 million is made to improve infrastructure at the Pigeon Point Beach facility, one of our most treasured tourism assets on the island. Additionally, Madam Presiding Officer, in addressing issues of climate change and the environment, the budget highlights the need to protect the Pigeon Point Beach from the adverse effects of coast erosion and sea level rise. Therefore, this administration, through the Coastal Zone Protection Program, will expand $4 million to allow for sea defense works to mitigate the rapid erosion taking place at Pigeon Point Heritage Park. The beautiful and picturesque Fort Milford will also benefit from our investment in the restoration of our historical sites. Madam Presiding Officer, to keep our island clean to assist us in attracting what the Chief Secretary called green visitors, our estimates cater for a waste minimization and recycling project with Bon Accord as one of the villages to be used as a pilot. The sum of $500,000 is allocated for this project. Madam Presiding Officer, the budget also provides support for the development of businesses in general, and more specifically, tourism businesses. In fact, many of our tourism plans, our hotels, our guest houses, and our attractions are located in the area. It is quite evident that the Bonaccord-Crown Point area has both the highest concentration of business and is also the fastest growing area in Tobago as it relates to business development. I am therefore quite pleased that there are several proposals in the budget to support business development. These include the following: the allocation of $10 million under the Venture Capital Equity Fund, the provision of $8 million under the Business Incubator Program, the provision of $5 million under the Enterprise Development Program, and the provision of $5 million under the Enterprise Assistant Grant Program. Madam Presiding Officer, I am sure that many of the businesses, not only in my electoral district, but all over Tobago, can access the much-needed assistance and contribute meaningfully to our island's socio-economic development. I am urging constituents to make use of the various programs. Madam Presiding Officer, of utmost importance is the planned extension and upgrade of my alma mater, the Bonaccord Government Primary School. Madam Presiding Officer, it also brings me great pleasure to state to the people of Tobago that under this administration, the provision of the sum of $1 million has been made for the reconstruction of the Bonaccord Trade Center, something where our young men and young women on the island can benefit from. Madam Presiding Officer, an issue that remains near and dear to my heart is the injustice that was served up to my people in Crumston by the past administration. In this regard, a provision of $12.5 million is made for the retention fees for the development of lands at the Shervan and Cove Estate to benefit the persons affected by the relocation of the airport. The administration before claimed to love and care and deal with their people fairly. Answer me, those in the pavilion. What happened to the persons at Crumston? Was that fair? Don't be afraid to answer, they can't beat you. Madam Presiding Officer, the budget also provides for improvements in our sport. Madam Presiding Officer, the budget also provides for improvements in our sporting infrastructure and support for the development of sports. It is no secret that the Canaan, Bonaccord, and Crown Point area is the sporting capital of Tobago. We all know of the many sportsmen and women who emerged from this area that have excelled in the national and international level. I am therefore happy to see that provision to the tune of $1 million is being made in the budget for the upgrade of the Canaan Bonaccord Recreation Ground. Madam Presiding Officer, one of my promises to the people of my district during the campaigning period was to reignite the community spirit and sporting activities that has significantly dwindled in previous years. I am happy to report that since assumption of my duties, we have successfully hosted numerous events in the community. For this fiscal year thus far, we have had the second year of the Nutsi Fast 5 Sports and Family event, held over a 2-day period. The main events were windball cricket, netball, and small goal football competitions, which continues to attract many teams and spectators. A Mommy and Me karaoke Mother's Day event for the mothers in the district. This was certainly a hit with our mothers, as well as hit with their representative who was whining low with them. A celebration of our Father's Day in the community entitled Celebrating Fatherhood, Strength, Love, and Legacy. Open Arms Easter celebrations, treating the community to a day of fun, fellowship, and charity. Children's Christmas party, just to name a few. I could stand here and list out whole night what I have done. Madam Presiding Officer, as I seek to end my contribution, I express my profound gratitude for the opportunity to serve as part of this administration. Yes, I thank Almighty God for His continued favor and blessings upon my life, and as I continue to serve with distinction and class as desired by Him. I wish to thank the Chief Secretary, the Honorable Farley Chavez Agustin, for the opportunity to serve Tobago. I wish to thank the persons in my electoral district for bestowing the confidence in me and giving me the opportunity to not serve the electoral district, but the people of Tobago. Your love, encouragement, and support continues to strengthen me as I grow on this journey. I also wish to thank my secretary, Mr. Trevor James, for his continued leadership, vision, and guidance as we work together to transform the face of our physical infrastructure on this island while remaining sensitive to our pristine natural environment. I wish to urge those on the other side not to allow the issues we discuss in this debate to be mired and shaped by petty party politics. It is important that we place the interests of the people of Tobago above personal or partisan political interests. Madam Presiding Officer, we now have a tremendous opportunity in Tobago to grow and develop, and as the Chief Secretary reminds us all the time, to become the greatest little island on the planet. We have an administration that is caring and sensitive to the needs of the people, and not one driven by bad mind, spite, and vindictiveness. I urge all of us to do the necessary introspection and take the necessary action to ensure that we play our respective roles in making the Tobago dream a reality. I thank you.
Councillor Petal Daniel Benoit. Next, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, for allowing me the opportunity to join the budget debate. Madam Presiding Officer, I want to start my contribution with a quote from a popular Tobagonian now deceased. And one of the things that he would say is, right must always be right and wrong must always be wrong. Madam Presiding Officer, members on the other side would have attempted to rebut statements made by the minority leader. And in attempting to rebut, they would have brought some information under the past administration that, in their opinion, was wrong. And I want to give some examples. So Councillor Orr would have indicated that a cabinet minute was approved, and it was for the bond facility of $300 million, and there were some projects identified in the minute, and one of them that she pointed out and focused on was the Smithfield Connector Road Phase 2 and 3, and trying to compare the cost that is proposed in a cabinet note of, I think it was $40 million. This is a proposed cost, Madam Presiding Officer, in the first instance. What the minority leader spoke to is a road that was completed that you have actual costs for. So the expenditure had already occurred. Additionally, Madam Presiding Officer, it is my information that the scope on the two roads are totally different. So where we would have seen a road from Scarborough RC there and all the connections that cost the taxpayer $19+ million, and based on the information that the minority leader provided, he said that a qualified quantity surveyor went there, and when he did his work, the road actually cost $7 million. So that is the issue, Madam Presiding Officer, and let us go back to the scope. So the scope that was being looked at in the bond financing minute to the cabinet, I am informed that land acquisition was required in that scope. An actual bridge should have been built, and the project would have been of a different scope to what is being quoted on this $19 million. So, Madam Presiding Officer, in that regard, I think what we are doing is comparing apples and the pears, so to speak. Madam Presiding Officer, another attempt was made in terms of looking at a Auditor General's report and quoting some information on the Auditor General's report and indicating that a former secretary would have met with a contractor, Madam Presiding Officer. Again, if we are claiming that that was wrong, Madam Presiding Officer, why are we condoning that kind of behavior under this administration, Madam Presiding Officer, when they came into government saying no to corruption, they will have no to mismanagement, no to a whole lot of things, and giving promises to the people, Madam Presiding Officer. Before me, I have a letter which is addressed to Assemblyman, Division of Infrastructure, Quarries and the Environment, Old Government House Road, and this letter is dated, Madam Presiding Officer, Monday the 7th February 2022.
What?
And it's captioned Little Tobago Jetty Refurbishment Proposal. So, Madam Presiding Officer, the letter also is confirming from the contractor that he, as per our meeting, and again, this contractor is writing to the Assemblyman and the Secretary in the Division of Infrastructure, Quarries and the Environment.
Wow.
And the contractor is saying, as per our meeting at your office on Tuesday, 1st February 2022, Madam Presiding Officer. So the same thing that we are condemning, Madam Presiding Officer, we are seeing actually occurring. So if we are saying that it is wrong to meet a secretary because he has no role in the procurement process, if it is wrong for the secretary to meet with the contractor, and the contractor is indicating that after the meeting he's writing this letter on Monday, 7th of February, and Madam Presiding Officer, we are seeing arising from that meeting a contract sole selected, and is the same information, Madam Presiding Officer, that came out from this audit report. So I'm wondering under whose tenure the member was actually speaking about, and it says a sole select of this. This is a sole select contract, and it's dated the 31st day of March 2022. So, Madam Presiding Officer, my point is, if issues are raised, deal with the substance of the issue. Don't try to bring a wrong to try to justify why your wrong is right. Wrong is always wrong and right is always right, Madam Presiding Officer. Let us deal with the substance of the issue. Is it that under this administration, the cost for bitumen was $27,000? $2,700 an inflated cost when compared to the cost with a bonded agreement under the former administration. And Madam Presiding Officer, that is issue, are the costs inflated or are they not inflated? So don't come and bring something from the past to claim your own wrongdoing. Madam Presiding Officer, the people of Tobago spoke. They dealt with us. You promised to do better. Show us the better that you are doing. Madam Presiding Officer, we would have listened to a number of conversations. And yes, since the budget has been read, people have been talking, both locally as well as nationally. And there's a lot of discussion surrounding the budget presented on Monday. And some persons has labeled the budget a fairy tale budget to nowhere. Some persons are saying it is a pie in the sky. Others are saying that it lacks vision. For some individuals, Madam Presiding Officer, it has actually left a poor taste. And Madam Presiding Officer, the member and the Secretary of in the Division of Infrastructure would have spoken about the 4.3% and why we don't collaborate and negotiate with our friends and our colleagues on the other side. But Madam Presiding Officer, we are using the words of the Chief Secretary, Madam Presiding Officer, when he was on this side. Madam Presiding Officer, when he was on this side on consecutive budgets, he recognized that the trend was closer to the 4.3%. And Madam Presiding Officer, all we are doing is regurgitating what the member was, when he was on this side, said. He looked at the trend, he analyzed the trend, he tried the past Secretary of Finance. There was one debate where he actually ran through a number of years and quoting what the allocation was and comparing it to what we requested. So, Madam Presiding Officer, now that he is sitting on that side, he has the responsibility and the authority. We are asking ourselves, why aren't you not taking the same advice and guidance that you were given then? That's all we are asking, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, one of the things that was noticed in this budget statement is the absence of some critical information. So, Madam Presiding Officer, on the campaign trail, this administration So, Madam Presiding Officer, when this administration was on the campaign trail, they promised greater accountability, greater transparency. And Madam Presiding Officer, even after assuming office, there was a renewed commitment and promise by the Chief Secretary and Secretary of Finance for greater accountability and transparency. Madam Presiding Officer, now that the Chief Secretary and Secretary of Finance sits on that side, he has failed to provide the greater accountability and transparency. What is obviously missing, Madam Presiding Officer, this is the second year in a row that we would have perused the budget statement, Madam Presiding Officer, and there is no information about how this administration would have spent the allocation that they would have received. Madam Presiding Officer, there was no information about the total recurrent expenditure that was spent in 2021, nor 2022 at the end, 30th December 2022. There was no information about what was the total DP expenditure for 2021 nor 2022. There was no information, Madam Presiding Officer, on the expenditure for URP and CPEP. There was no information, Madam Presiding Officer, on whether or not there was an unspent balance and what was the balance on the unspent balance for 2021 or 2022. Madam Presiding Officer, that information is not provided. And yes, we would have some line item expenditure at the books provided in the estimates, Madam Presiding Officer, but this is not made available to the public. I perused the website at the Division of Finance, and Madam Presiding Officer, all that has appeared to date is the budget statement. And Madam Presiding Officer, what I am saying is to provide the information to the public so they can see what is happening with their taxpayer dollar, how you would have spent the taxpayer dollar, so that they can know and see what is happening and be accountable to the people, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, the Chief Secretary also omitted to share a year-on-year comparison. So we would have seen in the statement where Tobago's economic outlook was provided for 2022. However, no comparative information, Madam Presiding Officer, was shared for 2021. And the minority leader would have shared some information while he made his statement. So, Madam Presiding Officer, based on the budget statements, the GDP at constant price for 2022 was $1.65 billion. And again, Madam Presiding Officer, no information was shared for 2021. And for 2021, for the information of this House, the GDP, again, for Tobago, and we are quoting Tobago information, the GDP for Tobago for 2021 at constant price was $1.69 billion. So, Madam Presiding Officer, this clearly shows that there was a decline in the economy from 2021 to 2022. But further, Madam Presiding Officer, if you look at the period before, while we were coming out from COVID, you would have seen a growth in the economy of 4%, Madam Presiding Officer. And this is just a testament to the prudent management of the former administration of the financial resources of the people of Tobago. So, Madam Presiding Officer, we are asking on this side that the Chief Secretary show the comparative information so members of the public can make an informed decision and do their own analysis. Madam Presiding Officer, another thing that was indicated in the statement is the whole issue of consultations. And the Chief Secretary would have indicated that this was the year that they had the widest consultations, and the consultations that they had was the town hall meetings. Madam Presiding Officer, I'm not sure if that could be considered a consultation. And in fact, what you hear members of the public saying is because there was no meaningful consultation with any of the sectors, this was pointed or this was referred to as a public consultation. But Madam Presiding Officer, based on what was presented by the Chief Secretary, there seemed to be no meaningful consultation in the budgeting process, again lacking transparency and accountability in this budgeting process, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, I want to turn to the achievements or performance highlights of this administration. And again, this was listed in the budget statement. And as the Chief Secretary shared the performance highlights for fiscal 2023, the member in section 3 started by saying, Madam Presiding Officer, truth and the science must be the foundation of everything we do. Therefore, a fair and material assessment of what was achieved thus far for 2023 must be positioned against the level of funding that was actually allocated to the THA to provide public services to Tobagonians. And the court went on, and the Chief Secretary and Secretary of Finance would have quoted the amount that was requested by the THA, the amount that was received, and the statement also went on to list a very short list of achievements of this administration. But as the Chief Secretary started that section, Madam Presiding Officer, the truth is that this administration would have received the largest allocation in the past 5 years. Madam Presiding Officer, in 2017, the allocation to the THA was $2.36 billion. In 2018, the allocation was 2.2, 19, 2.24, 2020, 2.29, 2021, 2.142, 2022, 2.33, and 2023, Madam Presiding Officer, the allocation was 2.5. And further, Madam Presiding Officer, there was a supplemental allocation of $100 million, bringing the total allocation to the Assembly in 2023 Madam Presiding Officer, of $2.6 billion, the largest allocation of this administration. And although, Madam Presiding Officer, we had the largest allocation, we saw a decline in the economy. And the allocation was increased in terms of numerical value by $285 million, which again, as I indicated before, included the supplemental funding of $100 million. The truth is, Madam Presiding Officer, that by mid-September 2023, when the Minister of Finance read his statement, he would have indicated that at that time, the Tobago House of Assembly would have received 96.9% of its allocation. And he had committed, or he had expected, that the full allocation would have been received by the end of the financial year. Madam Presiding Officer, these comments were not disputed by the Chief Secretary, so we are left to believe that for fiscal 2022, Madam Presiding Officer, that the Tobago House of Assembly would have received its full allocation. And the truth, Madam Presiding Officer, is that the very short lists, notably brief list of achievements that was included in the statement by this administration, Madam Presiding Officer, was a culmination of all the P&M policies, Madam Presiding Officer. What new policy, what new initiative has this administration implemented? Madam Presiding Officer, they boast about the Roxborough Hospital. That was a P&M project. Social assistance to the vulnerable, and the Assistant Secretary would have mentioned all the myriad of social assistance. What new social assistance have they brought on, Madam Presiding Officer? Another continuation of P&M project. Lighting of playing fields, Madam Presiding Officer, we would have lit playing fields. That continue to be a vision, that was a vision, and it will continue to be a vision when we get back in office, Madam Presiding Officer. That was a P&M project. Madam Presiding Officer, and I could go on. Housing, that was both. Madam Presiding Officer, I will come to housing. Manta Lodge, Madam Presiding Officer, P&M project. We are happy to hear that the Chief Secretary indicating that an operator will be coming, and we look forward to that, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, if we turn to strengthening our governance and constitutional framework, Madam Presiding Officer, in the budget statement on Monday, the Chief Secretary described the issue of internal self-government as being critical to the strengthening of the constitutional and legislative framework. And notwithstanding this being a vital item, and this administration, Madam Presiding Officer, well, first, it appears as if members of this administration seem not to be on the same page of what is autonomy to them, greater autonomy. So in one instance, we're hearing independence, in another instance, we're hearing federal. So they need to really get on board about what the meaning is for them of internal self-governance. More than that, Madam Presiding Officer, if this is such an important and vital item that forms part of your constitutional and legislative framework, Madam Presiding Officer, this is the second consecutive budget, Madam Presiding Officer, and nothing in the budget statement shows that any real and meaningful work has been done to advance the agenda of internal self-government, so to be, Madam Presiding Officer. So I don't understand how it could be so vital and crucial, but to date you have done nothing. Madam Presiding Officer, the budget statement spoke to initiatives implemented or initiatives to be implemented with the central government for further collaboration. And Madam Presiding Officer, one such project that was mentioned was the Tobago Online My THA e-government platform. And the minority welcomes the initiative, and we are happy to hear about collaborations between the Tobago House of Assembly and the central government. And in this particular instance, the Chief Secretary would have indicated that the THA is collaborating with the Ministry of Digital Transformation. But Madam Presiding Officer, the posture that this administration portrays is not one of collaboration, is not one of meaningful collaboration. And Madam Presiding Officer, the Prime Minister, the Honorable Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, has committed from the onset of this administration coming into office, has made a commitment to collaborate with the administration. And we would have seen the collaboration, we would have seen meetings between the cabinet coming to Tobago, led by the Prime Minister, and the Chief Secretary and his Executive Council, meeting for hours, Madam Presiding Officer, it was reported. We would have also seen, Madam Presiding Officer, and it has been in the public domain, where there has been several meetings between the Prime Minister and the Chief Secretary. Madam Presiding Officer, in the budget statement, the national budget statement, there would have been an allocation of $371.5 million to be spent in Tobago, Madam Presiding Officer, by ministries and state agencies. And we are currently seeing the construction of the $10 million pipeline project by WASA to deal with the water woes in Western Tobago, whilst we also have a similar project of the desilting of the Hillsborough Dam, and this was commenced in like fashion. Madam Presiding Officer, so there's a difference between fighting and fighting up, as the minority leader would have indicated. And there is nothing wrong, Madam Presiding Officer, with standing up for Tobago or fighting for Tobago. But this must not be equated with disrespect, with grasp, and with undiplomatic behavior. Madam Presiding Officer, we could share our disagreement, our displeasure in a respectful, diplomatic, statesman-like manner. And Madam Presiding Officer, we are encouraging this administration to do is that if you want to see and if you want to engage in meaningful collaboration with the central government, behave like it. Be respectful. Madam Presiding Officer, I want to move quickly to the whole issue of housing. And Madam Presiding Officer, we start in this house for our last sitting last year, and the administration would have brought a budget, and they coined it a very ambitious housing program to provide 1,000 fully serviced housing lots in the first term, which was 250 units per fiscal year. And Madam Presiding Officer, the year was already in train, and they indicated that they have not yet started their housing program or whatever they were doing in terms of housing, but they would still do that 250 per year. They even indicated that they also proposed 400 housing solutions at Shervan Bacalet and 300 at Adelphi, Corlan, and Adventure, a total of 700 housing solutions. Madam Presiding Officer, when the minority would have indicated that this was not realistic, the Secretary then told us to watch him work. Madam Presiding Officer, all of Tobago looked on. We watched the Secretary of Settlements work, Madam Presiding Officer. You know what we saw? We saw one house, no 250, and Madam Presiding Officer, you know what? They said that it should have been earmarked. They made it specifically for a visually impaired individual. However, they took back the key. So up to now, the person who the house was earmarked for has not received the house. And the guise is that they had to take back the keys to retrofit. Madam Presiding Officer, you said that you made it specifically for this individual. Lights, camera, action. We have watched you worked. We have watched you worked. We are not seeing anything, Madam Presiding Officer. And this year, they have come back again with another unrealistic proposal for housing. We will continue to watch, and we will continue to see nothing, Madam Presiding Officer. But Madam Presiding Officer, I want to also ask about some of the things that were proposed in the last statement, and there was the status on the e-wallet model in relation to the upgrade of the food cards program. So if in the wind-up, the Chief Secretary could give an account as to what would have happened there. You would have also mentioned in the last year's statement about a debt management committee, which was instituted at the Division of Finance. Is this committee still in place? It is operational. What is happening there? What cost-effective, implementable models were executed to date by this committee, and how much liabilities were liquidated?
Your time has expired.
Madam Presiding Officer, I wish to ask that the speaking time of the minority councillor be extended for a period at maximum 10 minutes.
Honourable members, the question is that 10 minutes of additional speaking time be afforded to the minority councillor to complete her presentation. All in favour, say aye. Aye. Any against? All in favour, say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Minority councillor.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I want to thank my colleagues on the other side for giving me the opportunity to wind up. So, Madam Presiding Officer, as I was saying, if we could get an update on how much of the liabilities were liquidated without compromising or upending the current and future development agenda of the island. And these were some of the things that were put forward at the last budget statement. Madam Presiding Officer, the Chief Secretary also spoke to the promotion of a diaspora homecoming event to coincide with Heritage 2023, which is this year's Heritage celebration, as a means of persons in the diaspora contributing to the island's development. And again, the minority is asking, we are seeing the promotion, we are seeing Heritage 2023 being advertised, but we have not heard about any such initiative as was mentioned. So we were wondering if this initiative has commenced in keeping with what was proposed, and if it has, how much contributions and how many persons would have contributed to this diaspora program. Madam Presiding Officer, additionally, what about the BDU policy changes? We heard no mention about that in the statement, to include the funding for the purchase of stock and raw materials. Madam Presiding Officer, as I conclude, in the financing mechanisms under this budget, the Chief Secretary would have indicated that one of the mechanisms would include some funds that were the shortfall of previous allocations to the Assembly, and the Chief Secretary would have quoted shortfalls from 2017 to 2015. But Madam Presiding Officer, a similar question was raised in the Parliament to the Minister of Finance. And the Minister of Finance, in responding, and I'm quoting from a newspaper article, Imbert was responding to a matter on the adjournment brought by independent Senator Dr. Maria Dillon Remy during the sitting on Monday. And this matter called the government to address the shortfalls in releases to the THA over a 5-year period. And Madam Presiding Officer, in response, and I'm going quickly in the interest of time, in response, Imbert said that some of the information in Senator Remy's contribution was similar to the information shared and contained in the letter to him from the Chief Secretary on September 23, 2022. And the Minister went on to explain that the total releases were a bit misleading because there were taxes collected in Tobago by the THA, which should also be added to the subventions from the central government. And what this really is, Madam Presiding Officer, so there's the total allocation, and we have paper releases as well as cash releases. So the money that we actually receive from the Ministry of Finance is generally set off against what we collect in Tobago. So this is the point that the Minister of Finance is making here. And the Minister continues, by virtue of the relevant laws, the funding is kept by the THA, is not remitted to the Consolidation Fund, said Imbert, adding that non-cash releases which are taxes collected in Tobago have to be added to the releases from government. But the long and short of the matter is, Madam Presiding Officer, the letter to the Chief Secretary, Imbert said, explained that the shortfalls in releases in the THA resulted in the central government experiencing serious financial constraints as its revenue collection fell significantly below the amounts due to the drastic fall in the global oil and gas prices. And the minister is basically indicating that under the law, he has the responsibility based on the circumstances to further reduce the allocation, so to speak. So, Madam Presiding Officer, I am not sure how prudent it is, because it seems to be unlikely that the shortfall that is used as a financing mechanism, it seems to be very unlikely that this funds will be received. So we are wondering if it is prudent on the side of the Chief Secretary to include this funding as a means of financing the budget. And Madam Presiding Officer, as I conclude, I just want to encourage this administration to stop politicking. The people of Tobago have voted you in overwhelmingly to govern. And Madam Presiding Officer, what we have seen for the past 8 months is not governance, but by their own admission is to shape the agenda and to spread propaganda and to politic. And Madam Presiding Officer, all we are saying, settle down to governance. You promise good governance, good, greater accountability and transparency, and we have not seen that to date. And we are asking you to live by a promise. Show us by your works good governance, greater accountability and transparency. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer.
Member for Bethel New Grange.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, for the opportunity again to stand in this sacred spot and for the opportunity to join this debate. I would want to salute, of course, the Honorable Chief Secretary, all my colleagues, all the members in the House, those that are visiting with us in the gallery, those that are viewing this debate online, Tobagonians far and wide, whoever take an interest in what we do here. I consider myself very, very, very privileged to be able to stand here. I want to also say that I am eternally grateful to the people who reside in the district we call Bethel New Grange for affording me this honor to represent them And also, I must say too that for the Chief Secretary allowing me to function in the capacity of Secretary in the division that we now call Community Development, Youth Development and Sport. I can't leave out, of course, my assistant, my riding partner, as it were, Mr. Clark, for the kind of support that he gives in the division, the work that he does. And this contribution really would be a kind of tag team. I will just deal with some parts of it and he will take it home, as it were. Madam Presiding Officer, this budget presentation by our Chief Secretary and the Secretary with responsibility for finance, trade, and the economy, the Honorable Farley Chavez Agustin, identified building sustainable, prosperous, and a resilient Tobago as the theme for fiscal 2023 to 2024, noting that in every sense of the word, Tobago is an island of tightly knit communities. Therefore, the building of sustainable, prosperous, resilient communities, child by child, family by family, and village by village remains a key development goal to this administration. You know, before I get into the meat of my contribution, Madam Presiding Officer, permit me to respond to a few things. I mean, you hear some things and you're tempted to engage in the conventional rebuttal. I know my colleagues have done an exceptional job in responding to some of the nonsensical things that have been said in this house. I am one that has said before and have gone on record to say that words like disrespect and honesty and transparency and good governance must be banished from the PNM language. It must be banished. It must be banished from the vocabulary.
Yes.
You know, and I told myself, I said, you know what? I am a perennial optimist. And I said, this debate, the gravity of this debate, let me come and maybe we will get something sensible. But my hopes have been dashed to pieces.
Yes.
Because what we have heard is conjecture. We have heard, you know, as per normal, inaccuracies, because the minority leader really has a gift to bring inaccuracies in this house, you know. And if you follow him, I have raised it on several occasions that he go back as far as 2020. I will prove it. I will prove it. I will prove it. In 2020, he made some comments about. He made some comments. Make some comments.
Members, please use better language. Continue, Assemblyman.
Yes, ma'am. So he made some inaccurate comments about distributions of hampers relating to the Chief Secretary and the Deputy Chief Secretary who sits in this position now. Also, he made some inaccurate comments on TV6 during the 6-6 time with Fazil Mohammed in Mount Irving.
I acknowledge the Assemblyman at this time and him alone. Continue, Assemblyman Baines.
He also, at one point, stood there and blamed he was the deputy then, for the sandals business and say that was the man responsible, when in truth and in fact was Afra Raymond who brought that to the knowledge of the population. He also went on more recently to say that we went to sign a MOU with a no-name university in Jamaica. You all remember that?
Yes.
When there are so many Tobagonians that have been educated in that facility. The point I'm making is that this gentleman has a history of bringing inaccurate information in this chamber. And I do not even know that whether anything that he says here we should believe. Any reference that he makes, whether we should believe. Any document he reads from, whether we should believe. Because he has a gift to bring inaccuracy.
Madam Presiding Officer, this man is ascribing things to which has not happened in this house.
Member for Darrell Springwim, please be guided by Standing Order 44. Rise on a point of order or point of clarification.
Is imputing improper motives.
I don't agree with that. Continue, Assemblyman Baines.
Misquoting my words. I've said nothing about hampers.
Minority Leader, please have your seat. Assemblyman Baines, continue.
I want to say as well that I, Terence Baines, joined with the Deputy Chief Secretary and my other colleagues. I've never been under any investigation, criminal or otherwise, as this gentleman said in this house, which is another example of inaccuracies. And he said that today. I know he has amnesia too, you know. He suffers from amnesia as well. You see, what we have here in the form of a minority leader is an acute case of information deficiency syndrome. That is what we have. That's all he does. He just peddles inaccuracies. But I told myself, I say, you know what? Let me give the man a chance. In fact, let me give the minority trinity a chance. Well, it is a double now, so but all we have heard from the minority side, all we have heard for the entire, all that they spoke about today was conjecture, verbal outbursts of inertia. I mean, was a kind of trigonal word circus that we heard.
Honorable member. Honorable members, it is now 8 o'clock. And as per Standing Order 16.1, we are supposed to sit until 8, unless advised otherwise. My Leader of Assembly Business.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, I beg to move that this House remains seated until all the business on the order paper has been disposed of.
Members, the question put is that this House remains seated until all the business on the order paper is disposed of. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Member for Bethel Mount New Grange, please continue.
So I want to just dispense with it. I was just going to end this part of the thing to say that the contribution really had no substance. It's like tea without milk. It's like doubles without chana. You know, it's like a Iowa George song without water. You understand? It was just a pathetic, porous prattle. That is all that it was. And we mustn't pay no attention to that. We mustn't pay no attention to that. But, Madam Presiding Officer, I wish to underscore the relevance of the theme of the budget. And I must quickly say, too, I think that the budget presentation by the Honorable Chief Secretary was an innovative one and was a decent presentation. Of course. Decent presentation. And so As it relates to the Division of Community Development, Youth Development and Sport, over which I have been assigned the responsibility to exercise general and direct control as Secretary, with the able support of Mr. Clark, I would want to just kind of add our perspective and how the things that we have been doing and what we intend to do in the face of all that is taking place. Madam Presiding Officer, the Division of Community Development, Youth Development and Sport has taken a painstaking journey to get to the part of full integration of our internal processes and the services we deliver to the communities. The natural synergy in the operation mandate of each department within the division allows for greater support and seamless delivery. With the focused view of deliverables outlined in the measures of the last fiscal presentation, the division is proud to have discharged its mandate with pride and take pleasure in articulating some of the major achievements for 2022 to present. In doing so, Madam Presiding Officer, as Secretary, I will present the achievements of the Department of Community Development and discuss in some detail measures to be undertaken in fiscal 2024. Assistant Secretary Clark will then present the achievements of the department in the youth development and sport and continue the discussion on fiscal 2024 measures. I want to begin by focusing on what I call one of our flagship programs at the division, and that is our vocational skills training program, which has been instrumental in equipping individuals with valuable skills for personal and professional growth. We trained 26 tutors and assistant tutors in the use of virtual platforms, enabling them to effectively deliver vocational skills training to all our participants. The program, which offered both online and face-to-face classes, saw a staggering 2,224 participants across various skill areas. Implemented at a cost of $1,180,750, proudly invested in the future of our workforce here in Tobago. The Handicraft Indigenous Program has been an endeavor close to our hearts. Through consultations and collaborations with stakeholders, we have formulated and drafted a national policy for the handicraft sector in Trinidad and Tobago. This policy aims to present handicraft as a financially viable industry designed for growth and sustainability. Our program, which ran for 3 months and had 141 participants across 6 craft areas, has paved the way for the development of this sector. We came into office and met some 95% of the village councils in Tobago as considered by the national organization defunct. And so we went on an aggressive drive to revive the village councils, because we are in the business of the devolution of powers. We are trying to empower people so that they can take responsibility for their communities and so on, and assist with the governance mandate according to this administration. We were able to successfully mobilize 22 village and community councils for their annual general meetings. The virtual installation of officers and subsequent meetings allow representatives to connect, understanding their roles and functions, and strengthen the Tobago Branch Association of Village and Community Councils. Additionally, Madam Presiding Officer, I want to talk about the road market experience, because, again, we are trying to create an environment so that our people can thrive, so that our people can develop, so that the gifts and skills that we have resident on the island can come to the fore, and our people can experience some profit. We held our last road market experience. In fact, we held, since I came into office, 2 of these. The first one was held at the Castara facility, showcasing the talents of small businesses, entrepreneurs, farmers, and artisans by emphasizing entrepreneurial development and business management. This event empowered communities and facilitated business networking. Approximately 34 vendors and a total expenditure of $134,471.78. We also did a second one in Charlottesville, which was even more successful than the first one. So we see the progression, we see the need to continue with this particular program because we want our people to have the best opportunity at succeeding at business and enjoy a much better life. We believe that FBOs play a vital part in this development ideal that we have for Tobago and to accomplish this dream that we have for Tobago to become the greatest little island on the planet. And so we've talked about it in this house, about the Tobago Faith-Based Council. We have approved the policy document. We have outlining the framework and all of that, and access to the financing and technical assistance has been made available. In fact, we have to date some 40 applicants already, and we are just going through and making sure that they meet the various criteria, and we will begin to give the kind of support that is needed. Madam Presiding Officer, permit me to highlight some of the initiatives taken under the development program agenda for the Division of Community Development, which was executed by the Building Maintenance Services Unit and the Project Implementation Unit under the development program. The division manages 85 facilities of varying forms and functions, while the Department of Youth and Sport also engaged in a number of soft sporting and youth development program projects. In terms of the Community Development Department, the following have been undertaken in fiscal 2023. The Dallaford Community Center is now 100% complete. At a complete cost of $2.2 million, after the 3-phase power supply was connected in February this year. In keeping with the division's stated intent, and I need to make the point that the scope of works as far as the division is concerned was completed. I know there is a power supply issue that TNTech needs to rectify. In keeping with the division's stated intent, the facility was then handed over to the village council for the management of the facility. Speyside multipurpose community facility is also 100% complete, Mr. Chief Secretary. The total cost of $897,000 as per the scope of the contractors. And there are some painting work and so on which are going to be done in-house, and some air conditioner fixes that are needed. It is estimated that this will be completed by August of this year. Hamden Lowlands multipurpose community facility also 100% complete as it relates to the scope of the contractor. What has happened is that some of the works have been given over to the workers that we have in the division. Right? We certainly don't want them to become obsolete. We certainly don't want them to just be lying around doing nothing. And we know there's a whole host of skills that reside in the division, so we engage them to do some of the work. And the cost of the repairs in Hamden Lowlands is $729,000 as per the original scope, while the internal painting by the division's artisan team is now in progress. The replacement of the air conditioning units is estimated to be completed by July 30th. We are also in the process of refurbishing the Y zones in the Carnival area. We're doing some work there, and it's approximately, it costs us about $80,000. These Y zones have taken a beating, especially because of COVID. A lot of them have been exposed to the elements and so on. So we had to do a tremendous amount of work on these Y zones. They've been playing a vital role in assisting our young people with connectivity and so on. And so we have to focus on that, and the spend on the refurbishment of Y zones is a reasonable and needed one. The Lescato Community Center. We have had some challenges with this, the startup of this project. We have had some issues, some contract-related issues, let me just say we have some issues. But I want to say today, especially to the secretary and area representative for that area, that 2 days ago, that we did a final sign-off for the works to commence in Lescato, and so we are trusting that the contractor will take control of the site, and the refurbishments will begin with alacrity, and we expect So, I wanted to make this point. There are some other upgrade works that are needed in some of the smaller facilities, and they are carried to be done in Mount St. George Community Center. We are going to be doing some work there. Betsy's Hope, Louis Dor Multipurpose Facility, we're going to be doing some work there as well. And there are some 50 community facilities under our purview, and the works, a combined cost of $1 million will be injected to make sure that these facilities get the necessary upgrades that are needed at this point. The minority leader made a point about, in fact, I'll come to that in a minute. Let me not distract myself. So, we want to talk about Charlottesville, because yes, he made the point about Charlottesville and the Charlottesville project stop and so on. And let me just take some time and explain what has happened in Charlottesville. The former regime broke down part of the Charlottesville facility where it was a pavilion, a change room, and a community center. That is what was there. They broke down part of it to put up the multi-purpose facility. I'm sorry, the micro mall, and intended to just build back a pavilion for the people of Charlottesville. Udicott, who was the project manager, unilaterally decided to impose on the Charlottesville people a facility that is a step down from what they had originally. And of course, I don't know Charlottesville people very well, but any sensible person will say that you have to give back what we had or something better. Yes. But they went ahead and started contrary to the wishes of the villagers. And Udicott, is a creature of the past regime. Right? And so the impasse that caused the project to stall has nothing to do with the Division of Community Development. In fact, it was an impasse that developed between the contractor and Udicott, because the original cost of the project was about $12 million. And because of the concerns of the villagers and so on, there was a need for a change of the scope. It moved the cost to $19 million. And so the impasse came between the contractor and Udicott. And while we as a division were trying to have conversations and so on, Udicott eventually just vacated the site, vacated the projects, in the major projects in Tobago. I feel also that that is a part of the conspiracy to wage war against our development in Tobago? I mean, all of us sat in the room at Shaw Park when we were going to engage Judicott about how we will move ahead with some of the things that were stalled, and we were broadsided by the announcement. Thank God they gave the Chief Secretary the luxury of a sidebar. If his heart was not good, he may have collapsed there when they made the announcement. But I just feel it is part of this conspiracy to try and stymie the development and the advancement of Tobago. But I want to tell you this, we are not just a resilient people, we are innovative. You cannot stop this group of Tobagonians. You just can't stop us, and we will find a way. We will find a way. If you try to hold back money from Trinidad, we will find a way. Yeah. We will find a way, because we are that committed to the advancement and the development of this space that we call Tobago. Now, the minority leader made a point about we on this side enriching our friends and all that and so on. And when he said it, I may try and make a note. Because there are some things that just get up under your skin. Yes. Especially who's saying them. I have in my hand here a document. It represents, and I am from Bethel. It represents what you call a final payment certificate. And I am not learned in these matters, so I may try and ask questions about what this means. There is a road in Bethel that we call Sesame Street. And it is in the public domain. You've heard about Sesame Street as a road that has been paved. And I want to say that Sesame Street really needed this road open, because it's a cul-de-sac, it was a cul-de-sac, and people that had the disposal of garbage, and it was a serious challenge. The rubbish truck just wouldn't go down in there because there was no way to turn. So I will not try to bring down the importance of the road. The road is necessary. I remember I was called as the area rep to look at the road, look at when the project started, and they called me and I went there and so on, and there were two gentlemen there that were very, very, very disrespectful in their language, because they think they rule Tobago. You understand? But the document represents a final payment certificate for the road that we call Sesame Street, a road that I went there last week.
Member, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. So, I know it is in the public domain that the THA paid $15 million for this road. Invoices reflecting $15 million. The contractor who actually did the work, this is a final payment receipt from the contractor who actually do the work, and the contractor's price is $479,000, just under $500,000 for the actual work. So another principal received from the THA $15 million for work that was certified just under $500,000. And them fellas are the unmitigated gall to talk about poor people. Yeah. And is one Tobago contractor ripping off another Tobago contractor? Yes. Look, let me think to make your pressure go up. But you know, scientific information also is in the public space that the road could actually cost about $1.9 million. So let us just assume, let us say $2 million. What is the opportunity cost for that $13 million as Secretary James said, that was given to somebody. Secretary James and his team just had a program to assist people in Tobago with a 10 on, 10 off, spend $10 million on this program and employed some 800 persons. Do you know that with that $13 million save, Secretary James could have employed 1,600 people at least? And in Bethel New Grange, I could have had at least 44 more persons employed in Bethel New Grange.
You see?
So listen to me. What we are seeing demonstrated is what I call contractor brigandry.
Honourable Member, your time has expired.
Madam Presiding Officer, I beg to move that the speaking time of the honourable member be extended by a further 10 minutes.
Honourable members, the question is that the speaking time be extended a further 10 minutes for the member to complete his presentation. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Member for Bethel New Grange, continue.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I want to thank my colleagues who just afforded me this time. The cold, callous robbery perpetrated on a subcontractor from Tobago was a fruit of the collective conspiracy of the then Chief Secretary and the Secretary for Infrastructure, and by extension the Executive Council at that time.
All of them.
Because while some of the public officers are facing the music, and every man, you know, you have to answer for yourself. But the public officers who sat in those seats and so on must not be allowed to get away either. They must face the music as well. And the thing about it is, I mean, we use the word hypocrisy upon us in here. Some of these same Decepticons find themselves in the public space talking about morality and going on different platforms and calling people's names. But as a popular Facebook personality say, who said he went to the prison, that it perhaps was God that sent him there so he can give tips to those who intend to come at some point. But we want to make it clear. We want to make it clear, and I am so glad that the Chief Secretary is our man. You know, people look at your disposition and figure you are low fence. They think, you know, the Chief Secretary is a man who's, you know, his humility sometimes can be misunderstood. But humility is not stupidity, no, it's power under control. And he teaches us a thing or two, because we sat here to a 3.5 hour presentation, you know, of nausea, and were very well behaved. Yes. And this is why I very well behaved. I mean, it was a difficult task, but it was we were very behaved. But Madam Presiding Officer, the time is going, and let me just hustle on, and you know, just suffice it to say that we are going to continue to build a sustainable, prosperous, and resilient Tobago. The theme of the budget statement is embodied and inherent in the programs to be undertaken in the next fiscal period. And in our presentation, the Assistant Secretary and I will utilize and the approach taken in the budget statement to represent the ideals of the articulated vision In this regard, the initiatives for 2024 will be presented under three focal areas: building sustainable communities, building prosperous communities, building resilient communities. I'm going to try and see if I can go supersonic speed here now. As Secretary with core responsibility for community development, I treat with the building of sustainable and prosperous communities, while the Assistant Secretary, that I will treat with, and the Assistant Secretary will treat with building resilient communities. Building sustainable community. Let me turn my attention to to this here. We have a program that we're going to implement called Take Charge. Take Charge is designed to help communities take responsibility for control of their human capital as well as the physical and financial resources. The division will conduct family management training across the communities to support parents in discharging their parental roles, supporting them with their financial and other management and other management of their resources. We have another program that we call, let me spell it rather than say it. MACCO. Mastering aspects of community cohesion and organization. Targeting leadership training for community, youth and sport leaders, the gatekeepers, to help them understand the issues impacting the community, equipping them with the tools to support and manage the community resources. We have another one called CARE. Working through the Tobago Faith-Based Council, we shall establish with the mandate to facilitate and deliberate and recommend fair and equitable distribution of resources from the THA to establish FBOs. The council will undertake.
Member, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Will undertake the other measures to deliver on this mandate. Madam Presiding Officer, I had to say a little thing about CPEP, and then I would. I had to say a little thing about CPEP. Of course, we've done extensive work with the CPEP program, with the retooling and fixing and all of that. And as a result of the work that we have done, we were able to inject into the program in more recent time just about 56 new workers, and we are moving. We have to add about 94 more to make the full cadre of the CPEP workforce, and it is good. And I think it was Councillor Orr that said it. When I look out and saw the scattering in James Park, I said, thank God we give some dignity to CPEP workers. Thank God. Because I was down at the MIC Center when they were mandated to protest against the then PP government, when they had to put on jersey, when they were compelled because they had no real standing. You could have pushed them around, but thankfully we have given them some dignity by giving them an approved policy to operate by. Nobody will ever again advantage CPEP workers and URP workers in this country. That must stop. All right. Let me come down to the end. 2 minutes? All right. Madam Presiding Officer, sometimes I just get a little hyper excited. But since we started this journey, we have been experiencing some turbulence. But you know what I figured out? That you only experience turbulence when you're flying.
Yep.
And as an administration, we will continue to fly with supersonic speed, I guess, through the stratosphere of innovation, dynamism, science, and greatness. In the midst of the wind gusts of supporter dissatisfaction, in the midst of the dark clouds of intellectual and commercial and even media dissension, in the midst of the jet streams of central government antagonism, we shall fly on. You see, Madam Presiding Officer, the minority and those who think like him want us to remain on the ground of mismanagement, the ground of corruption, the ground of island stasis, which has been evident since, well, before, and came to an end, thankfully, in December of 2021.
Member, your time has expired.
Madam President, I thank you.
Member for Lambo Lowlands, you may join the debate.
Madam Presiding Officer, I'm indeed thankful for the opportunity to stand before this honorable House to endorse 100% the budgetary measures of the THA for fiscal 2024. First of all, Madam Presiding Officer, please allow me to extend my hearty, sincere congratulations to the Honorable Farley Augustine, Chief Secretary of Tobago and Secretary of Finance, Trade and the Economy, for the clarity, forthrightness, soundness of socio-economic and fiscal programming that characterized the THA budget statement for fiscal 2024 presented on Monday. I can state without fear of contradiction that anyone who followed the budget presentation would be very clear on the way forward and the proposed work programs for this administration for fiscal 2024. Madam Presiding Officer, in accordance with my stated portfolio as Assistant Secretary in the Division of Community Development, Youth Development and Sports, I will first highlight some of the achievements of the Department of Youth and Sport for fiscal 2022-2023, followed by an overview of the division's integrated fiscal measures for 2024 in building resilient communities and a resilient Tobago. Additionally, given that this is my maiden budget presentation, I would also briefly examine the implications of the budget for the electoral district of Lambo Lowlands. Madam Presiding Officer, the Department of Youth Development between 2022 and 2023 completed the Tobago Youth Empowerment Strategy, Policy Document and Implementation Plan for 2023 to 2026, which was approved by the Executive Council in June of this year and will now be the guiding framework of our youth development work going forward. We awarded a contract for the refurbishment of the Pembroke Youth Development Center. This is to be completed by August of this year at a cost of $707,485.67. That work is now at between 25 to 30% complete. The completed renovation of one of our 4 Y zones at a cost of $80,000, with the remaining 3 set to be completed early in the next fiscal. He completed and launched the division Spark IMS, the single point of access to Reignite Change Information Management System, The Spark software is a first step in the digitization of our services to youth and the community and was developed at a cost of $260,000. The division will embark on a major registration drive between July and September to populate the database and set the platform for digital service delivery. He hosted the annual World of Work program, which provided training and apprenticeship placements to 105 young persons between the ages of 16 to 18 years. Engaged in youth communities in several training and capacity building activities, and recognized the outstanding achievements and contributions of young people. Through the Tobago Awards held earlier this year, other activities included a Youth Can Cook, second edition, Youth Engaged in Fishing Training Initiative, Elderly Care Program, and class training. Highlights in sport development. Madam Presiding Officer, please permit me to address the issue of sport. Madam Presiding Officer, as a person who has been involved in sport for all my youthful and adult life, I was very satisfied and excited with the host of measures announced in the budget for sports. It is clear that we do not intend to treat sports like an afterthought, also like someone else. Sport development is viewed by this administration as a vehicle through which our young people on the island can transform their lives economically, socially, and physically. Madam Presiding Officer, over the last year, the division was able to accomplish the following. The construction of the Montgomery Walk-Around track, which was recently commissioned, at a cost of $1.16 million. I must state that this was completed in time and in budget. Yes, also completed was the geotechnical survey that has been completed on the Patience Hill and Louisdor recreation grounds, and the physical work is due to commence as soon as the monies are released, which is very soon. We completed the first phase of upgrades on the Mount Pleasant recreation grounds at a cost of $497,000, with additional upgrades to commence on the physical structure consisting of the pavilion and the drainage system. The drainage works at Shaw Park recreation grounds are 90% completed, and the work on the physical structure is ongoing. Madam Presiding Officer, I just want to pause a little to explain that just as any other department and any other challenges that we in the THA face, the recreational facilities was really run down and dilapidated coming out of COVID. And while not completed, we are working constantly to have them to a state where we could use them and be comfortable again, Madam Presiding Officer. This takes a lot of work, not to mention it costs a lot of money. But like any other challenge, we look at it, we measure it, and we will rise above this like any other challenge this administration face. The Shaw Park recreational grounds. We had to undergo doing over the drainage in the Shaw Park ground because, you know, as rainfall, that ground used to flood out. So we had to reopen the trenches, relay the pipes, and now I could say that it is, as they say on the street, it's 99% completed, and as such I could take the privilege to say, where the drainage is concerned, we are good to go. Yes. We did some upgrade works, which are presently still going on the Kendall pool and provided assistance to the YMCA for the pool down at Turtle Beach. We also re-established the Lalon Gordon Sports Fund and appointed a new management committee, which has the responsibility of looking at, I should say, more controlled ways and different initiatives whereby we could reward and support our athletes going forward. The Executive Council took the decision to provide, and I must say before I try to explain this, we understand the importance of support, Madam Presiding Officer. And we came up with the initiative to take care of one parent per child. The children who was selected for the national team to go to the Carnival Games. We decided to provide support to one parent per child to take them to the games to see their children perform. That is a first, and that proved to be very successful and appreciated by the parents.
Honourable members.
Members, you may be seated. Honourable member.
Deputy Presiding Officer. This administration went further this year. I must say last year we took 7 parents to Jamaica. And this year, I don't know if it served as a good incentive or what, but the numbers rose. But our commitment is our commitment. We took 10 to the Bahamas. And it saw Trinidad and Tobago came away with 22 medals. 8 of which came to Tobago. 2 gold, 3 silver, and 3 bronze. So, Madam Presiding Officer, we are not only committed to supporting the athletes on the field, we are also committed to supporting the people who support the athletes and who made their dream a large possibility. We collaborated with the Ministry of Community Development and Sport in host the Commonwealth Youth Games. These games, Madam Presiding Officer, of which 4 disciplines will be held across Tobago, namely netball, which will be held at the Shaw Park Complex, rugby at the Shaw Park Recreational Grounds, beach volleyball at the Corlan Volleyball Facility, the beach facility, and triathlon at Buku. These initiatives were executed. Oh, just permit me there, just error. Triathlon at Buku. The initiative that we mentioned earlier with the youth department, the initiative that impacted more than 2,500 youths across the island. Moreover, Madam President, Deputy Presiding Officer, see when you have a script, sometimes you just go to the script. Oh, my apologies. To build resilience and social cohesion at the community level, sport and youth development are critical factors to be seriously considered. The division, in its integrated approach, proposes the activation of the community management systems and protocols. The division will support the mainstreaming of operations of village and community councils, youth councils, and sporting organizations. Oh yeah, little laws there, but I ain't gonna be long. through established standards of operations, certification, contribution agreements, and monitoring and evaluation. The implementation of a comprehensive volunteerism and youth and national service program. The implementation of a Tobago community safety program and safe community competition campaign. Deputy Presiding Officer, youth and sport development are vital for building resilient communities. Investing in youth empowers them to become responsible citizens, while sport promotes physical and mental well-being and fosters social cohesion. Youth development programs instill valuable life skills and encourage active participation, leading to more inclusive communities. Sport provides a platform for social integration and talent development, inspiring excellence, building bridges between diverse groups. Together, youth and sport development create thriving and resilient communities. Therefore, Deputy Presiding Officer, please allow me to mention some additional measures to support youth and sport development. Deputy Presiding Officer, in addition to the measures outlined previously in the area of youth development, we will implement measures articulated in the Tobago Youth Empowerment Strategy, continue our digitization efforts, expand existing approach to improve job skill training to prepare youth for a more seamless entry into the world of work, with over 1,000 young persons benefiting annually. It embarked on an aggressive program of building internal capacity to deliver on the promised mandate. Deputy Presiding Officer, in sport, we intend to train and retrain our coaches to match the rigors of 21st century skills and knowledge, with emphasis on sports science, health, and technology. To support our sportsmen and women to meet the academic standards required to obtain international sporting scholarships. To implement an improved system of monitoring and evaluation, evaluating coaches assigned to our school sports program. Provide up to $5 million to directly support Tobago sporting organization. And I must stop here a little to just elaborate a little. We pledge to support all the sporting organizations, Deputy Presiding Officer, once they have the ducks in a row. We provide, the division is providing not only the financial support, but we are also providing you with the support to have your books properly kept. We guide you along the way, show you how to have your organization up and running properly, and then we could get to the finance. Because over the years, there are a lot of people been using the THA for a hustle. And we have to try to stamp it out, whereby if we are successful in doing so, we could support much more of our young people who are deserving of that support, honestly. Yes. We're going to upgrade and modernize sporting facilities throughout the island to facilitate the seamless use of sports science and smart technology. Smart technology is important to this division. The upgrading of the facilities, I must mention that Canaan, Mongrace, Goodwood, right at the front of the benefit of this initiative right now, I ain't discarding patients, the patients will actually start. So, but you know, Canaan has a rich history with sports, and therefore we have an obligation to get to Canaan, do the necessary upgrades, likewise Mongrace and Goodwood. I must say, it's not our intention to neglect any district, any community, but in doing this, Madam Deputy Presiding Officer, We just have to ensure that we might not move fast, but we're going to be thorough in what we do, and we're going to do a good job, whereby we have a problem with drainage on most of the grounds. So we have to address it. It wouldn't be quick, but we're sure we will address it properly, and it will be some work when we finish. We plan to expand the scope of the indoor sporting facility to give it a chance to become economically viable. I just want to stay a little on this, Deputy Presiding Officer. You know what? Some time ago, one of our former prime ministers described, probably our present prime minister, as a certain type of animal when he can't have his way. And in keeping with that, I sat in a meeting with the chief secretary, with the secretary, with the UDCOT people. And after we started in a very civilized way, discussing different things, that just burst out and said, we're not doing no more of them project for you. Well, I don't understand that. I didn't understand at the time, but these people were operating like, you know, when you wind up somebody and just send them to do a job. I don't know if I was seeing right, but I asked the question, I said, Chief Secretary, can somebody do that when you have a contract signed? And they were so firm in the stance that they said, we took that decision at a board meeting. Deputy Presiding Officer, this attitude just turned around just because we said that that facility that you're building didn't suit our needs. Give us a little time, stop the work, and we're going to reevaluate things and see what is needed. We call in most of the stakeholders to a meeting. We had a meeting with basketball, netball, volleyball, all the sport that we hope to have played in that facility. And everybody was of the view, and you know they said 10,000 Frenchmen can't be wrong. Everybody was of the view that that wasn't suiting our needs. So we went to UDCOT and tell them, well, this is not suiting our needs. We have to reevaluate what we have to do. And holding true to form, I might say, and my dear friends, the bullish attitude came out. We're not going to do any other work for you. And they start naming out, as a matter of fact, we're going to cease work on all but 2 or 3 projects that we have in Tobago. It left us in a position that we have to go back to the drawing board, actually start the process over. So when people see that Bacalet is resting idle for a long while, it's not on us, it's not because of us. I mean, and if it's because of us, I stand here proud to say that I'm grateful to see the day that Tobago could finally stand up and say, I don't want that, that didn't suit me. So, Deputy Presiding Officer, that was the situation with the Bacalet indoor facility. We're going to have the scope or whatever you call it redone. And we're going to ensure that we have a facility that not only Tobago can be proud of, but the world. We can open our arms and welcome the world and have them feeling at home with the state of this facility. Yes. The Goodwood Pavilion was a cause for concern again, as the minority would have mentioned, and rightly so. We look at the pavilion, we had our concerns. The Chief Secretary probably jumped the gun a little and mentioned it in the last budget. And the work was limping along all the time, but when the Chief Secretary mentioned about that pavilion, and they just sprint off with the work. When you pass up there a couple of days after, you see blocks going up, everything going up, the frame going up. We got to the stage where the chief said, well, look, it's already at this stage, it costs us X amount of money. We're not going to be that confrontational and say we want to change it at this stage. Even when we had the town meeting in Mount St. George, Goodwood, the residents complained bitterly that they wasn't consulted. It was just something that was pushed down their throat. I don't know who did it, but as the song said, it wasn't us. So we're going to continue with that because of the advanced stage of the construction. We're going to complete it, and we're going to try to make the most of it. Deputy Presiding Officer, Fiscal 2024 indicates strong support for sporting activities. In this regard, the current estimates of the developed program estimates include the following. The Bacalet Indoor Complex that I just spoke about, $30 million. An allocation of $7 million has been made to the construction and maintenance of the hard courts across Tobago. Just to delay a little on the hard courts across Tobago. Some people take some things personal and take it the wrong way. But Madam Deputy Presiding Officer, is the kind of dressy looking thing here for me. Deputy Presiding Officer, if I'm entrusted with a job as I have been...
Remember, you have 5 minutes of speaking time.
It's okay. Time flies when you're having fun. But entrusted with this job, with this portfolio, I am going to do my best to ensure that Tobago gets value for money and Tobago have the use of things that will be done and done properly, that we could have legacies that would live on, and with proper maintenance it will even live on longer and long after us. Allocation of, I was on the hard courts. It is difficult to come into a job, Deputy Presiding Officer, and when you look across the island, every one of the hard courts are run down and dilapidated. I don't know if it's COVID caused it, but COVID has real rotten ply if it's that way. But you know what? We set out to repair them one by one, and I'm confident that we get the job done. Yes. You see, people talk about who's fighting who and who's fighting who, but when you have people sitting in position to do a job, and when you look around every job that they're supposed to do, the facility run down, dilapidated, and looking just embarrassing, what do you do with the people? Well, I don't know. All I know is that I would like to see somebody else attempting to do the job. I ain't firing nobody. I didn't say that. It wasn't me. We have an allocation of $5 million. We made available with the WIM Development Center. That structure, we have to go back into consultation, probably with the stakeholders in that community, which the minority will be a part of, and we could see what is best suited for that facility. So minority will be coming to you very soon, that we could decide what's the best way forward for that facility. An allocation of $3 million has been put towards the development of an active involved citizen program hub at the Northside Regional Recreation Center in Moriah. And all this big word is by Moriah Feeler, who I know. That ground, we also have another problem there, and I'm appealing to the citizens that when we make facilities, when we provide facilities for you, you become a stakeholder, the main stakeholder, because you are the ones that are using the facility. And a lot of people are aiding and abetting with people making our recreation grounds pastures. When it's not sheep, it's cow. When it's not cow, it's goat. I know. I expect to wake up one day and go there and see a chicken tie there. So we have to preserve our facilities, Deputy Presiding Officer. Yes, and it's a problem, it's a real problem we have across the Tobago space with our sporting facilities. In Belgarden, we have a similar problem, where the guy gets so brave that he said, well, no activity here before 3 by the time I just carrying the goal. And these are the things that we have to deal with. So in the name of peace, we are moving to have that ground enclosed. So that the children of Belgarden and environs wouldn't perfect the art of changing direction at high speed. It does work for you sometimes, but now when you have to do it from sheepness. An allocation of $3 million has been made for the general upgrade to the pavilion and courts at the Shaw Park Sporting Complex. That's the recreation ground side. The courts there has to be totally redone. The tennis court, which, when completed, would make life a lot easier for the folks at Comfort Inn. An allocation of $3 million has been made to the construction of the changing room and worker areas at various other sporting facilities.
Your time has expired.
Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I beg to move that an additional 10 minutes be afforded to the member to complete his presentation.
Members, the question put is that 10 additional minutes be granted for the member of Lambo Lowlands. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? You may proceed, member.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I might just get through in 8, so there are 2 minutes for sale. A lot of our facilities has no change rooms, have no toilet facilities, and it's very uncomfortable when you pass at a recreation ground and see young ladies recreating there, knowing that at some time they'll want to use a restroom or something or the other. And it's difficult to always have to walk with a big sheet or a towel to block them off when they want to do that. So we're going to do those upgrades. And it also comes in as a lot of the workers, Deputy Presiding Officer, shortcut the work on the basis that there is no toilet there. And they know the union agreement too bad when it's that time. So we're going to outfit these grounds with these basic amenities. Is that the word? Yes. Me how much big word in my vocabulary now, but I just come across clear. A provision of $2 million has been made for installation of a turf at the Mount Pleasant field. This is just proposed, but it will be done in consultation with the villagers and the various stakeholders, because we think that in upgrading the fields, it's difficult, Deputy Presiding Officer, to upgrade community fields to any high standard. And I want to explain that. When we did the research and did the asking around, when you upgrade these fields, in many instances, depending on the level that you want to go, they tell you can't have more than 10 playing hours for the week or 12 playing hours, which is not suited for our community ground. So we will endeavor to do that kind of upgrades in the enclosed facility where you could have a measure of control over it. $1.5 million has been made available to the Roxborough Sports and Cultural Complex for upgrade on the playing surface. This is the closest we have now to our international cricket field. Upon asking around, it doesn't meet the required size, but until you get what you want, you have to work with what you have. So that's the situation with the Roxborough ground. $1 million to the Canaan Bonaccord Recreation Ground, And 1 million has also been earmarked for upgrades on Plymouth. Deputy Presiding Officer, there is much more that could be said, but in the interest of time, I will just move along. In my constituency, we have a major problem with the coastal erosion. So there's an allocation of 5 million for that project. Also, we have an allocation of 500,000 to construct public convenience at the Petitu Beach in Lambo. 1 million for upgrade works on the community centers, the grounds, both at Lowlands and Lambo, and allocation of, yes, 1 million, that was correct. So as I close, Deputy Presiding Officer, the best way, I want to thank my electoral district of Lambo Lowlands for giving me this opportunity to represent not only the people of Lambo Lowlands, but to represent the people of Tobago and to serve them. Because getting into office, at first when I thought about offering myself for public office, I thought it was an elevation, only to be brought back down to earth to know that you're just a servant. And I take pride. I take great pride, Deputy Presiding Officer, in being that servant, because I'm not the most religious person, but I was taking a little read in a book and he said, "He that is greatest among you shall be a servant." In wrapping up, we have a problem across our island with productivity. Productivity is a real problem, and I'm afraid if we all, minority and majority, all Tobagonians, if we don't face this thing and deal with it now, it could only grow and embarrass us. We have to get to the stage where, as much as we want to develop Tobago, we have to understand that being the largest employer on the island, Deputy Presiding Officer, you can't have the largest employer on the island have a whole workforce that's underproductive. Yes, true. We have to face this. We have to deal with it. The results mightn't be nice every time, and it might be difficult to get through to that place. But if we have to develop, we just have to do it. Yes. Just as if Tobago has to rise, there are certain stands we have to take, there are certain things we have to do, we have to band together, and we have to be able to stand and say, this is not right for us. The Tobago I vision, Deputy Presiding Officer, is a Tobago that all Tobagonians could stand proud, stand strong. They could continue to dream their dreams with the hope of achieving them. This place called Tobago must be developed at all costs, because it is very difficult, Deputy Presiding Officer, to say we have a union. And I didn't go much school, but a union must be the coming together of one or more entities. But how come we gone in the sea? You ain't go with no tape, but you tell me 6 miles from me, that means the rest is for you. To explain it on the ground, I was trying to explain it to some young men there. I said, well, the easiest way I could explain it is if you and your partner cook and all, you make 10 dumplings, but you tell you 2 is yours, which means all the rest is for you. Yes. And this is the situation that we find ourselves dealing with this autonomy thing. I don't have all the fancy words to describe it. All I know is that from time immemorial to now, Tobago has been coming up with the short end of the stick. And we got to try our best. This administration in this time, because if we don't get it right now, this is pretty much a last train. Yes. We ain't gonna get it right again. Tobagonians, I want you to stand strong, be firm. Look at the prize. Don't look at nothing else. Pretend you're on the range, and the only thing you're aiming at is autonomy and little equality. Don't watch at nothing. A red bird pass, fan it away. Anything pass, fan it away. Focus on the prize. And I have no doubt, Deputy Presiding Officer, that if we band together, if we focus, and if we work together as one unit, that dream that keeps eluding us for time and time again, we could stand as a people and say, Tobago, you have arrived. Earn your place, because you truly now are standing side by side and not one behind the other. Thank you, Deputy President.
Member for Bethesda Lekito, you may join the debate.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And before I start my presentation, I just want to make it abundantly clear in the House that I, Zorisha Amina Hackett, daughter of Clyde and Julia Hackett, mother of Zahara Chloe Hackett-Lewis and Zari Rain Hackett-Karut, am not under any criminal investigation, currently, past, or future, much to my knowledge, and I want to refute the words of the Minority Leader and Minority Councillor. To begin, Deputy Presiding Officer, I rise in defending this budget and the painstaking precision aimed at producing development program estimates of 40.5 million or 3.5% of the proposed spend. Deputy Presiding Officer, in the wake of a political climate filled with vitriol and countless distractions by the Minority Council, I urge Tobagonians to stay the course as we at the Division of Education, Research and Technology, which I now fondly call DIRTEC, place our focus solely on the advancement of Tobago's human capacity development. For far too long, we have sat around being satisfied with the sheer mediocrity that the minority refers to as better days, repeating the same cycles tirelessly while expecting a different outcome. Deputy Presiding Officer, in my short tenure as Secretary of Education, Research and Technology, we have accomplished a lot more in our trust towards improving education on this island than the consecutive secretaries of the past administration. Our accomplishments within the division are far-reaching and range from, and I'm going to list only a few: the launch of Project Impact to deal with the effects of learning loss at primary and secondary schools, as well as the soon-to-come on stream Community Impact to promote academic enhancement and skills training amongst our adults. Identification of a site for the new inclusive school that should provide quality education for the differently abled. Paid out over $25 million in gratuity and increments, a backlog left by the past administration. Implemented the Education District Health Unit and established the Infectious Disease Management Plan to prepare for and respond to any infections in schools and workplaces. Completed the largest school repair program and upgrades to 56 of the division's ECCE, primary and secondary schools to the tune of over $43 million. Resolved long-standing issues within the school transportation service and provided maintenance and repair grants. Provided financial support to necessitous students for the purchase of school supplies, school uniforms, and glasses at a cost of $3 million. Purchased new assessment tools to facilitate effective student and teacher assessment. Strengthen collaboration between the student support services and the protective services to reduce the incidence of violence, bullying, self-harm, and drug use among students. trained and deployed student aides within our primary school system, initiated a refurbishment or replacement of pans in our primary and secondary schools, which were left to deteriorate during the 2 years of the pandemic, and we hope that this program will get back on stream from September. Commenced renovations at the Kendall aquatic facilities, almost completed, and completed upgrades to the Corland swimming facility. Sponsored and supported various initiatives in the spheres of academia, sports, music, culture, and the arts across ECC, primary and the secondary schools. Strengthened collaboration and partnerships with agencies promoting sport in education, inclusive education, technology in education, higher education, and TVET. Inaugurated the Tech Strategic Development Plan 2023 to 2026. We met none in existence when we got there in December 2021, and this was done to define the shared vision, mission, future goals, and objectives to the enhancement of education in Tobago. Introduced school nutrition program from week 1 of each school term. Awarded over 90 Tobagonians grants, bursaries, and scholarships to pursue tertiary education at a cost of over $10 million. Staged a Tobago district assessment successfully for students of Standard 2 and 3. Provided primary schools with data to guide their mathematics, English language arts, and creative writing delivery. Strengthen the relationship between THTI, the business and hotel management schools, with the business and hotel management school in Switzerland via personal visit, and establish new relationships with these schools as well as the St. Thomas University and Florida International University in Miami. Constructed a new training kitchen at THTI, purchased 50 new stoves, 3 new ovens and 3 new chillers, and rebuilt drainage systems in the production kitchen. Built a short course research and demonstration of online teaching kitchen at said THTI and replaced the tiles with non-skid tiles. Initiated the development of a Bachelor of Business Administrative degree at THTI. Upgraded the Google Suite for Education platform to access 100% of Google's education functionality at said THTI. Developed and submitted a self-study report for the Accreditation Council of Trinidad and Tobago midterm review at THTI. Executed the Tobago Industry Customer Service Training Program in collaboration with Uplifting Services on behalf of the Tobago Tourism Agency Limited, partnership with the Division of Tourism, Culture, Antiquities, and Transportation. Launched a Tobago Heritage Library Village Profile Project, which sought to compile and document information about the villages across the island of Tobago. Acquired e-resources of approximately 2,000 titles of e-books and audiobooks for children, young adults, and adults across the island. Purchased smart screens for every secondary school on the island, and instituted the Smart Learning Suite and all related accessories to facilitate digital transformation in our schools. Distributed over 2,000 devices to primary and secondary schools, that's for students, and distributed over 400 devices to school administration. Upgraded devices for secondary school network infrastructure across the island. Approved the purchase of network expansion supplies for 23 primary schools and for all 9 secondary schools. Acquired devices for the upgrade of data management storage and redundancy at the division. All of these technological advancements of over the tune of $10 million. And we're moving on to what we've been doing at our special purpose companies, TITL, namely, completed secondary school Wi-Fi expansion to provide campus-wide internet and network coverage, conducted upgrades to ICT devices and related infrastructure across all schools through that company, trained 8 secondary school students in Python programming and 12 secondary school teachers in the same programming, expanded the TITL contact center business repertoire to secure additional clientele for contact center purposes, of course, to make the business more successful in a monetary angle. And we relaunched TITL STEM Academy program to expose students to animation, programming, and robotics. And I mean, this is just a snapshot of the work we've been doing at the Division of Education, Research, and Technology. So when I hear the minority leaders speaking about, what we've been doing what new policies and so on, I am just shaking my head at the fact that he just wants something to say in this house. The Honorable Chief Secretary stated that the share of the island's labor force possessing tertiary education is only 28%, while 60% of the labor force has secondary level education as their highest level of attainment. And even with these staggering numbers, Deputy Presiding Officer, the minority still sees it fit to criticize this administration for employing competent and highly qualified staff that we are all entitled to. The composition of the educational attainment of the workforce in Tobago, of which 55% is retained by the Tobago House of Assembly, indicates the dire need for continued educational reform if we are to improve the levels of critical thinking, creative and innovative capacity, and commitment to personal and professional development that Tobago needs to actualize greater efficiency and productivity. Deputy Presiding Officer, the vision of the Division of Education, Research and Technology is to be the supreme educational district that delivers quality service to all citizens and unveils the potential of the people to fully participate in the process of sustainable development. However, the track record of the previous administration has demonstrated their lack of political will and capacity to create a safe and supportive learning environment for the children of Tobago. Deputy Presiding Officer, the minority has the audacity to question our progress, while their colleagues have depended solely on their counterparts in Trinidad to set the education policy, as they comfortably sat by and did as they were told. This is all while we have always been able to actually take up on the responsibility to craft the framework for teaching and learning that is most appropriate for our children right here in Tobago. Deputy Presiding Officer, the Department of Research must inform our policy design and implementation and guide the decisions that will prepare our citizens to compete successfully in all sectors of the economy on a local, regional, and even international front. It is no longer sufficient for us to base our decisions about our children's educational future on descriptive statistics such as percentages, mean, median, and mode. These simplistic measures barely scratch the surface of the deep-rooted issues plaguing our education system. It is time to delve deeper and employ inferential statistical testing to determine the probability of specific outcomes among students based on relevant variables. We plan to swiftly hire a statistician and research director who can provide rigorous and unbiased analysis to inform policy decisions at every level of the education system. Otherwise, we are just perpetuating a broken system that has failed our children. The Department of Technology enables innovation and offers all of Tobagonians access to higher quality services, as well as new and exciting avenues for employment. Digital transformation of every sector of our economy will be influenced by the revolutionary activities and ideas generated from DIRTEC. DIRTEC has already revolutionized the way the Department of Technology interfaces with the world by regularizing the staff's employment status. Past administrations have dragged their feet on the process needlessly, but we have delivered the regularized positions to our staff. On our side, we deliver. Yes. The mandate of this administration is to utilize energy, imagination, skills, expertise, and talents of all our people in such a strategic and deliberate manner as to become the greatest little island on the planet. We must embrace the benefits of digital technologies and data-driven policies in order to achieve our vision, and to do so, we must invest in our people's education. Deputy Presiding Officer, I wish to begin by examining our schools from ECCE to tertiary level. If we are to develop a sustainable, prosperous, and resilient society, we must deliver 21st century education and skills to Tobagonians. The first strategic focus of DIRTEC is to implement an effective hybrid education system that reduces loss of teaching time by allowing for seamless transitions from face-to-face to online modalities for teaching and learning. Hybrid learning is an educational strategy where classes are offered both in person and online. This differs from blended learning, which is a broad term that encompasses any educational strategy that combines face-to-face and virtual learning or e-learning. In a hybrid learning environment, a teacher will typically give a live face-to-face lesson. Studies have shown that hybrid students can achieve similar academic outcomes to traditional students, and they may even have some advantages, such as improved critical thinking skills and increased engagement. A study by the CDB found that the hybrid education can lead to significant improvements in student achievement, particularly for students with low-income families. Another study by the University of the West Indies found that hybrid education can help to reduce dropout rates and increase students' engagement. The asynchronous component allows students to learn online at their own pace and access the learning materials beyond the limitations of the school. In order to design, implement, and evaluate such a system, a significant injection of capital is required. The Hybrid Education Committee that was established by this administration under the watchful eyes of the Secretary and Assistant Secretary of DIRTEC has set the theoretical framework for the policy guidelines, successfully conducted an online survey, and utilized such analytical techniques as the application of the SWOT analysis to study the challenges that were faced by all stakeholders during the global pandemic, when we were all thrust into the uncharted waters of online teaching and learning. Challenges that are being carefully examined in order to provide solutions include the issues related to recording staff and students' daily attendance, conducting formative and summative assessments, training of students, staff, and parents, and access to all appropriate devices, internet, and of course, electricity. Deputy Presiding Officer, no discussion of hybrid education systems can be considered without complete building of an online educational architecture to support the self-directed and parent-assisted teaching and learning that was discussed by the Honorable Chief Secretary of Tobago. This brings me to the second strategic focus of DIRTEC, which is to enhance opportunities for adult continuous education in Tobago. The introduction of Community Impact as a program for adult literacy and overall improvements are being supported by the Ministry of Digital Transformation's establishment of 14 ITC centers in Tobago, and I want to thank the Honorable Senator Hasabakas for his intervention here. Collaboration can be a good thing. The model being implemented allows for the installation of devices and training of personnel to assist residents at centers that are strategically located throughout the island. These centers will afford access to enrichment classes that include literacy, digital literacies, upgrades in CSEC and CAPE studies, as well as technical vocational training and development programs. Improving our interactions will provide healthy alternatives to criminal activity and help the unemployable to become qualified for employment, or alternatively, to manage successful small business enterprises. Deputy Presiding Officer, we must provide the communities with opportunities for personal and professional improvement if we are to improve those critical thinking and problem-solving skills.
1 second.
Members, be seated. Leader, continue.
Madam Presiding Officer, our third strategic focus is to continue to maintain a robust school repair program that maintains the plans at the highest standards. The establishment of the artisan team, which we had planned to do, proved to be a bit problematic, and we are currently organizing that HR element. The restructuring of the project implementation unit are vital steps towards ensuring that schools are open and can meet the needs of staff and students in a safe and healthy learning environment. Madam Presiding Officer, we must also build schools where there is need, and we are all fully aware of the coastal erosion that has threatened the structural integrity of Scarborough Secondary School. This administration commits to seeing the construction of this new school as the island's first smart school, and the model of technological integration for all other schools would be followed. We are very pleased to inform the people of Tobago that we have established an interdisciplinary team to oversee the process from design to construction, beginning with the tendering process for design elements. And of course, as the Chief Secretary mentioned on Monday, we have identified property at Bacalet on the side where the health center is, 29 acres, of which has already been confirmed by Executive Council minute to be handed over for the construction of that school. Madam Presiding Officer, it is important for me to share some of the plans that we have to increase access to education in our special needs sector. Our schools need to become truly inclusive. For decades, the other administration has identified funds to construct a special needs facility, and it has never been materialized. It is an area of priority to develop and design a plan for the construction of a new specialist school for students in the speech, language, and hearing impairment sector. We commit to beginning the process to build such a school. Until that is accomplished, we commit to upgrading existing facilities at the Happy Haven and the School for the Deaf to meet the needs of our differently abled children. We commit to piloting inclusive education in 4 schools from September 2023, which shall be located both in Tobago East and, of course, in Tobago West. At these inclusive schools, students who can transition to the regular school system will be allowed to do so. Physical facilities such as ramps are continuously being added to the existing infrastructure in these selected schools, and adequate staffing of student aides are already being provided. DIRTEC has begun the process of recruiting special education staff to support all stakeholders from ECC all the way up to tertiary, and to ensure integration of adult persons living with disabilities into the regular workforce. We will therefore retrofit existing buildings to accommodate children and staff with special needs. Schools must not only be physically safe, but must also support environments such as schools must not only be physically safe, but must be supportive environments as well. Inclusive schools would need adequate staffing and additional resources. Inclusion means that we must integrate the families of special needs students in all walks of life as much as possible, and in a manner where there is dignity. Madam Presiding Officer, our children are the reason that we are motivated to work harder and harder each day to improve the quality of education here in Tobago. Each day, we entrust their care and their learning experience to our valued teachers. Nova News describes teachers as a school's greatest asset, and this administration appreciates the abundant literature which advises policymakers that the best investment that any nation can make is to place a good teacher in a classroom. Madam Presiding Officer, this administration understands the value of good, supportive teachers. We recognize the challenges faced by teachers in accessing their hard-earned increments and gratuity over the years, and we have ensured that teachers experience some welcome relief so that they can meet their financial needs with dignity. This administration has high expectations of the teaching staff to drill down and transform the outputs of our student population. And as stated before, we have honored gratuity payments well over $25 million since this administration has come into office. A backlog the PNM has left to fester. A backlog the PNM has left to fester for over 21 years. Our teachers inspire our children to learn, and in this educational district, we will invest in recruiting and retaining quality teachers at every school in Tobago. Teacher training and professional development are necessary on a continuous basis to ensure that our teachers are fully qualified to use instructional strategies that facilitate active learning. Our teachers must be culturally competent to adapt teaching and assessment methods to meet the varied learning styles of our increasingly diverse classrooms. Teachers must have a high sense of efficacy in technological integration, modern pedagogies, and must not be afraid to be creative and to dare our children to dream the biggest dreams. Our teachers must have empathy to our children and be able to demonstrate emotional intelligence. They must also be able to understand how the minds and emotions of our children work. And it is therefore our responsibility to motivate our valuable teachers. This administration understands the impact of waiting for years for increments, gratuity, just as I was, and acting on stipends. We understand the challenges associated with outdated human resource practices that delay opportunities for well-deserved promotion. It is time now for us to review the curriculum. The fourth strategic focus at DIRTEC is to develop a technical vocational sector that will recognize the technical vocational track as a viable option and integrate technical training with a critical thinking and problem-solving component. TechVoc is all but eradicated in the formal school system, along with capable teachers in this critical field. The impact of that decline in the sector has a ripple effect even on the school repair program. We must create opportunities where Tobagonians develop the capacity to construct, retrofit, repair, and maintain our schools. We have all but had the experience over the last 2 years of the importance of being skillful with our hands. Technical vocational activities such as hairdressing, culinary arts, tailoring, fashion and design are marketable skills that help many families to survive that period of lockdown. These skills must return to the classroom from as early as the ECCE level and must be offered to our special needs students as well. TechVoc teachers must be sourced throughout our Caribbean region in the immediate instance to be a part of the process of rebuilding this sector. Teacher training in the TechVoc area is necessary for sustainable development of this sector. Madam Presiding Officer, we are pleased to introduce a TechVoc apprenticeship program that will allow students to work with appropriate business entities who have the relevant expertise. Much more will be said about the public-private sector initiatives to be undertaken by this division later. Retooling teachers to support students in the CVQ program at the secondary school level is also essential as we seek to improve upon and expand this program to our students. Post-secondary opportunities for enhancement of technical vocational skills will also be streamlined to maximum use of the existing resources. The skills needed to build a dirt oven, to craft the costume of a traditional mask character, all of these, for example, will be taught with an authentic reflection of the origins and development of these aspects of our culture as far as possible. In order to achieve this goal, integral partnerships must be established with other divisions, such as the Division of Community Development, Youth Development and Sport, the Division of Tourism, Culture, Antiquities, and the Transportation, and of course, the Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment, and Sustainable Development. Effective partnerships have already bloomed in the work by employees of these divisions in revising Tobago's remedial education program for the July-August period, Project Impact. Stakeholders designed the timetable and the curriculum to be developed over the proposed 4-week period, and this model will inform approaches to infuse Tobago-centric content in mainstream education. A people seeking greater autonomy must know and love themselves and must understand what is exemplary about their historical journey, of course. Madam Presiding Officer, a safe and supportive school where children are well grounded in their sense of self must also be a healthy school. The sixth strategic focus of the division is to create and sustain a healthy school environment that will promote physical activity, healthy eating, spiritual well-being, emotional and mental fitness. DIRTEC has engaged technocrats in the revision of the school nutrition policy to address growing concerns related to wellness and health, as well as in response to our need to be cost-effective in this sector. It has become necessary to review and update the way that school nutrition program is delivered as a social program. The original concept of meeting the needs of the underprivileged has degenerated. There is an urgent need for a holistic approach to nutrition in Tobago that effectively coordinates the activities of all suppliers to ensure cost-effective delivery of quality meals. It is unclear what the true socioeconomic requirements are, but the following challenges have been identified. On a national scale, lifestyle diseases continue to impair the health sector. The cost of managing the program has become overwhelming for the Division of Education, and there's currently a current outstanding debt of over 90 million and late payments to caterers. The distribution of lunches to caterers needs to be revised because of constant complaints from patrons, principals, students, and parents. It is unclear what the hiring and monitoring and evaluation and disciplinary procedures are, but we plan to fix this. There's also wastage of specific types of lunches, and that in itself translates to a waste of money. New opportunities must be afforded to the island suppliers to qualify to deliver their meals, and all of these are areas we are working on. The seventh and final focus of DIRTEC's policy for fiscal 2024 is the audit and review of the management of private ECC centers in Tobago as an integral part of the national thrust towards examining the regulation and administration of public and private centers. While only 12 centers are managed by the Tobago House of Assembly, there are upwards of 43 private ECC schools requiring registration and alignment with international standards for operation and curriculum delivery. Madam Presiding Officer, this administration must advocate for resources to fully staff our centers and to provide the necessary guidance to help those in the private sector to upgrade their facilities and services. Tobago needs a minimum of 3 ECC centers to adequately more ECC centers to adequately provide for our children, and this is one reason why the minority leader and his friends on the other side must provide Tobago our full allocation so that we can fully develop our people. Instead of advising on who to pay 60 million to the senior officers from the senior officers in our nation's parliament.
Your time has expired.
Madam Presiding Officer, I stand to request an additional speaking time for the member to finish her presentation. Additional 10 minutes, sorry.
Honorable members, the question is that an additional 10 minutes of speaking time be afforded to the member for Bethesda Lekoto to complete her presentation. All in favor say aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Member, you may continue.
Thank you, colleagues. This is one reason why the minority leader and his friends in the other house on the other side of the pond must provide Tobago a full allocation so that we can fully develop our people. Instead of advising on who to pay 60 million, the senior officers in our nation's parliament would do well to advocate for more ECC centers, more primary schools, and the provision of the full cadre of senior staff to manage DIRTEC. Madam Presiding Officer, we must do our part to motivate our employees by providing stable and fulfilling work that contributes to their own self-actualization and to the collective need for sustainable growth and development. Employees who are motivated to achieve the vision and who are held accountable for their performance at an individual level are significantly more productive. Apart from the recruitment process that we shall be investing in, we will engage in our staff through continuous training and development. And I just want to stop here just to show my appreciation for the members of staff of the Division of Education, Research and Technology. I thank them for their dedication and commitment to service. I am pleased to report that a training and development policy was developed by this administration to ensure that staff are afforded opportunities for personal and professional development, and that the benefits are realized by the Tobago House of Assembly. There will be consultations and workshops that will ensure that we benefit from transformational and collaborative leadership at every level of the education sector. Emphasis will also be placed on policy development, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. Of course, that will be added to logistics and supply chains and internal operations. Madam Presiding Officer, as I draw to a close, let me reiterate that the Division of Education, Research and Technology is the division. Our strategic planning exercises shall engage multiple stakeholders through the process to ensure that we can deliver quality service as the premier service provider on the island. The division will introduce programs and projects year-round that will revolutionize the capacity, performance, and achievement of every school, every unit, every department, and the organization as a whole. Each school will engage in the school improvement planning so that all schools will operate at a standard that is attractive to students, teachers, parents, and the community at large. Acceleration and remediation of programs that will be formalized and managed through the Division of Education to motivate all students to excel. Applications will be open soon for the most productive teachers who have had a clear history of personal discipline and high output to participate in this after-school program. And investments in programs that support co-curricular activities will be aligned for a more targeted approach to student development. Our libraries are instrumental in supporting digital literacies, and so support will be rendered to them as we've always done. Madam Presiding Officer, despite the minority's selective ignorance on the fact that we are currently constrained in our spending by a measly allocation of a portion of the national budget, we will not be deterred by this reality that the withholding of much-needed finances is meant to stifle Tobago's progress. Neither will we be discouraged by the mountain of litigation brought against this THA that has been blatantly ignored by the previous years. Instead, we will seek effective partnerships with the private sector and ensure that we make the best of all available resources. DIRTEC will utilize our facilities to engage consultants to help with the transformation of the thinking process from simply budgeting to planning and to strategic financial development. Not only does our resilience come from sacrifice and resourcefulness, Madam Presiding Officer, or from our understanding of how to cut and contrive, but it also stems from our creativity and our innovation, an area that has been lacking in the division for a very, very long time. We are now calling on all Tobagonians, whether on the island, in Trinidad, or in the diaspora, wherever you are and whatever resources you have been blessed with, to take this leap of faith with us and reinvest in this island and our people. Partner with the Division of Education, Research and Technology, partner with the Tobago House of Assembly, and let us imagine what it means to be the greatest little island on the planet. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer.
Member for Mason Hall, Moriah, you may now join the debate.
President, good night, Madam Presiding Officer. The Honorable Farley Chavez Augustine, Chief Secretary and Secretary for Finance, Trade and the Economy. My colleagues, those viewing on television locally and those here in the audience. I rise to make my contribution in this august chamber. I thank you for the opportunity to provide further details on the plans for our precious island Tobago as we make an effort to making it the greatest little island on the earth. Madam Presiding Officer, John Maxwell, a world-renowned leadership philosopher, once stated that leaders must be close enough to relate to others while being far enough ahead to motivate them. Madam Presiding Officer, it is with great appreciation that I thank the Chief Secretary for his dedication and commitment to steering and propelling this team forward, despite the noise from the minority side and other ning-ning flies in their circle. Presiding Officer, Madam, I'd like to thank my constituents of Mayston and Moriah for their ongoing encouragement and support as we seek to create a healthy, well-rounded community. I appreciate your dedication to service, Mr. Carl Murray, and the staff of the Division of Settlements, Public Utilities and Rural Development. As it is evident, he's the only administrator here at this hour of night. So that is commitment. There have been moments when the weight of the responsibility feels overwhelming and thoughts of giving up creep in. But when I reflect on the countless individuals who depend on me to uplift them and help them unlock their full potential, I'm reminded that I have no other option but to press on. Lastly, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to my beloved wife, Ms. Avian Duncan Pollard, my children, my grandson, and all my family members and supporters that have been there, that have been the unwavering support that had propelled me forward during this challenging period of service. I'll start by achieving an activities at the constituency level. Today I stand before you with great pride and gratitude as we reflect on the remarkable achievements made within my constituency during the fiscal year 2022 to 2023. Together we have forged a path of progress and transformation that has touched the lives of every member of our community. Let us not forget the neglect endured by Mace Normoria for the past 2 decades, with the last 8 under the previous administration led by Mr. Sheldon Cunningham. So you see, they neglected their own, Madam Presiding Officer. First and foremost, I'm thrilled to announce the successful rehabilitation of the King Peter Bay Hill Road. For far too long, our residents had to endure the hardship of climbing the arduous flight of exactly 192 stairs to access their own properties. Under the relentless dedication of our administration, we have answered the pleas and delivered a tangible solution. Today, we can proudly say that King Peter Bay Hill Road stands as a testament of our commitment to infrastructural development and improved quality of life for all. Despite the challenges and doubters I faced, I remained resolute in my commitment to fulfilling my campaign promise. It is a testament to our unwavering dedication and collaborative effort that within a mere 6 months after the 6-6 tie, my good friend Trevor James of 46 years swiftly visited the area and brought this vision to life.
I feel fifth cousin.
These same residents were told by the last administration that it was impossible to construct a road on that hill. The completion of this road not only signifies infrastructural development, but also embodies the power of determination in delivering tangible improvement to the lives of our valued residents. But our achievement extended beyond roads and physical infrastructure. We have prioritized the welfare and empowerment of our constituents through job creation initiative. We have provided valuable temporary employment opportunities within our constituency. By investing in our people, we have not only enhanced their financial well-being, but also instilled a sense of pride and purpose within our community. Moreover, our commitment to fostering unity and celebrating the spirit of togetherness is unwavering. Throughout the year, we have organized and supported a multitude of community events and sporting activities, from the exhilarating Village Football League that brought neighbors together in friendly competition to the heartwarming initiatives such as food and hamper drive, distribution of Mother's Day vouchers, hosting a Father's Day event, and toy drives. We have demonstrated our dedication to uplifting and supporting every member of our community. The achievements we have acknowledged today are not merely statistics or accolades. They are tangible evidence of our collective strength and unwavering commitment to progress.
Yes, ma'am.
As the representative of Mace Normoria, I'm honored to have played a part in these accomplishments, but I acknowledge that they were only made possible through the collaborative efforts of each and every one of my constituents. Today, we have begun the transformation of our constituency into a thriving and vibrant community that stands in a shining example of what can be achieved when we unite with a shared vision. As we gather here today, we acknowledge our past achievements and reflect on the progress we have made. It is essential to recognize that our journey towards transformation does not end here. While we can take pride in the strides we have made, we must continue with unwavering determination and renewed efforts to bring about lasting change in each constituency. Looking to the future, I'm excited to share with you the ambitious plans we have in store for my constituency. These plans are rooted in our unwavering commitment to creating a thriving and prosperous community that leaves no one behind. One of my key initiatives is the acquisition of the Adelphi estate, a significant step towards expanding our village and fostering development. With this expansion, we aim to create a sustainable hub of growth and opportunity, providing our residents with access to better infrastructure, improved service, and increased economic prospect. We will ensure that the voices of our community guide every decision made, as we believe that the true progress is built on the collective wisdom and aspiration of each and every one of you. Another exciting community initiative will be the construction of a tech work and workshop area adjacent to the Masonhall High School. The visionary project aims to foster entrepreneurship and enhance technical and vocational skills, particularly in joinery and automotive maintenance. Our goal is to establish 5 to 8 well-equipped workshops accompanied by a showroom to showcase the remarkable works produced by our skilled artisans. I have had conversation with the Secretary for Education and the principal of Masonhall High School, because Masonhall is one of the high schools that has no tech work wings. So we're trying to encourage the students to be part of this workshop at the high school. Furthermore, these workshops will serve as a platform for apprenticeship programs offering valuable hands-on training opportunities for students and other interested individuals. Together, we will cultivate a thriving environment for skill development and empowerment, and empower our community to reach new heights of success. In addition to expanding our physical boundaries, we remain dedicated to addressing the needs and concerns of our constituents. Regularizing land ownership for those currently occupying lands within the Adelphi estate is top priority. By granting legal recognition and security to our residents, we empower them to invest in their properties, fostering a sense of ownership and pride that strengthens the fabric of our community. For the residents of Adelphi, with the acquisition of the Adelphi estate, we will now be able to provide long-awaited deeds of lease to the individual residing in Adelphi West, that is opposite Abu, and Adelphi North, Rise Two-Step or Spence Trace. This significant step ensures the security and legal rights of our valued community members, granting them the peace of mind and stability they rightfully deserve. We remain dedicated to improving the lives of our residents and will continue to pursue initiatives that promote a sense of ownership and belonging in our vibrant neighborhood. Furthermore, we will continue our commitment to creating employment opportunities within our constituency. We understand the sustainable livelihood are vital for the well-being of our residents. Through strategic partnership with local businesses and the implementation of skill development program, we will equip our community members with the tools they need to thrive in a rapidly evolving economy. I am fully committed to the development and growth of my constituency, and that includes creating space for recreation and community engagement. To fulfill the vision, I am pleased to announce the upcoming construction of a play park in both Masonhall and Moriah. These play parks will provide a safe and enjoyable environment for our children to play and socialize. Additionally, in Moriah, we recognize the need for a long-awaited pavilion, and we will ensure that the project is carried out through extensive consultation with the village council and sporting fraternity and residents. Furthermore, within the Moriah district, a walking track will be constructed on suitable fields. On the suitable field, we are in discussion with the Secretary for Community Development after we saw what was done in Bethel.
Yeah, man.
A flagship project. It's unfortunate we can't have one in Masonhall because our field is not big enough. The initiatives are aimed at enhancing the overall well-being and quality of life for our constituents, fostering a sense of community pride and promoting healthy lifestyle. I stand before you today to reaffirm my commitment to the promise I made to you during the campaign. Our community development plans are taking shape. We continue to have discussion concerning the lands required for the construction of a much-needed service station and quick shop, equipped with an ATM machine right here in Masonhall. This will provide convenience and essential services for our community, ensuring that our residents have easy access to fuel and financial transactions. It is my intention to have consultation for the relocation of the Moriah Community Center to the Indian Walk Estate near the health center and playfield. This strategic move will foster a stronger sense of community and accessibility, allowing our residents to enjoy the benefits of a centralized location for social gathering events and educational programs. Furthermore, I recognize the pressing need for enhanced emergency service in our area. In line with this, we are actively pursuing the construction of a fire and ambulance substation in close proximity to the football field. This will ensure quick and efficient response time during emergencies, providing our communities with the peace of mind they deserve. These community development initiatives are a testament of our unwavering dedication to improving the quality of life for all residents. I am proud to champion these projects as they align with our shared vision on a thriving and safe community. Together, we will continue to work diligently to fulfill our promise and create a brighter future for Mayston and Moriah. As we embark on this new phase of our journey, I urge you to remain engaged and actively involved. Your voice, your ideas, and your aspirations are essential in shaping the future of our constituency. Together, let us forge ahead, united in one vision for a brighter tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am.
While we celebrate our past achievement, we must remain steadfast in our commitment to progress. Let us remember that transformation is an ongoing process, and our collective efforts are what will propel us forward. Together, we will build a community that is resilient, inclusive, and prosperous, a community that serves as a shining example to others. I move on now to the Division of Settlements.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Presiding Officer, the honorable members of this esteemed House, I stand before you today to share the remarkable achievement of the Division of Settlements, Public Utilities and Rural Development, which is commandeered by myself and my able assistant, Mr. Niall George. In our relentless pursuit of equitable development and resilience building across our beautiful island, our strategic framework is built on two main objectives and four fundamental principles that guide our action and decisions. The first of the two main objectives is that we are committed to a structured and integrated approach to build development through multidisciplinary land use development planning, something that the PNM doesn't know about, but I'm coming to you about our houses. Yes. You see, although doing things ad hocly, we have to plan. You plan when you're doing development. As a land developer, I will know that. Yes. By fostering collaboration and coordination, we aim to create a more cohesive and sustainable environment for our communities. And the second is that we are expanding our housing program to address the diverse needs of our citizens. The social assistance housing program and the reorientation of the affordable housing program and home improvement program. These programs are founded on the principles of affordability, inclusivity, community engagement, empowerment, resilience, innovation, compliance, sustainability, and integration. Through these programs, we are not only providing homes, but also fostering a sense of belonging and shared responsibility. Within the Department of Settlements, our project execution unit has achieved significant milestones. We have revitalized our landscaping program, ensuring the maintenance and beautification of open areas within housing developments. Regularized landscaping now exists within 5 housing developments. Additionally, we have prioritized the regular maintenance of wastewater system to guarantee their optimal performance. Moreover, we take pride in completing upgrading works at one wastewater treatment plant, with preparation underway for the remaining 3. Through this refurbishment of townhouses unit, we have provided deserving families with safe and comfortable homes, spreading joy during the festive season. Among the recipients of these refurbished townhouses is a remarkable individual who needs no introduction, Mr. Rennie Cow, a renowned and deserving Tobagonian athlete. Rennie Cow's unwavering dedication to his craft and remarkable achievement have made him an inspiration not only to aspiring athletes but to our entire community. We are honored to have played a part in providing him with a home that matches his exceptional spirit and talent. Reniko's success on the global stage brings immense pride to our island, and we celebrate his accomplishment as a true representation of Tobago's excellence. In line with our commitment to infrastructure development, we have made remarkable progress in replacing septic tanks at the Roxburgh Housing Development. The Bell Garden Phase 2 housing development is nearing readiness for distribution, adding 40 much-needed housing lots to our inventory. Furthermore, we are excited about the ongoing plans to develop the Castar housing development. With designs, tender documents, and feasibility report completed, we have engaged with the local community and obtained necessary approvals to commence construction works, ensuring that residents are active participants in the decision-making process. Similarly, the Riseland housing development is advancing steadily, with completed design and ongoing efforts to secure statutory approvals. Through public consultation, we have actively sought input from the Canby, Mount Pleasant area residents and surrounding communities, ensuring that their voices shape the development plan. Madam Presiding Officer, these achievements highlight our dedication to transforming our communities and providing sustainable housing solutions. We have witnessed the positive impact of our initiative and are determined to continue the trajectory of progress. In the upcoming fiscal year, we will build upon our success, embracing innovative strategies and stakeholder collaboration for further enhancing our housing program and infrastructure development initiative. Housing plans for 2024. Minority Councillor, you may call your boss inside so you can listen. The budget team of a sustainable, prosperous, and resilient Tobago spoke about building institutions as the foundation for the development of Tobago. In considering that the family is an institution and a building block of the community and the island, then the basic need of the family becomes a key component of the development strategy. It is therefore critical to note that the housing remains not just a human right according to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the International Convention on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, but the right to a standard of living to afford the basic needs for one and one's family. As we acknowledge housing and will forever remains among the key basic needs of food, clothing, and shelter. We must therefore look at the system of housing provision in order to make sense to whether or not the housing sector is buoyant, in decline, dysfunctional, or dead. The people of Tobago have always made critical decisions in their best interests. The people of Tobago spoke decisively in 2021 with a mandate that resoundingly defeated the PNM. This administration is dedicated to honor the trust of Tobagonians, sensing when things are not right and making the changes in their interests. There is no mystery. The people on the ground were facing an uphill struggle for too long, but many of on the other side could not even relate to the plight of the ordinary man and their basic needs. This was not by chance, Madam Presiding Officer, because I will show how the decline in the housing sector and the underperformance of the PNM had left Tobagonians needy instead of prosperous, exposed instead of resilient, and unmaintainable instead of sustainable. The very circumstances that contributed to their rejection at the polls and the very issue this THA executive is determined to resolve one way or another. In this presentation, we will show the dereliction of duty to the Tobago population and the abandonment of the desire of the Tobagonian to own their own home, as all the essential ingredients for home ownership slip through their hands and they continue to live under untenable situation, leading to poor living conditions, social decay, and social fallout reflecting in underperformance in education, the underemployment that worries this administration, and the level of poverty which affects 1 in 4 households before the pandemic and only deteriorates afterwards.
Yeah, man, take a drink for that, man.
Madam Presiding Officer, today I stand before you to shed light on a pressing matter that affects the very fabric of our beloved Tobago, the dire state of our housing sector. As we delve into the issue, it becomes apparent that the previous political party performance in providing adequate housing for our growing population was nothing short of disappointing. The data speaks to itself, revealing a staggering deficit that we have inherited and must now confront head-on. According to the comprehensive census data compiled by the Central Statistics Office of Tobago for 2000 to 2011, our island population experienced steady growth, with projected estimates for 2023 reaching a staggering 66,638 persons. In response to this population growth, one would expect a corresponding increase in the housing stock and a flourishing housing market. Sadly, this was not the case. Analysis of the data uncovered a harsh reality, a continuous decline in the housing market that has created a significant deficit. During the period from 2000 to 2021, a total of 9,310 houses were supplied. However, when we apply that, the average annual rates over that same period, a staggering 16,069 houses units should have been constructed to adequately respond to the population growth on our beautiful island. This stark contrast highlights a staggering deficit of 6,759 housing units that were not supplied to the deserving Tobago population. Madam Presiding Officer, colleagues, the people of Tobago, the average number of new buildings in Tobago over the last 20 years of the PNM was 284 homes per year, as opposed to 484 if the housing market was well managed and the access to home ownership was facilitated through structured policy initiatives. What are these barriers, Madam Presiding Officer? They include high land prices in Tobago, as our Chief Secretary always pronounced about, high cost of living, which is between 26 to 40%. From the last quarter of 2022, data shows a 7% rate of inflation in construction. Poverty levels of 24% in 2015 and trending to 32%. Low rates of state-assisted housing in Tobago, financing deficit, all development done by cash transfer from Parliament, affordability crisis, median monthly income of $6,025, but median housing price at $1.1 million. This means that someone has to have a qualifying salary of $23,000 to qualify to own a home. High cost to participate due to fees, legal fees, valuation fees, bank charges, requiring saving between $180,000 to $290,000. Inflexibility payment terms, restricted age limits, interesting rates, and duration of loan limits. This deficit is not just a mere statistic. It represents the dream deferred, the aspiration unfulfilled, and the lives affected by a housing shortage. Families have been left without suitable homes. Young professionals have struggled to find affordable options, and our community as a whole has suffered from the absence of a robust housing sector. But my fellow Tobagoans, let me assure you that we have heard your cries for change, and we are resolute in our commitment to rectify this pressing issue. We have inherited an underperforming housing sector, but we will not shy away from the challenge. Instead, we will face it head-on, fueled by a passion to improve the lives of our fellow citizens. Under our administration, we will initiate comprehensive measures to address the housing deficit. We will work tirelessly to create an enabling environment that fosters investment, incentivize construction, and stimulate the growth of a vibrant housing market. We will engage the developers, stakeholders, and experts to formulate innovative strategies that will yield intangible results. Affordable housing schemes, sustainable development practices, and strategic partnership will be at the core of our approach, ensuring that every member of our community has access to safe, decent, and affordable housing. We are committed to fixing the obstacle to making the dream of home ownership a reality for all Tobagonians. Housing Development Plans, Fiscal 23 to 24. Madam Presiding Officer, I would now like to shed light on the exciting housing development that lie ahead. Get your pen and paper, Councillor, for the upcoming fiscal year. It is with great pleasure that I announce our unwavering commitment to improving the availability of affordable housing to low and middle income families, as well as our dedicated young professionals who have long awaited the opportunity to secure a place they can call home. I am pleased to announce that we are currently engaged in discussion with the First Citizen Bank to revitalize the Young Professional Home Ownership Saving Program. This program, aimed at supporting young professionals in achieving their dreams of home ownership, will provide them with valuable financial assistance and guidance. Let me begin by sharing some promising news about Rise Housing Development, a project that is being facilitated by the Inter-American Development Bank. We have already submitted the Certificate of Environmental Clearance, CEC, application, and I am pleased to inform you that the contract for this development will be awarded soon. By the end of this fiscal year, we anticipate that infrastructure of this development will be approximately 40% complete, bringing us one step closer to providing housing solution to those in need. Another significant development on the horizon, Madam Presiding Officer, is the Shervan housing development. This procurement process for this project has been successfully completed, and we have identified a preferred proponent. As we finalize the details, signing of this contract will be done within the next week or two, pending Executive Council approval. I am thrilled to announce that this will be the largest development the division has undertaken to date, with an estimated yield of 447 units. Over 300 jobs will be created, expenditure of over $400 million through the design-build finance. But my colleague, Secretary Baines, said about conspiracy by Trinidad entities, and it would be remiss of me if I don't mention it. We had applied for our outline approval for Shervan at our town country office here, led by a town planner from Trinidad. That took 95 days, 95, to respond to us, to give us our outline approval. Not until I called the bosses in Trinidad, the goodly minister, then she responded to our request for outline approval. 95 days. But I heard the minority leader tonight talking about us feathering away to the $300 million to Tobago, to Trinidad contractors. Let me just give you some data about the Shervan development. 17 contractors showed interest in that development. At least 3 were from Trinidad. Some of them didn't have their papers in proper order. 10 were shortlisted. EOI was sent out to these companies.
Member, you have 1 minute left.
Wrapping up, okay. Expression of interest sent out to this company. You know, when we met the RFP stage, you know, out of these 6 companies, only 1 Tobago company responded to the RFP, met the RFP stage. 1 out of the 6 met that stage. But nevertheless, we have a contractor, and we are moving on, Madam Presiding Officer. Our plans for next fiscal year, with approximately 450 units slated. Last but not least, I would like to highlight the Adelphi housing development, a project that holds great promise for the community. The development is expected to yield approximately 60 service lots, providing more opportunities for homeownership in the fiscal year. We will focus on clearing and grubbing works, as well as awarding of contracts for essential infrastructure such as bridge and concrete box culverts. Infrastructure works are crucial in paving the way for the development of this housing project, creating a vibrant community for our residents. The upcoming housing development signifies...
Member, your time has expired. Councillor O.
10 minutes additional speaking time so that the member from Mason Hall Moriah could complete his contribution to this debate. Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is an additional 10 minutes speaking time be afforded to the member of Mason Hall Moriah to complete his presentation. All in favour, say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Member, please continue.
Okay, just wrapping up speedily. Beside the 447 units at Shervan, we have the 150 units at Adventure, 52 at Riseland. Then we'll have 37 new lots in Castara, in Bremen, another 17, Belgarden 19, and Masonhall 60. And it's our plan to have 300 units service lots distributed in Colland, giving it a grand total of 1,093 homes and service lots within the first 4 years of this administration. As social housing program, as regional government grapple with the rising challenges of affordable housing, stagnant wages, demographic pressures, and impact of global warming, social housing has taken center stage in Caribbean policy and practice dialogue. The administration recognizes that the shelter is not only an economic necessity, but also a fundamental human right. Our journey towards implementing a comprehensive social housing program has been shaped by valuable insight gained from 2 mission trips to Jamaica. During the trips, we meticulously examined their successful models adapting to the unique context and environment of Tobago. You see, I'm glad that my boss, the Chief Secretary, decided that he says he's not playing nice anymore. What I want to say for the first time to my colleagues and Tobago, on our mission to Jamaica to observe their housing strategies and to sign an MOU with UTEC. Could you imagine the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago getting involved and trying to stop us from signing an MOU with the UTEC of Jamaica? Truly Foreign Affairs. We have never said that to anyone before, not even the colleagues around here. The present Attorney General trying to stop us from signing an MOU, not until the Chief Secretary pointed out in the THA Act that we could enter into MOU. Then he pulled up his handbrakes. And the minority leader said, the minority leaders talk about my colleague going on a birthday trip. Let me give you a quick rundown of our visit. 8th of March, arrival, Norman Manley Airport. 9th of March, Housing Agency of Jamaica, 1 p.m. meeting. The 9th, that's the next day. 10th, Woodford community visit, 9 o'clock meeting. That is going up into the Blue Mountains. The 11th of March, a Saturday, we're off. The 12th of March, arrival of the Chief Secretary. 13th of March, meeting PS Audrey Sewell. That is the PS to the Prime Minister, 1 p.m. The 14th of March, National Housing Trust and High Commissioner from 10 to 11:30. 15th of March, JSF, Jamaica Social Investment Fund, Chief Secretary visit to UE, Rex Netherford. The 16th of March, meeting with the PS Sewell, National Senior Citizen Council, HAJ site visit, Catherine Estate, and Ms. Aldine Shillingford. 17th of March, Hope Project site visit, MOU signing. The Chief Secretary said the framework was done. So tell the minority leader that this was not a vacation trip. When we go to work, we work.
Remember, it's a deficiency information peddler.
But I want to say tonight, I had my colleagues in a bit uproar, but the recipient of our first social housing keys was distributed today. You see, instead of the minority leader taking our goodly past secretary here, Mother's Day grant, and giving it to the mother and causing couture and passing information on to the pseudo-journalist or blogger to create mayhem in the atmosphere, maybe they should have found out what was needed to bring the home to a completion and assist it. That is what is needed. Because due to the contribution of my colleagues, the member for Bethel New Grange, Bethesda Lescato, Mount St. George Goodwood, and Bonaccord Crown Point, who chipped in, also the Chief Secretary. Today, the last phase of what remedial work has to be done was completed, and the $4,000 that was needed to do that work today came from my pocket. You see, the only thing the state contributed to this house was 1 tank, because we want to show that commitment. The contractor used $300,000 plus of his own money to construct this for Tobagonian. So this is the kind of commitment we want. You see, Madam Presiding Officer, We have persons living here in Tobago in deplorable conditions. There's a family living in palliative care in an abandoned pig pen. The husband had 2 strokes, cannot move, 3 kids, and is living at least, could be more than a mile from the main road. These are the kind of persons that we're going to provide homes for in our efforts to bring people up to habitable living. I have so much information here, but what I wanted to point out, yes, well, I have to keep some further day. But the political speech I wanted to have, Madam's presiding officer. You see, I ain't talking a long time, 47 of my 57 years alive I've been involved in this struggle in Tobago. And I've seen the first hand, the atrocities committed against Tobago and Tobagonians by PNM government, which started in 1977 when they lost the election by removing the Ministry of Tobago Development. You see, if we don't teach our children the history, we are doomed to repeat it. You see, there's a difference with us. Here are the kind of words that we have as our slogan. Make Tobago the greatest little island on the planet. This is empowering, positive affirmation, which would only bring positivity to each and everyone who embraces it. Compared to great is the PNM, which has a connotation that if you are not PNM, you are of lesser ilk. You are not worthy, but it is true to form. Just look at how they govern, only for themselves.
They ain't great now, though.
Member, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. You see, only Secretary Orr and myself, who was in politics that long, could talk about the great as A.N.R. Robinson, J.D. Elder, Clarence Warner, Ken Jones, Edwin Caesar, Bernadette Devines, persons who were first elected in 1980 to the Tobago Officer Assembly, and the struggles from 1980 to 2001 that they encountered. But you see, the PNM does like to think that they are the bastion of Tobago and the governance. The first PNM Chief Secretary, Mr. Orville London, voted for the first time in his life in 1996. That is when he contested against Julie Bob. He never decided to enter the struggle of Tobagonians from 1980. Young men like myself couldn't wait to vote. Because in 1980, I was only 14 years old. We couldn't wait to vote. But he only chose to vote for himself. That is the care that they love Tobago. You see, they only love Tobago. They love Tobago just to rape the treasury, to empower themselves, their friends, and their financiers. What morality do they have? What moral authority do they have to talk about our Chief Secretary to step down? They have a gathering. My friends said they couldn't follow, but they couldn't follow a Tida motor car with the crowd that they had. They couldn't follow a Tida motor car in their protest action. But they are talking about our Chief Secretary to step down. But you see, the former Chief Secretary, he has to understand that he probably was the inspirator to Farmer Nappy composing and singing this song. You pack up my bag, my clothes in a garbage bag, and put it on the ground by the roadside. When you talk about integrity, you must have that kind of integrity. So what is he showing the young people of Tobago, the young men and women? You have a voice, not going around thinking that you're blaming on my Chief Secretary. You don't have the moral authority. But I want to remind the minority leader that on the 9th of December 6th, we went to bed as winning everything. He lost. We went to bed knowing that saying that he lost his seat. By some stretch of the imagination, on that very next morning, you're hearing that he's declared winner by 3 votes.
Member, relevance.
Well, you see, they don't have the moral authority, Madam Presiding Officer, to talk about anything. We're not sure if he's the true representative. We are not sure he's the true representative.
Member, get back on track, please.
Madam Presiding Officer, we on this side stand resolute behind our Chief Secretary.
Indeed.
And in his budget presentation, and indeed, we'll make Tobago the greatest little island on this planet. I thank you.
Member for Plymouth BlackRock, you may now join the debate.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, for the opportunity to join the debate at this time. To contribute to this motion, treating with the THA budget for fiscal 2024. The budget debate is indeed one of the most critical debates in that it provides an opportunity for the executive to clearly elaborate its strategic policy agenda, as well as the various plans, programs, and financial modalities to make its desires a reality. It is in this specific context I am truly delighted and honored to contribute in this debate. Madam Presiding Officer, I wish to join my colleagues who spoke earlier in congratulating the Honorable Chief Secretary and Secretary for Finance, Trade and the Economy, the Honorable Farley Chavez Augustine, for once again giving us an outstanding budget presentation. Madam Presiding Officer, I can state without fear of contradiction that the budget statement was very comprehensive, well-crafted, and presented with the kind of oratory skills that grabbed your attention throughout. Madam Presiding Officer, the vision, strategic policy direction, and work program of the administration for the next fiscal year was so well articulated that it is difficult for anyone who truly loves Tobago not to endorse this fiscal package. It is against this backdrop, Madam Presiding Officer, that I have absolutely no difficulty to stand before this Honourable House and endorse this budget. Yes. Madam Presiding Officer, the budget, which is themed Building a Sustainable, Prosperous and Resilient Tobago, really gave a comprehensive account of the socio-economic challenges facing our island at this time and the various strategies and programs to effectively address these challenges. I am truly excited by what I have heard, and I think all right-thinking Tobagonians who really love and care for this island should feel the same way. I therefore wish to call on my colleagues on the other side of the House to place Tobago first and avoid their natural and pathetic inclinations to allow narrow partisan agendas and personal interests to trump the interests of Tobago. Yes. If we do this, our island would be in a better place, and the dream of the Honourable Chief Secretary to make Tobago the greatest little island on the planet will become a reality. Madam Presiding Officer, my colleague in the Division of Settlement, Public Utilities and Rural Development, Secretary Pollard, dealt exclusively with issues of housing, and therefore, to avoid repetition, the remainder of my presentation will focus specifically on my portfolio of public utilities and rural development. I would also look at the implications of the budget for the my electoral district of Plymouth BlackRock. After all, they are the reason I am here, and I am eternally grateful for this opportunity to serve. Madam Presiding Officer, public utilities is not a fifth schedule item under the THA Act 40 of 1996, but this issue is too important to the quality of life and the standard of living of the people of Tobago for the entity charged with responsibility of the governance of the island not to have any role in its delivery. To date, within public utilities, in the fiscal 2023, 169 streetlights at a cost of $1,106,066.89 have been paid for throughout the island. These jobs are to be executed by the Trinidad and Tobago Electricity Commission in the months of June and July 2023. The largest of these jobs will span from Kingsby to Charlottesville. The programs for rural electrification involves the provision of electricity poles and attendant electrical infrastructure to households without an electricity supply. In this fiscal, to date, the villages of Pembroke, Orange Hill Road, Bonaccord, Arnersville, and Masonhall benefited from this program. Over 39 families will potentially benefit from this investment of $527,890.90. Construction of bus shelters also falls under our remit. 8 bus shelters have been identified for construction in fiscal 2023. These bus shelters primarily serve secondary schools on our island. We have been awaiting the request for proposals for design and building of these for several months. We are also in the process of engaging at least 4 corporate entities that have indicated their willingness to partner with the division by adopting a bus shelter and thus being responsible for its repair and maintenance. These negotiations should be completed by the end of July 2023. To elaborate on that, we aren't thinking about the old type of bus shelters. We are thinking about modern bus shelters with Wi-Fi available. For fiscal 2024, the Public Utilities Department is currently working on an expanded mandate that will hopefully see the unit being officially recognized and staff regularized. Imagine we have an officer in this unit that has been working for 5 years, month to month.
Wow.
5 years, month to month. The continuation of the streetlight program and the rural electrification programs focusing aggressively on the rural areas of the island. It is hoped that the Rural Development Unit will work closely and cooperatively with the Public Utilities Department on this. The provision of contemporary, safe and durable bus shelters for the people of Tobago in all areas, and to encourage business entities on the island to partner with the division in the provision of the same. Fiscal 2024, the Rural Development Unit has been working on the Dorfamy Trail, which is a trail that runs from Louisdor to Lansome. The trail has already been mapped and cleared with the assistance of the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force, and this project, along with the other one, is being done in collaboration with the Division of Tourism. Construction of a beach facility at the Louisdor Beach. Stakeholder consultation has already been done, and designs are well underway for this project. Madam Presiding Officer, the THA budget makes provision for a street lighting program to the tune of $1.5 million. This program, done in collaboration with Tiantec, will provide relief to persons in areas not properly served with streetlights. The budget also caters for a rural electrification program to the tune of $2.5 million. This program, which will give special emphasis on Northeast Tobago, aims at providing electricity in areas which do not have a supply currently. Please permit me to turn my attention to the electoral district of Plymouth BlackRock. As area representative for Plymouth BlackRock, I am grateful for what this administration has been able to deliver with the limited resources we have. At the Corlan agri-development area, the farmers got plots. but they did not get an essential thing for farming, which was water. Secretary Panton made sure that water was available to the farmers by doing the interconnection, by paying for the interconnection that WASA was able to secure. In the upcoming Commonwealth Games, Youth Commonwealth Games, what is a major legacy project, which is the construction of the beach volleyball area, beach volleyball and beach football area at BlackRock Heritage Park. This project is one that is much needed because these sports would have been played on the beach, and the beach is a major turtle nesting site. So we have alleviated the problem of playing on the turtle nesting site, and we are now going to have a permanent fixture instead of the temporary one that those on the other side proposed at Crown Point, Pigeon Point area. Madam Presiding Officer, a detailed examination of the budgetary estimates of the THA for fiscal 2024 indicates that a significant provision is made to develop the social and physical infrastructure in the electoral district of Plymouth BlackRock. In the area of social infrastructure, provision is made for upgrade works to the Plymouth Anglican School, the BlackRock Government Primary School, as well as the Montgomery Government Primary School, as part of the annual school repair program. A total of $18.5 million is provision to upgrade primary schools on the island under the program, and all primary schools in my electoral district will be upgraded. In addition, the budget caters for upgrade works for the pavilion at Plymouth Recreational Ground and the construction of a pavilion and change room at the BlackRock Recreational Ground, and upgrades to the BlackRock Hard Court. A request of $1 million was made for the work on the Plymouth Recreational Ground, as was mentioned by Assistant Secretary Clark earlier. $1 million is requested for the works on the BlackRock Recreational Ground, and $600,000 is requested for the works on the BlackRock Hard Court. Moreover, Madam Presiding Officer, $1 million is requested for much needed upgrade works to the Plymouth Community Center, and significant upgrades are also planned for the Plymouth Health Center, as was mentioned by the Chief Secretary in the budget statement itself. It is therefore quite evident that due consideration has been given in the budget to improving the social infrastructure in my electoral district of Plymouth BlackRock. Madam Presiding Officer, significant plans are envisaged in the budget for improving the physical infrastructure in my electoral district. In this regard, there are plans in the budget to treat with the issues of coastal erosion that has been impacting several areas in my electoral district. Notably, a request is made for $4 million to construct a sea defense wall at Grange Bay area and Plymouth Back Bay. The coastal erosion in Plymouth Back Bay is dear to me. Even before being an area rep, I ran for the seat in 2017. And this area was exactly like that. Wow. Well, actually, it was better than that. And what is ironic about it is they actually started the construction of a seawall that stopped exactly before the first house in that area. Wow. So I challenge the minority leader to ask his colleagues, what was the purpose of what they did there before? Madam Presiding Officer, as you know, the problem of coastal erosion related to climate change and global warming has badly affected these two areas. Further, to treat with the problems of flooding in front of the Turtle Beach Starfish Resort, whenever there is heavy rainfall, provision is made in the estimate for desilting the Colon River. Improvements are also planned for some of the historical sites and tourist attractions in this electoral district. In this regard, Upgrade works are carried for sites at the Corlanders Monument, Fort James, and Fort Bennett. Provision is also made for the construction of a lifeguard tower at Corland Bay. Moreover, a request of $8 million is made to upgrade micro malls in Tobago, inclusive of the Adventure micro mall. Madam Presiding Officer, allow me to touch briefly on the area of housing. Madam Presiding Officer, in the area of housing, the budget also provides significant opportunities not only for the residents of Plymouth BlackRock, but for all of Tobago. In this regard, there is a provision of $12 million for Adventure Phase 2, provision of $15 million for the Affordable Housing Project, an estimate of $17 million for the Home Improvement Grant and Subsidy Program, and an allocation of $10 million for the Housing Development Incentive Program. Madam Presiding Officer, we are making adjustments to the various programs in the Division of Settlements to enable persons to access programs faster and to make the application process less bureaucratic. I urge persons to please send in your application. Whatever resources we have, we will try to assist. Madam Presiding Officer, as I close, let me once again extend hearty congratulations to the Chief Secretary and Secretary for Finance, Trade and the Economy for once again giving us an outstanding and informative budget statement. I also wish to congratulate all my colleagues on this side of the House for the high quality of debate thus far. And it's fitting that I am pretty much the outside of the Chief Secretary, the final debate. Oh. I am indeed honored to be a part of this great team of distinguished ladies and gentlemen, expertly led by the Chief Secretary, the Honorable Fali Chavez Agustin. I wish to thank Almighty God for his continued blessings and for guiding me in this journey. Special thanks are extended to the persons in my electoral district for bestowing the confidence in me and giving me the opportunity to serve not only the electoral district, but the people of Tobago. I also wish to thank the Secretary, Mr. Ian Pollard, for his continued leadership, vision, guidance, and passion as we work together to improve housing opportunities, the quality of the housing stock, as well as public utilities and rural development. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer.
Councillor Orlando Kerr, you may now join the debate.
Let me take this opportunity to recognize my colleagues, or Chief Secretary, or Deputy Chief Secretary, Secretary's Assistant Secretary, and the minority, and those who are still up listening. Some persons may have fallen asleep, so it's time for me to wake them back up. It is always a pleasure to join the debate at this house, and I intend to be very brief because I know it's very late. But when you're in a team and the game is playing, you have to take a kick at the ball. And therefore, I decided that I am going to make a few brief points so that I get a kick of the ball while the game is being played. I think that I have grown accustomed to being disappointed by the offerings of the minority whenever we come into this August House to debate serious matters. We have been constantly being accused of being political. Right? We have been constantly being accused of being political and not keeping our eyes on the goalpost. But I sat there for a considerable period of time when the minority was presenting the case, and I asked myself, is this a budget debate, or is this an opportunity to try to let this administration look bad? And the reality is that I don't think that that even was achieved. I don't think that that was achieved because the reality is that the public understands better than they think what is happening. And there's a saying that a drowning man grasps at straws. And therefore, when persons are desperate, they will tend to try to find anything to hold on to. So that I understand the situation, but I have a few sayings that the definition of madness is doing the same thing the same way and expect a different result. And I wonder if he has reached, or the minority has reached a stage where they have gotten accustomed to being beaten upon, so that the licks now sort of, they're accustomed to taking licks after licks after licks. Because I don't understand why you're going to come to this house and constantly try to make certain points that you know you're going to get licks on. I think that, I would consider myself a young politician, not in age, but in terms of time of being a politician. And I try to learn very quickly. That's one of the things that I do. And one of the things I can say is that I admire the gentleman in that he's brave. He's brave. But sometimes bravery can get you into a lot of trouble. And you have to know that sometimes you have to use what we call in local parlance common sense, rather than trying to be brave and foolish. And so to come into this house and try to suggest that there is corruption on this side and so on. They say those who live in glass houses don't throw stone. You can't peel stone, because one of the things that's going to happen is that you don't expect to come into this house and attack this administration and talk about corruption and expect that we are going to sit and not respond. We are going to respond. So that once you raise up the hornet's nest, expect to be stung by the bees. And that so that I try to listen a lot when persons are talking. And I remember when the Chief Secretary would have presented the budget, I saw a little clip of the interview, and the minority was asked if he's of the view, I can't remember the exact way the question was asked, that we deserve what we are asking for. And I listened attentively because I want to hear what the answer is to this question. I want to see what he's going to say. And rather than, as a Tobagonian who loves Tobago, say they should get that and more, bob and weave, and say that is what we usually does get. But I don't understand that kind of answer. Because one of the things that I have learned in negotiation, you don't ask for the minimum. You cannot ask for the minimum. Because if you ask for the minimum, you may get less than the minimum. That is the first thing. The second thing is that, listening to the budget presentation, we did not ask for what we want, we asked for what we need. And therefore, in my view, we should have actually asked for more. Because what we get, even if we get what we asked for, it is still woefully short, given the situation that we have found ourselves in. And that is something that Tobago must pay attention to. So that this wasn't a pie-in-the-sky budget. This was a budget that was founded on the developmental projects that we have in mind, the things that we need, and the needs of the persons who live on this island. And that is how that figure was arrived at. So that many persons claim that they love Tobago, right? But I have often said that in demonstrating love, it's not about what you see, but about what you do. And if it is that you are not behaving in the way to demonstrate that you love this island, then I can only conclude that you don't. Every step of the way, the minority constantly, and if you look at how they posture, try to defend their friends in central government, every step of the way. And I'm saying that at some point in time, put Tobago first. Let us see you put Tobago first. Because I cannot understand the argument that you shouldn't get it because we don't usually get it. That can't make sense. That argument can't make sense. Right? When you look at all the sound arguments that have been made on the opposite side, why we should get it and get more, you are saying that we shouldn't get it, right? So it makes me wonder, you know, what is the real intention? Is it that the intention is to try to posture to make your bosses, because I say bosses because a lot of what happens in Tobago in terms of the minority, we know that comes from Trinidad. As somebody mentioned, that the speech is written for you, you can't even make an adjustment when you come to the house, right? Because you have to just read it, how they give you, so that you can't make an adjustment when you come to the house, otherwise you might get in some trouble. And this is what we're talking about, because we are talking about Tobago and Tobago's autonomy. And we are talking about persons who really care about this island. And based on history, and I know Tobago has not forgotten that every opportunity before now that there was a chance for you to stand up for Tobago, you all did not stand up for Tobago. You didn't stand up for Tobago. And I can talk to so many issues because one of the things I have been paying attention. Even before I came into this position, I have been paying attention. And so many wrongs have happened to Tobagonians. And nobody on the other side stood up. That's right. And now Tobago has an opportunity where there are persons who actually stand up for Tobago, who care about what happens to Tobago, who cares about our children who have to grow up on this island. So now we are in a position where we have to weigh what was happening before and what's happening now. And you know what the funny thing? They are trying to say to us that we must forget everything that happened before because we say we're going to fix it. So we could ignore everything that happened for the last 21 years because we say we're going to fix it. But the reality is that everything happens in a context. And therefore, we cannot simply ignore what happened before and say we're going to fix it. We are going to fix it and we are committed to doing that. But we have to remind you that you cannot come to this place and be hypocritical and try to hold us to some standard that you cannot maintain or you never had and pretend as though that, well, right? It reminds me of, you know, I don't know if you all ever played football and you have a team 5-0 and they come and they tell you last goal win. So your 5 and you score and matter. Right? So last goal win. So if them score 1 now, they win. Right? And that is the kind of attitude they're coming with. But the reality is, we have to look at what has been happening. Right? Let me just make the point quickly that I wanted to make because I know it's kind of late. Right? And I recognize that there's the representative for Roxborough Argyle. I tried to figure out why he got on a plane and come to Tobago today. Because if you come to Tobago today and you care about your representatives, about your district, the least you could do, take 1 day, because you're never here. Yes. Take 1 day and say, well, you see today, I will represent my area today. Yes. You come and you spend and listen to 3 or to I think it's 2.5 hours of nothing. And then you left. When the real contribution and real meat of the thing, you miss all of that. Because the reality is what was said before really, you didn't need to be there, no, you better come late. You better you come late and listen to speakers like Boris and Turtik and all the other speakers, then you would get something, right? But the reality is that since we have been in this house, the representative for Roxborough Argyle has not stayed for an entire sitting. Not for an entire sitting. Right? And that is what I was talking about when I say that it's about demonstration rather than what you see. Because if you are really interested in representing your area, if you are really interested in and you really love Tobago, you can't miss this. You will be a part of this. And that tells me that that whole thing is a farce. So that I want to be going, and I always say this, it's not about what people say, it's about what they do. And when you look at this administration, and you look at what has been demonstrated by this administration, you can only conclude that we care about Tobago. I listened briefly to a discussion that took place post the budget. I don't want to call the gentleman's name, and I heard that he was suggesting that, well, they give you a certain amount, but the rest is based on the other things that they will do in Tobago. So that there are some national responsibilities in Tobago that must be handled by central government, and therefore that is the argument that why we have it. But that can't make sense. That cannot make that argument, and this is one of the things that I'm concerned about, because they constantly always try to shortchange Tobago. They constantly try to treat Tobago as the bastard child. And I am one of the persons who has always been of the view that, I'm going to say something controversial, that whenever there are independent senators, it should have independent senators from Tobago all the time. Because the Tobago perspective is totally different. And when you live in Tobago, you have a different understanding of things that people on the other island don't understand. That's right. And I would have had that experience when I was in tutor. And I had to explain to my colleagues sometimes why we think and act and behave the way we do. And they didn't understand. Because for the average Tobagonian, you must go to Trinidad. Yes. For the average Trinidadian, you come to Tobago if you feel. Yes. And there's a fundamental difference. So when you start talking about issues on the sea bridge and on the air bridge, they cannot relate. Right? So that we as Tobagonians, we have to stand together and we have to be able to treat with these issues that are affecting us. Right? So that now I have half of a representative, because I live between Lansobi Space Side and Argyle Roxborough. So I have half of a representative, so I have to do with that. But one of the things that I have attempted to do is to try my best to assist the persons in that area, because I realize that we don't have a representative, right? And therefore, I want to say to the people of Loido, I'm not sure if it was said when I was out of the room, you need to say to the people of Loido that they will be getting their light soon. It is important for us to see that. Right? Let me just say as well that education was mentioned. And I heard a boast about how well, I think he mentioned education and health, and I was like, where he live? If he live in Tobago. When we came into office, now I was in tutor, so I knew about some of the issues that plagued education. But when we came into office, we had to fix everything. Every single thing we had to fix. And some of them we are still fixing. And that is the reality of what we inherited. We inherited huge debts. We inherited so many things that are not functioning well. But one of the things that I want to talk about as it relates to the budget, and I want to wind up quickly because I know thing, is the contract teacher issue that we have in Tobago and how that affects our finances at the level of the Division of Education. We have over 200 contract teachers in the system. And over the years,